card, as they say. He's coming over the wicket, trying to do that now. That's full and straight, but defended well towards mid-on, where Josh Tongue fields tidily. No run. 364 for 9.
I think part of Carse's year
there's a weight transfer, hey,
to England is that he'll just keep steaming in for Ben Stokes, and I think especially in heats like that they'll be today at 39 degrees. I know hopefully he won't be bowling come the afternoon, but I think that you can always throw him the ball and he can bowl those long spells, which for a quick bowler is quite hard to come by.
If you want
nowadays.
to take an Australian analogy, I'll hold it as Carse comes in. That's well played by Lyons, steered down to deep backward point. Will Jacks is down there. They'll take a single. He's kind of the Merv Hughes to what should have been the Lillian Thompson of Archer and Wood. The sort of the role, the workhorse, the one who doesn't get the glory but still picks up enough wickets. But he doesn't. The problem is he doesn't have the economy. And if you look at those England bowling figures, no one really had the economy yesterday, bar Jofra Archer and possibly Ben Stokes. I think he went for 4 something.
So the Bears magic has worked. We are back live on YouTube with sound.
With sound. I do. Well, that's defended. He doesn't use his feet much, does Boland. He just gets himself into a position and resolutely stays there and wait for the balls to hit the bat. Bear, can you give us a brief summary of what exactly was wrong? Well, that's encouraging. I don't know if you managed. So you basically took something out and put it back in again.
As the actress said to the bishop.
If we may ask, what was the magic something? A sound card, I think. That's ducked under by Boland, taken on the tumble to his left by Jamie Smith. There's no run. It was a bit of a tame bouncer, wasn't it, Hector? It looked a bit tired and floppy.
Yeah, decent speeds, just wasn't exactly directed brilliantly, and Boland was pretty comfortable in getting underneath it. I just think he needs to pitch it out, get it on the stumps and look for that edge. I don't think Boland's going to be enticed into having a wild pull at a short
when you've
ball.
got numbers 9 and 10, 10 and 11 at the crease, aim full and at the stumps. There's 2 short men on the offside. There it was, full and straight. Gets a bit of an outside edge. Goes to Gully, fielded by Crawley. It's the end of that cast over. Just a single from it. So some economy, but he is at the end of the day bowling to numbers 10 and 11. Let's be honest.
So we've got lots of people who've immediately jumped back on with us. Sudahu, Be About a Gummy Shark, Disinterested Hand Job, Diana Patterson, Steve Bruce, Banana Brooks, Eric J, Be About a Gummy Shark,
twice,
Daz Reynolds, and basically, thank you so much, Bear. What a fucking legend, eh?
He was. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I don't know how he got here. I don't think he brought his bike. He certainly shouldn't be out pedalling along if he's got flu. You did come on bike. You didn't. You drove. He drove here. He drove here. He's feeling shit. He doesn't look great. He's coughing. Poor lad. I'd have fixed it if I could. That's all I could say. But I wouldn't have known where to start. And remote consultancy just didn't work. Archer over the wicket. Lyon does a little hop. As again, it didn't look like that really connected with the middle of the bat. That looked sort of like the outer side of the blade. But it was good enough to keep the ball out in a bit of a proddy motion. England, of course, got their review back. I heard Hector say that as I was stressing, attempting to get us via the Bears' magic pause back onto audio air. But I did hear you say that England quite rightly have got that review back. Archer in, up onto his stand. That was beautifully played by Nathan Arm. What a controlled shot that was. He just gets on top of it, steers it down to backward point. 4 more. And the only thing you might say, Hector, is if 10 and 11 can do this for Australia, you really hope England are going to try and have a go at it themselves.
It's a brilliant sign.
Yeah.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
But the control he demonstrated there was quite superb.
Joe Root-esque, rising up on his toes.
It was.
Ball beneath the eyes.
Archer, and he comes. Short. Lion doesn't have to duck much. It's just more of a instinctive duck out the way, but nothing pronounced. It goes to Smith.
Just got to be careful.
I don't know that I've ever heard Lyon compared with Joe Root as a batter.
Well, I'll stand by that. He's looking pretty
On
pretty
that
compact.
one particular shot, he has looked very composed and under control.
We have another super chat, by the way.
Super duper. Let's see if we can do it after this ball from Archer. Again, Lyon goes up onto his toes, steers to gully where Jax is now fielding, and there was no run.
Pirate Badshaw has sent us €2.
Ahoy.
It says rubbish Max and dodgy sign cards, the old classics. Indeed.
Yeah. I don't think it is rubbish, Max. I mean, we have upgraded some of the tech. The new mixing desk, it looks awesome, and was up until now.
Mac haters will always hate Tony, you know that.
Archer, and he comes. Worked off his legs, round the corner on the 45. They might have time to come back for 2. No, they won't. Crawley, who seems to be everywhere at the moment, lopes in, and it's a leg by. It wasn't actually off the bat. 370 for 9.
This is the danger. You sort of blink, and all of a sudden Australia have gone up to 370. 22 this partnership already, and it seems that they haven't really done anything excessive. Only 27 balls. So, as you say, really good signs for Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley, though.
One would hope.
Have to cash in.
One would hope.
There is heaps of love for the bear on YouTube, and lots of suggested things for him.
Defended by Boland competently back to the bowl and no run. Did you say suggested meds? Yeah,
well, Parrot Badshaw says he should get him a nice tot of rum.
Got to be honest, in my experience, self-medicating is something the bear's actually not too bad at.
Yeah. Extra Fluffo suggests a Thai massage. Steve Bruce says he needs some porridge.
Oh, where am I going to rustle up a Thai massage at this time of night? In Lewisham.
You might want to rustle up a change of.
We do.
Oh, yes.
We do. I beg your pardon. Right.
Okay.
90 overs complete. 370 for 9. Australia are frustrating England, although they've got one breakthrough. They got rid of Stark. I'm going to go and have a rub down with the Sporting Life and try and gather my thoughts.
Right, well, thank you very much.
Listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I'll say that again. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, Messi. Hello, Billy. How you going?
Well,
oh, there he is. Okay, first ball of Tongue goes into the attack. Some would say, where has he been hiding for a man who is supposed to mop up tails with his tongue? Dot ball first up.
Yeah, some would say that, me included, Forthy. I've been getting pretty irate on an Ashes WhatsApp group chat this morning. Or this evening, rather. No, just ticked into this morning. And yeah, not good from England. Terrible plans. A real lack of thought.
Oh, harsh criticism coming in from young Billy there. Probably justified. Backward defensive from Lyon, who's looked super secure. And I am going to continue my policy from yesterday of talking up every Australian batsman, because I managed to get 7 out of 8 wickets go. Partnership is now 22 off 30. Do you think, Billy, that in some ways this isn't disastrous news for England? It still looks a pretty docile deck today. In comes Tongue. We'll go back to Billy after this ball. That one's a bit wider, so Lyon's able to free his arms and steer it down to third man. Is a third man now, because that's where Lyon gets all of his runs effectively, and they have plugged the gap. So good news for England.
Well, I mean, there's an element of that, of course, but I think first innings runs and the pressure that the Aussies have kind of put on us by getting a decent score on the board is going to be telling. And Crawley Pope, I mean, if they can't get runs on this pitch, they're not getting runs anywhere. Seriously, the way Boland, Lyon, and Stark for this kind of period have just knocked it around with ease says all you need to know about how the pitch is playing.
That said, I suppose Lyon, Cummins, and Stark are three of the best bowlers in Australia have ever put on the paddock. So they're not inconsiderable bowlers. In comes Tongue and a wafty waft from Scott Boland. I think he missed a bit. But his job is to get wickets, not score runs, and he's got 14 of them, so quite good.
Well, the good news that has come this morning, Porty, is that England's been given an extra review. Their review's been reinstated.
Oh, fantastic.
So if we could have the 30 runs back that Alex Carey scored as well, then that would be great.
That would have been more helpful. In comes Tongue to Boland, and Boland wafts a bat at it, doesn't move his feet. Doesn't matter. Connects.
Right, my misery's over now. I think I need to get in a better mood. I was in a great mood yesterday, but I don't know. I've been drinking for a large portion of the day, 40, and I think.
Have you? Oh, okay.
I was at the races, and it was a profitable day's racing.
But
but I was probably taking quite a lot out of it. It was in Newbury, which is
in Newbury, right? Okay. Yeah. In comes Tongue again to Boland, and that jagged in at him a bit, but Boland just placed his bat there and allowed the ball to hit it. At the end of the 91st over, Australia 371 for 9. Who have we got on socials? Is that William in the studio, or is that Hector? I see.
Hector's here. Morning,
Hello,
everyone.
Hector.
Morning, Forthy. Morning,
Hello.
Billy. Glimmer Twin, the issues that England are going to have is that the Aussies can actually bowl an over without 4 pies in it. There's probably some truth in that. Eric J, mincing run-ups. Nick Vickers says, we need you to take the final wicket, Forthy. Potentially.
Yes.
Potentially.
That's what I'm here for.
Steve Bruce, Billy, Steve Finn Jr., welcome. Nice. Is that a bowling reference or a...
I don't know. I'll tell you what, we could...
Jr. Well, I mean, I'm about a foot smaller than Stephen Finn and bowl 30 mile an hour less than him, but I'll take the compliment if it is indeed meant as well.
Archer, who's 453 off 20, he is at the top of his run. Here he comes now. And that's played very nicely by Lyon, who gets completely in line with it and has no trouble playing it straight back to Archer. There was a bit of a contact. Yes, sorry.
You can just imagine the talk that there was from Ben Stokes in the dressing room before they all went out today, and it would have been, right, let's not give them any easy runs, let's not bowl short and wide, make it as difficult for them as possible. And we did completely the opposite. And so that little kerfuffle almost between him and hang on after this ball.
Archer in again, and gets in behind it, although it's clicked on the pads. It's been given. The last Australian wicket has fallen, pending a review, no doubt, which, assuming they've still got one, they'll, just for formality's sake, they'll go through the process of. But we'll assume that Jofra Archer has got his 5-4. And hopefully all is well in the England camp, and Stokes and Archer will give each other a nice big hug. I can see that there's an arm on the shoulder of Archer straight away. We're just waiting for the review. Did it look out to your better screen where you're watching from, Billy?
It absolutely did. Back leg as well, which usually means the batter's in trouble. As long as Snicker doesn't throw up anything, this looks to me like it should be out.
Yeah, it looks
England
pretty.
Of course, get the umpire's call as well if it comes to
we
that.
ought to just get the wicket regardless. Yes, it's hitting the top of middle stump. The innings is over. Well done to Jofra Archer. There was a little bit of byplay, as it were, this morning when England started rustily. And you just missed it if you're joining in late. Stokes and Archer then, after Archer took the 9th wicket, got into a real spat, actually, and Stokes was furious with Archer, which, considering he's got 5 for 53 off 20, seems maybe he should be talking to the bowlers who got, 2 for 150 or something.
I bet that's what Archer's thinking.
Probably is saying
but
that.
I think all in all, 40, we were mentioning yesterday a couple times when Minu were on commentary about kind of 375 area being about par, we thought. So Australia have pretty much got there. It looks a wonderful pitch to bat on, as we've been discussing. So,
yes,
England just need to apply themselves properly.
Good bit of perspective, Billy. I would say, were they to have been offered 371 this time yesterday morning, they would certainly have taken it, because it was looking like...
I think both sides. I think both sides would have taken that. If you offered the Aussies 371, I think they would have taken it, and if you offered England 371, which means it's probably about honours even.
I wonder if there's a parallel universe somewhere where people do actually get offered these things, and you take them or you refuse them. I suppose there's a certain.
Ask Hansi Konya.
Yes, yeah, very good point, Billy. Yes, that did of course once happen all those years ago for the price of a leather jacket. So the total is 371. It's a solid score, not spectacular in either direction. Australia's tail, as they are wont to do, came to the party. At one point, England had Australia at 271 for 7, 321 for 8, and 244 for 6 as well. So there was a bit of wagging, particularly from Mitchell Starc, who did very well towards the end there, and a little bit of resistance from Boland and Lyon. But finally, the tail has been mopped up. And how do you see, at this point, our hearts begin to flutter a bit? How will England's approach vary from their traditional approach of the last 3 or 4 years, if indeed it will, do you think, Billy?
Well, I did say yesterday that I almost had an inkling that they would double down on whatever you want to call on their aggressive approach, and that my bold prediction for the test was that Harry Brook would beat Gilbert Jessop's record. So I think I'm going to stick to that 40.
Well, do.
But ultimately, this pitch, from what we have seen, all of England's innings where they've done that, the extraordinary fireworks in Rawalpindi, the chases they had against New Zealand and India at the start of the McCullum-Stokes run, they've all come on pitches pretty similar to this. So I think they should bear that in mind and go out with some positive intent.
Do you know what? I bow to your cricketing insights, but I'm not sure I totally agree, because I think Australia got duped a little yesterday into thinking it was a totally flat track, and that little bit of slowness in it got them into a lot of difficulties, and 3 or 4 of their top order batsmen really fell prey for thinking, well, this is a flat track, we can do what we want on it, and started swinging and paid the price. It's not quite the same as a Rawalpindi flat track.
No, not quite the same, but more an English style. When we saw those chases at, I can't remember quite, maybe Trent Bridge heading the Edgbaston, and those kind of style pitches, Old Trafford, where they ran the Aussies ragged, and then the moral victory in that Test match.
No, it was a moral victory.
I'd say more similar to those maybe. And England, if they can apply themselves properly, should have a score. But the danger is, if Stark gets a couple early, you can just imagine how that dressing room will feel, and it'll all be relying on route once again. Yes, but I think Harry Brook is going to get a score, to be honest. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think not only England supporters, but hopefully cricket supporters are hopeful that England don't collapse in a heap here and it's all over, because Melbourne and Sydney will then become pointless. They don't necessarily have to win this Test match. We just want them to put up England to put up a very decent performance. We want a good Test match, properly fought, and if at the end of the day we're throwing our hands in the air and Harry Brooks sashayed down the wicket, got bowled to a four. If all that happens, then I think we'll rightly feel that England have abused the privilege of coming out here and taking on the Ashes task, because that's no way to play Test cricket. I was saying to Messi at the end of play yesterday, I think we all applaud the audacity and we all applaud going toe to toe with Australia, particularly in Australia. You can't show any timidity to an Australian team at home. That is absolutely the case. But there's what's the phrase? Temper it with some judicious shot selection, and we'll all be happy.
Yeah. Well, it's all about having a cricketing brain, which for the most part, aside from Root really and a bit of Will Jacks last time and maybe a couple other instances, England batters have really lacked that instinct. But this is a crucial, how long till lunch? An hour and 15 or so, I think it is. This is a crucial session. You could easily see England being, 80 for 1 or 80 for none even. But you could also easily see them being 60 for 4. And I think that's the problem with this side almost. There's nothing in between. There's too much of brilliance one way or abject disaster the other way, really, I think.
Yeah, and I think
but we will see.
When this journey was kicking off, we were getting 3 out of 4 innings where everything was rosy, or perhaps on flatter tracks, and we were all saying, well, 1 out of 4, it's not going to pay off, and we're fine with that. Now it's slightly flipped. So here in Australia, we're getting 3 out of 4 where it's 80 for 4 at lunch, and the whole thing's been a waste of time. And of course, no one's happy with that. So, well, I mean, what can you say? I sort of get the feeling that this will be the end of the Bazball experiment by the end of this Ashes. What worries me is that the wrong lessons will be drawn, and England will then go back into their shells and play timid cricket again, and no one wants that, which would be a great shame. But anyway, that's looking too far ahead. We've got this match to go. To look at.
Hector, is there anything on socials while
yes.
in between innings?
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of chat. Steele says Billy's just cursed Brook. Potentially, I actually agree. I think Brook is due some runs this match. I think it's the perfect pitch for him as well. Beer Batter Gummy Shark, maybe England could play French cricket and wait until the bowlers are fatigued. Might not be a bad play with Mitchell Stark. Will Australia enforce the follow on? Have to wait and see. I don't think we'll get that extreme. The problem with the England team is the England team, says Zane. Not too bad. Steve Hiller, seriously, Willow is a load of shite. Sauter who, Snicko is fine. The main mistake is the setup. Move on. Message is England to be 400 for 3 by day's end, all out.
Yeah.
Potentially, it seems like you can score quite quickly on this pitch, especially if Khawaja's scoring quickly, and I think anyone can.
The
other thing we need to bear in mind is it's going to be 38 or 39 degrees by the end of the afternoon. So, as I was saying, Billy, yeah, sure, that's a problem for the bowlers. It's a problem for the batsmen as well, particularly if you've come from the Northern Hemisphere. And I think I was saying on commentary,
as well as
KP rated the century he scored in Colombo in Sri Lanka as the best he ever scored because it was so freaking hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other key factor, which we haven't mentioned yet, is that Australia actually have a properly world-class spinner in their ranks in Nathan Lyon, who will be able to hold up an end. I mean, I was amazed. This is something I meant to mention yesterday, but I was absolutely amazed at the number of overs Will Jacks bowled. I mean, why wouldn't they stick Root on for a few overs just to mix it up? Will Jacks he didn't bowl badly, but he's a part-time off-spinner. That's how he bowls. He went at 5.5 and over. I would have bowled Root for a few. Just to try it out.
I think that's a good call, but I think that Stokes, if he suffers from anything, suffers from an excess of loyalty, a bit like Prince Andrew claims to have done in the past. If I could draw a royal analogy. But what he does do is said, okay, you've got, you're our bowler. We're backing you today. Don't worry about the runs, Colin. That's what we're going to do. And he's done it with all his spinners throughout his tenure. He does it with Bashir. He's done it with Hartley and Arkman, people like that as well. And that's just the way he rolls. And then there's a security there. One thinks back to Alistair Cook handling of spinners, and that went far, far too far the other way. I mean, as soon as there was a bit of tap, he'd get them out of the attack. Yeah. Anyway, we're off.
absolutely think they've made the right call in selecting Will Jacks. I'm just saying that I would have given Root a trundle as well.
And I think that's an absolutely fair call. Right, I don't know if you've got access to our jingle box in the studio, but the team's coming out.
Zach Crowley was a cricket player on a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crowley must fight to survive.
Lovely little medley, you'll know. that Zach Crawley and the Duckster are out in the middle. You can do the bowler as well if you like, Hector.
Will do.
You can find him.
Yeah.
Just give him a minute. Just give him a minute. It's late at night. Nice bit of drumming on that jingle. It's going to be Zach Crawley to face the first ball from Mitchell Starc. England holds its breath. Now, if this is a wafty waft which goes to second slip first ball, I might withdraw myself from commentary. that would be the worst of all worlds. In comes Mitchell Starc, thundering down, big man on the wickets. It's picked off his hip down to mid-on. They think about a run. Hopefully they did take the run as well. So we're off and running. One run into this pursuit of 371. Of course, you get 2 innings in Test match cricket. So England, what will they be hoping for, do you think? What will be the hopeful target?
I mean, they need a lead, really. You have to think at the 4th innings, the pitch will break up more, you'd assume. I think they need a lead of at least 50, really. Of course, their first goal will be getting as close to parity as possible. But yeah, I'd say a lead of at least 50.
Yes, I think that makes
would be my
sense.
thinking. I don't think. Yep. I certainly don't think they can give Australia a lead of 50 or more. Otherwise, we're in a lot of trouble.
Indeed. So it's the Duckster. He hasn't really got going in this series yet. Now would be an excellent time. Starc left arm over to the left-armed Ben Duckett, who, as is his wont, decides not to leave that ball alone outside off stump, but gets bat on ball. He likes to get bat on ball, often to his detriment recently.
Yeah, I agree with you, Billy, actually.
Go on, Hector.
Sorry, just because the pitch is going to start to crack up, and obviously if Will Jacks can extract a bit of spin on day 1, what can Nathan Lyon do on day 4 and 5? So I think England are going to need quite a healthy lead, and I don't think it's too far beyond the realms of possibility that they could look to get 450, maybe push 500 and get a lead of 3 figures or more, because we're going to need everything when it gets to that 4th innings chase.
What a boost to English cricket it would be if they could prove themselves and get a big score here. Okay, that's played out to the man at point by Ben Duckett. No run. 1 ...
The thing is, so many of the English batters are almost there to get that big score that wins the side the Test match. I always think, Crawley, Duckett, Brook, almost, they're not there to get a 30 or a 25 or a 35. They're there to get the big 100 that wins us the game. Is what I always think, and a few of them are due. Pope in particular usually gets at least one big score a series. You never know.
In for the 4th ball of the over. My word, a bit offence from Duckett. He doesn't connect to it. We're already feeling a bit nervous. I think the thing though that is a reversal of the orthodoxy of how Test match cricket has traditionally been played. You usually have 5 more conservative batsmen, and you might have 2 more attacking batsmen. England have tried to reverse that by having 5 attacking batsmen and 2 slightly more defensive ones, although really it's only got Joe Root who plays in the more orthodox way. Sometimes Ben Stokes does. When they came out and did very well in Australia in 2010, they had come back to that after this ball. Duckett facing up to Starc, hovering over his bat. Oh gosh, bit of a play and a miss. England had we'll pass over that rapidly. England had Strauss, Cook, Trott, Collingwood, Bell. These are very solid players. Then they had Kevin Peterson, who would come in and do what nearly all the batsmen in this team do, and then Matt Pryor would come in as the wicketkeeper batsman at 7, and he could open up a bit. But the formula was we'll bat reasonably conservatively, try to assemble 450, 500, and that should be enough, and it worked very well. We haven't got the conservative batsman who can do that. Last ball of Stark's over. Duckett, puller, dabs down on it, but only to mid-on, doesn't get a run. not without some alarms. The first over has passed by. England have a single from it, but no wickets in that column, which is quite a victory because Mitchell Stark has quite often got a wicket in the first over in this series. Over to Hector. Messages.
Well, there's a lot of goodwill for Bear, a lot of get well soon Bear. Can't wait to see him back on the screen. There's a bit of Ultra Edge chat. There is Ultra Edge in use, but we still use Snicko for some unknown reason, says Zane. Steve Bruce, Bishop out in the green room indulging in some chicken tikka masala. I think he's writing notes at the moment. Messages, the Bears return to a sick bed. Yeah, I think he left a while ago. Invisible Bob's
did he?
Stark's jingle is a Mog masterpiece. Well, that's true, that reminds me.
Great drumming on that jingle, I agree.
Yeah, we've got Cummins for the first time in this series. Hector from...
Yeah, I'll jingle him up.
Sorry.
Oh yes, first time in the series.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Patrick Cummins!
Well, he hasn't got a... He might well have a dodgy back. He has got a dodgy back historically, but let's hope, for his sake, that it doesn't affect him because we want a proper contest. First ball, Pat Cummins bowls it, and no trouble for Crawley to defend that one. It'll be interesting, won't it, Billy? Sure, he's come back from injury, possibly a little ahead of schedule, if anything. But you can't just switch it on and become, after a long layoff, perhaps, and just become that brilliant bowler once again. Come back to that after this ball. Let's see how he's shaping up. And that is a ball on middle and off, which is played down to mid on. I think they've come through for a single. Yes, they have. Do you think it's not easy just to turn up after injury, is it?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, they always say that you can't replicate match practice in the nets. So he would have built his workload up in the nets, but that won't be quite the same thing. And there's an argument to say that this is kind of the worst possible conditions for Cummins to have come back into. It's 35 degrees now, but it might get even hotter than that. And that's another reason I think why England need to apply themselves properly. Get Cummins into his 4th, 5th spell. Test that out, because make no doubt about it, Cummins will want to make his mark on this series today.
Well, and that's left well alone by Ben Duckett, left-hander. Pat Cummins doesn't tend to come round the wicket to left-handers, and he's staying over the wicket to Ben Duckett, who left that ball well alone. Hopefully, fingers crossed as far as England are concerned, sign of things to come. A judicious leave from Ben Duckett, something we're not used to.
Well, the other good news is that England's opening partnerships have increased each time in this series. I think we've gone 0, 0, 1, 5 and 45 or something.
Yeah, well, that's good to see. We're on 2 at the moment, which is above the median. All right, okay. I just saw that end up in the hands of Fawcett, but no alarms. It's not a wicket. My feed cut out for a second. Was that just play? I'm having a look at it now. Yeah, just dropped short of the man at third slip. Oohs and ahs from the Australian camp.
I was about to say, Fawcett, my Zoom feed's exceptionally choppy. I was wondering if yours was the same, but maybe it's just me. My Wi-Fi's terrible.
Yeah, mine's a bit choppy. I think to be fair, that was actually reasonably well negotiated by Ben Duckett. Sure, it did just drop short, but that was because of soft hands, so perhaps he didn't play that too badly. Oh, and he's got that one away, Ben Duckett. So that's going to be Hector into action in the studio, because that's a very nice-looking cover drive.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That'll make him feel a lot better. Let's hope that doesn't lead to an excess of audacity.
Well, Jeffrey Boycott would now be saying
Very
get a single and get off strike.
Oh, I can't hear Billy at the moment. I don't know whether you've accidentally muted yourself or... No, we can't hear Billy. Last ball of the over from Cummins to Duckett. And that's just played out for, I think, a quick single, yes. Yes, that's right. So Duckett will move on to 5, just wide of the man at mid-on there. At the end of the second over, 7 without loss. Any messages, Hector?
Yeah, messages. Duckett left one. What the fuck? Yeah. He's been leaving a bit more this series. I've started to notice. Gio Rowe, England will win 3-2, and Pat Cummins will step down as Australia captain after the Ashes. Potentially.
Maybe.
Zane, all hail England. Luke Callahan and his sandpaper, just adding that to Glimmer Twin. Aussie might miss Smith's tactical input in the field as much as batting, to be fair. And his sandpaper. Nick Vickers, come on England, who score says 2-0 in reply to our 3-2 win. The doctor is getting sent on to make sure Duckett is feeling okay, says Craig.
Oh my goodness. So Stark, first ball of his new over to Duckett, who has what we were all dreading, a big old windy woof at a wide ball and completely misses it. The reverse of what the doctor ordered, I suggest. Can you hear us? I think you can hear us, but you can't speak to us. Oh no, he's back.
Can you not hear me? No, I've been.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh god, it's such an awful shot from Ben Duckett. The thing is, some people say, well, you say it's a great shot when it comes off, but we actually don't necessarily, because we all know that, they'll say live by the sword, die by the sword, etc., etc. But not moving off feet and slashing at a wide one like that is the wrong approach.
Correct. I'm completely with Billy on that one. It's a stupid approach. Let's make no bones about it. However, that is a very nice boundary by contrast. That was we got ball on bat. Would you say that you were happy to see that shot? Do you think that we do say that's a good shot, or do we say that's a risky shot, Billy?
Yes, that's a good shot because it was kind of at his hit height or a bit lower, rather than so he could get on top of it and control it, rather than doing something on the up as we've discussed throughout the whole series. That's a good shot.
Yes, exactly right. I don't know why. Oh, and that's a very full-blooded drive, but he hasn't quite got all of it, and it's gone out to mid-wicket, so that's a dot ball. Stark's clicks, that ball was 146.6, so there's been some fast bowling in this match. That hasn't been an issue. If you like fast bowling, this has been a test match for you. Hung got it up to 149 at one point. Bryden Cars was into the 140s, and Archer consistently was around 144, 145 yesterday. And now Stark's got it up to 142, 143, 146 this over. So if you like spin bowling, then you've got Nathan Lyon, but you haven't got much else to look forward to in that. Here comes Stark again. That's a fuller ball on middle and leg, which is flicked round the corner by the Duckster for a single. He's already moved on to into double figures. Yes, he's 10 off 13.
It's the kind of ground where you can
temperature
score
36.7.
Where you can score quickly without needing to deal in boundaries, I think. And again, that's something you need to bear in mind, which they didn't. I know it's far smaller than Perth, for example, and the Gabba, but that's something that England failed to recognise, especially at Perth where the outfield was slow. It's time for running 2s and 3s and ticking over the score that way rather than trying to go for the boundary each time.
Yeah, good point. Although it is quite hot, scoring a lot of 3s. There weren't many 3s yesterday. We were left well alone by Zach Crawley. Well done, Zach Crawley. You do feel with this England team that it's a bit like being the coach of the under-12s. And, you want to say, have a look at what Zach Crawley did there. The other batsman, have a look at what Zach Crawley did there. You guys, were you watching? He left the ball, you see? So try and do a bit more of that when you go out there. However...
Well, they should just all follow... And Joe Root's the coach, and they should all follow his example.
I know, that is a bit patronising, and I apologise, but it sometimes feel, oh, for God's sake. You saw Ben Duckett hacking away at a wide one earlier. I thought, just don't play that shot, mate. Right, Stark in for the last ball of the over, and that's gone to the point. Off Zach Crawley. So far, so good. 3 overs done. 12 without loss. I think that is us done.
I will
change away and yield to the new team.
Brilliant. I'll just run through from some socials while you guys are changing. Don't forget to like Guerrilla Cricket, says Diana Patton. Yes, please. That'd be great. A lot of talk about a bit of Australian cheating. Ducker looks like he's going to get out soon, says Music Cax King. And yeah, we're up to date there.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone.
Sorry.
We've got
Cheers, thank you.
William on socials.
Oh, yes,
You're reaching?
thank you. Yeah, got it. Cool. Cheers, thank you.
Here we go. Cummins second over coming up.
Yep, it's been uneventful so far. One slightly loose ducket waft outside of off stump, but generally they've been pretty cautious, haven't they? 4 and over.
Tidy.
I think we'd all take that.
Yeah. In he comes then. To Duckett, who defends comfortably on this occasion. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Cummins settles into this opening spell of his. Obviously a lot of talk. How do you think he's going to get on?
I think he'll be relentlessly accurate. You know, we've spoken a lot about the expectation that days 2 and 3 are the best days for batting. England will certainly, I think deep down they'll be feeling that they've let Australia get just a few too many this morning. Certainly they would have had a lower number than 370 in their minds.
Here he comes again. It's on the pads and Duckett works it away very well. It's gone for 4. That's a cracking shot.
It was whipped away. I mean, it was playing across the line, but it was kind of controlled playing across the line, wasn't it?
And 3 and 4.
Yeah, no movement in that for Cummins, it seemed, off the pitch. Just very, very straight in the end, and Duckett does what he needs to do in this kind of early period when there are balls to get. He's got to go and look to score quickly, I think.
I mean, that was all right because he got everything in line and just kind of nudged it away. He wasn't really trying to sort of sweep or play extravagantly across his pads. That's a fabulous ball. But that you were talking about Cummins, and that a classic example of his kind of craft, because he gets one to tail in, and yes, it did just got worked away nicely off the toes.
Missed that comfortably in the end of Duckett, and he was definitely playing at it.
Well, it was not only playing at it, he was playing at it with the bat whilst the feet had grown roots.
Yes.
And not Joe's.
No.
It's a big, big test for England. You do feel this is a massive test for the mentality that Ben Stokes really needs them to adopt.
Duckett defends this one into the offside.
Talked
2
about
balls
the
left.
dog, finding their inner dog, didn't he?
Yes.
I'm not sure if he meant inner dog, but we don't know what dog he meant.
Yeah.
I mean, we're suspecting something big and slavery.
Something aggressive, yeah.
Not sort of a, like French ladies carry up and down the escalators on the metro.
Seems unlikely.
No.
Yeah.
Used to see loads of them when I lived in Paris, goodness me.
There's a big half an hour here. Well, every half an hour is going to be for the rest of the series might be big for England.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
in particular.
England, this is make or break game.
Here he comes, driving, smashing it through the offside. That's a brilliant shot again. For when he has looked scratchy, he's answered back with a big shot, and that's another one here.
4
Too full, wasn't it?
It was.
Cummins.
Yeah.
Too full, bit of extra width.
Yeah.
Again, the feet weren't doing a lot, let's be honest.
No, he's very... it's all hands there, isn't it?
All in wrists.
Yes.
And he was reaching for it slightly. I'm not sure Australia will be that upset about that particular shot.
It's a question of sustainability for Duckett at the minute. Let's see if he goes after this final ball. He does, and he nearly chops on. Goodness me. He can't help himself, can he? He takes the single, and England are 21 for none. Cummins 15 off 2 overs. Socials.
Right, so far we've got mainly comments on the age of the commentary team at the moment, to be fair. We've had Messi said, "Is this bring your kids to work day, Tony?"
Excellent.
I've got to be honest, one day I would absolutely love to bring both my two in and give them a stint. The younger one, not so much into his cricket. The older one is massively
very
into
nice.
his cricket, and plays club cricket every week. So I reckon he'd hold his end up well enough.
Well, there's your answer. And then we've had Steve Bruce, JNS. The Gorilla under-21s out in force today. The old guard struggling with the all-nighters.
Yeah, I think.
Well, that's very true. There is a degree of practicality there that, if the likes of Hendo, Bear and I can't quite stay awake, we rely on... I know what I was like when I was 21.
With the Josh Tongues and they're the Mark Woods, I think. And then given up after two tests.
Fall over as soon as we get into the studio,
And then we've got Paul D 987 who's watching in from Hong Kong. Big day today as well.
Welcome
to the cricket. So there we go.
Much more reasonable time of day for you, I imagine.
Well, yeah.
In comes Stark to Duckett. And worked off his pads again. Takes the single down to fine leg.
Just 2 slips for Stark.
Yeah.
So it seems to me the plan, as ever, with Stark is to get that ball to try and swing it in, which is his real stop ball, isn't it? Whereas with Cummings, they're looking to protect the offside more, or attack the offside much more, and try and encourage those loose drives that they know both these two can be capable of.
He's bowling
or guilty
very
of.
briskly though. 148 kilometres an hour that time. Crawley's looked more measured just for the 5 balls he's faced so far of the 2.
Yeah, well, these two have got a huge job to do.
As ever, I feel. Crawley defends that nicely again. He takes an easy single. I think all 3 of his runs have come from exactly that. It's just knocking it into the offside and taking 1. It's been quite comfortable so far.
I mean, Duckett hasn't really got going in this series at all, and he had a horrible lead up to the series, didn't he? In that one-day series,
Yes.
he wasn't making runs at all. New Zealand, he got 2, 1, 8. It was horrible. South African ODIs, 5, 14. That's best of 31. So that was 6 ODIs, and his highest score was 31. And then he had here 21, 28, which was kind of starts, which he didn't carry on. Then, of course, a first baller in Brisbane.
In comes Stark to Duckett. Oh, that one climbs up a bit. We've seen that a little bit so far.
Yeah. I do feel that maybe out of really all of the England batters, though, he's probably had the most kind of reasonable dismissals, I feel. I think he's not had too many of the kind of hacks. I think he's had a couple of decent balls, really. And I suppose especially in the first test, he did look quite good in patches, but he's not really had like a Harry Brook, like hacking at 1-2. I mean, well, he's done it, but he's not got out to it at least. But, yeah,
some very interesting calls for him to be replaced, which does feel incredibly excessive given...
sorry, are we talking Duckett?
Duckett,
I think this is the test that will define the series.
Definitely. Stark in again. And he gets that one away very nicely. Just the 1 this time.
I guess it's not long since I suppose people were saying he's probably one of the best all-format players in the world.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think you can go
very
from
quickly.
that.
Well, since 2019, these are the two. This is the top-scoring opening pair in all Test cricket.
Yeah.
I think they average something like 40.
Yeah. It's pretty tidy.
So you have to respect that. Scratch under the surface. The challenge is, the flat track bully accusation that if it's India or Australia, they're not quite so strong. Well, they've done it against Australia at home.
They have. Stark in. 2 balls left in the over. To Crawley, who is completely squared up by that. Rattles past his off stump.
That was clever, because that wasn't the in-swinger. That was just enough.
I think it just held in
away. Possibly just nipped away a shade.
Don't seem to remember seeing that many, to be fair, plays and misses in the Australian innings, really. I mean, we've had quite a few already. So.
Well, they had the issue of soft dismissals this time around.
Yes.
Plenty
of
criticism on that end.
Yeah, they did, although England fielded well.
They did.
Except for the 2 drops, obviously, which I suppose can always happen. Harry Brooks was possibly the more disappointing of the drops.
Final ball of the over to Crawley. Works it off his legs very nicely. I think they'll get 2 here. Lyon, I think that is doing the fielding.
Looking a bit laboured.
Yeah, they might take 3. No, just 2 in the end.
That was a bit of slightly older man fielding
Yes,
to me. He
a little bit,
he was
yeah.
quite ginger as he trotted around the boundary rope, stopped it, didn't pick it up, and then didn't look great. 24 anyway, 24 without loss. Yeah.
So we've got here from Zane 01235, England are 23 for none. If that's not a moral victory, what is?
Excellent.
And then Steele 1988, Duckett thinking it's the IPL.
Yeah.
Then what else have we got here? We have got Samantha G 4649. Greetings all, delighted to be able to catch a stream, which is good, and I'm glad we've kind of sorted out the technical issues.
Yes, so are we.
Yes.
Yep.
And then, yep, that's pretty much it. It's not loaded at the moment. So yeah, that's
I reckon some of the nature of the Australian dismissals might lend us to think that it's a very good batting pitch, and that the fact they were taking on shots, unlike how Australia have often played, shows that there is a good thing for England to work with here. They're currently, a groundsman has come on to have a hack at the crease.
The old mound pounder.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it wasn't necessarily coming that quickly onto the bat yesterday. And yet Australia still managed to score at a good lick. The expectation is it will quicken up, but not necessarily increase the amount of movement, and that should really help the batsmen because the ball will come off the bat quicker. So, I mean, England, for all the fact that you do feel that they probably let Australia get 40, 50 more than you would have wanted them to get, if they perform well, they're right in this match.
Duckett defends the opening ball of Cummins' next over. 26 for none, and Duckett's had 21 of those. It's interesting how these two score. It's rarely at the same pace. One of them will tend to go and have more of the strike, and the other one more reserved. Duckett's been the guy today.
Do you think, I mean, do we think that's just intuitive? They don't go out with a plan, do they?
No.
Do they just see which one slides into a groove?
I think it's probably that.
And then the other one kind of by default slips into the support role.
I think it probably has to be, because you don't know how you're going to feel in the day, and I suppose
Duckett works this one away. Misfield. There's got to be a jingle for that somewhere. They take one.
I'm not sure I can find it.
Yeah, I think.
Who was it that did the misfield? Is that Inglis?
Yeah, shoulder injury.
He's a little bit hurt.
Yeah, he went down on his shoulder. I think he's fine.
Yeah.
He'll be right.
I think because if you kind of go out and say, I don't know, say Duckett gets off to a fly, I don't think you can say, well, today we said, Zach, you're going to be kind of going aggressive. I think you kind of just, there's so many different variables,
They
really.
just play, don't they?
Well, I said he's going to be fine. I'm not actually sure he is. Is
Ooh.
he walking off? Or is he just going back to his
Left
mark?
hand, right hand.
Looks
maybe.
a little bit cross with himself, but
No, I think he's all right.
It's all right.
Is he from Huddersfield?
I believe so.
I know he's a Yorkshire lad.
Yeah, well, he didn't get down very well at all, did he?
Yeah, he landed really heavily on his right shoulder.
Normally they kind of slide into those, but that was more of a shoulder-leaning drop. Crawley leaves this one alone from Cummins. Good line.
Yeah, good line, but easy enough for Crawley, who's a big, tall man, just to take the bat right out of the way. And again, no real sign of the ball doing too much.
We've had just on the kind of what we should talk about Crawley and Duckett. Glimmer Twin says Crawley and Ducks don't strike me as the kind to bother with silly things like plans or thinking. So that's another return to the viewpoint. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very vibes based.
Yeah.
I think we may well talk about that in our Patreon lunch.
That
Just
might
a few
come up.
questions lead us in that direction.
Crawley defends this one comfortably into the offside. 2 balls left in the over. Cummins' pace has been good for a guy coming fresh off an injury. It's one that could have been quite serious for him. Back problems are always a bit of a wary one.
I mean, it's a discussion for another time, but the interesting thing for Australia will be, a year to 18 months from now. And you look at possibly no Cummins, no Hazelwood, no Lyon. There comes a point, as we saw, as England have seen with Broad and Anderson, where people who are so ensconced. Remember, Doggett was the first debutant for 4 years in the faster bowling department.
Crawley facing, defends, pushes down the ground and takes a quick single. It's good work between the pair there.
Just kind of wondering from a stats point of view, I wonder if we might see one the longest that Crawley's kind of started innings without a boundary. 'Cause what we're 6 overs in now? Well, will be when this ball's done. He's not found the fence yet. I'm just wondering how many times he's probably done that since he's been opening, especially in this kind of New England regime.
Yeah, they'll be getting impatient, you imagine.
Well, yes. And Adelaide's sort of famous for its shorter square boundaries, isn't it? And it's longer.
It's very enticing.
Being a very natural oval, not surprisingly, given its name, the Adelaide Oval, but it is a natural oval. And when you see those drone shots, you actually see quite dramatically how much shorter those square boundaries are.
Final ball. Oh, hits Duckett in the midriff, and he's in a bit of discomfort. We'll see the replay to see exactly where that caught him. But
I think it was just above the top of the thigh pad. Yeah. It was,
and he
sure
bounces around in a bit of pain there.
In the gentlemanly accoutrements, but it wasn't far off.
We've got
none for 28.
A super chat from Messi, who it's $2. A super chat test an example. Something they wanted you to test the jingle. Well, I don't know, maybe sound again, but
I can certainly do that. I'll do
that.
Here you go, Messrs. Hopefully you can hear this loudly.
Super chat.
If you can't,
right,
I'm going to be very frustrated.
And then we have also had kind of multiple calls for Tony to either be Prime Minister, the Pope, or England's number 3. So we're getting a variety here. We've had.
Don't know which one's the harder job.
Glimmer Twin said for Pope, and Steve Bruce has said either for PM or number 3, saying he thinks he's got your calming presence to put you in at number 3. So.
In comes Stark. Well left.
I'm not sure which job I'd want least, to be honest.
Well,
batting number 3 for England against Stark and Cummins.
Yeah. In the most pretty
having to go and meet Donald Trump every so often. Yeah. I think I could cope with the rest of the prime ministerial tasks.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they sometimes play cricket, don't they? There was that one of Rishi Sunak playing with the England team, I think, after they won the T20 World Cup, playing like Chris Jordan and Sam Curran, I think.
Yeah. Not sure how naturally he looked doing it, but he certainly was. Yeah, Inglis has gone off, look.
He has.
And he's clearly, but he doesn't seem overly
he's chatting.
troubled. He looks reasonably relaxed now.
Wants some shade.
Yeah.
Stark in again. Very straight, and Crawley just prods it forwards. No run.
Is he coming left armour over the wicket, isn't he? He's coming over the wicket to the right-hander, so he's not coming round the wicket to Crawley. Yeah. He's still trying, though, his stock ball to try and get that ball to shape in to Crawley.
There might be a message.
Every so often he shoots one across him and looks for the drive, doesn't he?
There might be that message that he's going to have a swing.
Well, Messi said here as well, nice move to sub off Inglis to let Webster field at second and third slip.
Good pair of hands on him for sure.
But I feel like there's probably people you'd sub off instead of Inglis, maybe, if you're going for that route.
It's a good excuse as any.
Nope.
Crawley whips it down the leg side, and Carey managed to get a glove to it. That was quite well done by him.
Well, he's
very alert.
Poor old Jamie Smith, who had a pretty shabby time by and large in Brisbane, was made to look, was sort of compounded by the fact that his opposite number in the Australian team was just having such a fantastic time.
Yeah, we were talking off air how he might be sneaking into player of the series conversations with another good batting innings. He's been very solid, as we expected he might be, to be honest. He was one of the players you kind of highlighted before the series. Stark in this time. Corey does drive and he gets it down the ground. Will that race away for 4? No. I think he'll be cut off for 2, maybe a third. Travis Head ambles in. They've taken what looks like 3, 31 for none.
Yeah, they did. Ran well. So we've still not seen a boundary yet?
Not from Crawley.
No, not from Zach.
Oh yeah, no, I thought we had from the Duckster.
Yeah, I think Duckett's hit 3 or 4 now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just seeing the ball from Stark to each of Crawley and Duckett nip away at the perfect time, and yeah, they look clueless at times when the ball does that.
Yeah, but they've been solid enough.
Hanging in.
I mean, where are we now? We've got 35 minutes towards lunch. If you were at 60 by lunch, but no wickets down, I think England would be considering that a job well done for the morning.
Happy. Stark in, Duckett gets this one timed very nicely. That was raced along the surface. 4 runs there. Brilliant shot through mid-wicket. Off Stark.
It was a lovely shot, but it was also a no-risk shot.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was outside of his off stump, was it? No, it was just tailing in, but everything was nicely aligned. And the bat was straight. That was the most important thing. He wasn't playing across. He was waiting for the ball onto the bat and then letting the bat flick the ball away.
It's not a surface where the ball's climbing up drastically by any means. It stayed right in his kind of sweet spot on the bat there. 7 off the over already. Final ball coming up. He has another go at this one. Gets it away. Is that going to go for... No. There's protection out there. Just one, I imagine. Oh, they take 2 in the end.
Yeah,
so
they did. Well run.
Good over. 9 from it.
Yeah, so
Stark's gone for 20 off his 4. Duckett 28 off 27. Crawley 9 off 50.
37.
So we have had here from, I'm assuming this is slightly tongue-in-cheek, but Kiriak 0Z. As an Aussie, it's my birthright to expect a wicket in the first over.
Yep.
Sack the team, sack the board. This is a national disgrace. I demand a royal commission and a national review.
Yep.
Then we have had as well some talk about where would the bear bat for England. Someone got up here saying that Steve Bruce saying, so maybe a lower order of 3D style slogger. And
I'm not sure he'd play for England now. I think he's sold his soul to the IPL, the bear.
And then we have a super chat as well from Eric J001. I see your $2 colonial and raise you £2 of solid hard currency, Messi. Very good.
Fantastic, and thank you. I'll celebrate that with one of these.
YouTuber super chat.
Crawley managed to get this one just about away. It was a little bit loose, but down the leg side, and he just gets enough on it to prod it there.
Should remind folks about a couple of things, shouldn't we? One is lunchtime today for those fabulous people who are our patrons, who kindly subscribe and can enjoy any number of different benefits for different levels. Go to our website and there's a full explanation of everything from the merchandise to the opportunity to be on our glory roll to opportunities to visit the studio, to publicising your company or cause or whatever you want to do.
Crawley drives, but just to the man out there at cover.
Lovely shot though.
Very well timed for no run.
But lunchtime today, an expert team, which I think involves William in the chair, me and Forthy.
Very nice.
We will be answering questions uniquely from our patrons, many of which have been sent in advance, so those will start us off.
There's some excellent ones in there.
There's some good ones in there.
Yep.
Ranging from best South African wines to go and be tasting when you're not playing. South African, beg your pardon, South Australian. To more interesting questions about the return of Bodyline.
Crawley drives again, but this time into the mid-wicket region, and it's very well fielded again by Jake Weatherald on this occasion.
I feel like this is where it could be dangerous for Crawley. He's played 2 nice shots. He's not got any runs to him. I think he just needs to see that it's coming onto the bat quite nicely and he can kind of wait and relax. But will he do that? We'll see, but yeah.
I always thought Rohit Sharma was someone a bit like that, where if his drives didn't come off, and even if they were very well timed, he'd look to have another go very soon after. Not that they're that similar, Crawley and Sharma. We'll take what we can get.
Yep.
In comes Cummins again. Crawley is fully beaten, edged and gone. Wow, that's an absolute peach from Pat Cummins there. On return to the side, he gets his wicket. Crawley doesn't bother reviewing. He knows he got that one all wrong.
He's not doing a Carey. Well, he'd already been given anyway. The thing about Alex Carey was he hadn't been given.
Yes.
Well, you never know. Could review it, and your luck might be in. You never know.
No.
Oh, that is
dug in, cut away. I mean, it was almost a kind of a leg cutter, wasn't it? He got enough movement there, and he really snapped his fingers across the seam.
Yeah, we're seeing from Snicko.
Good old Snicko.
A flicker this time.
Interestingly enough, the Australian broadcaster manages to have the
pictures lined up,
the stump mic at the right end when it comes to taking an English wicket. a big disappointment for England.
It's very frustrating.
They really wanted to get to lunch and they haven't done it. And I'm afraid it's, I wouldn't say you silly little boy, because it was a very, very good ball that got him. We'll give him this one.
On your bike, mate.
Well, I think there was your answer. You were asking about Cummings and his return and how was he doing. I think you'll feel right now he's doing very well, thank you.
Yeah, it looked in good touch. That was very good bowling. Not much that Crawley will feel like he could have done about that, but...
And it brings to the crease, of course, another man under huge pressure, my ecclesiastical brother, the Pope.
Very good.
And he's having a fairly torrid time.
Just
He
seeing
knows he's under the microscope.
Averages 17 against Cummins. Yeah. Just 2 dismissals, but in need of a big score here, you feel.
Rather suspect when Ben Stokes was talking about needing more dog and he wanted real men in the dressing room. That's not quite the words he said. I can't remember that. It sounds a bit dodgy, but
yeah.
I think he might have had Ollie Pope in his sights.
I reckon so. And he comes. He works that one away very nicely. How many runs is that going to get? I think it's probably 2. Nathan Lyon works his way around and does the fielding. Bit of a freebie for Ollie Pope to get off the mark there. Takes 2 from it. Boland's warming up. That might be a job for the next group of coverers.
Yes.
It will be, but I mean, his test figures, Boland, are just extraordinary. And obviously a lot of those were effectively against England.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. In comes Cummins. And Pope works this one pretty much identical, a little bit more square rather than behind. But just 1 this time. And that's the end of the over. England 40 for 1 after that. Successful Cummins over, makes the breakthrough.
27 wickets at 23 against England. Scott Boland. Obviously that 6 for 7 at Melbourne will forever stand out. He's also got his highest test score against England as well.
Right, so we're changing over, aren't we?
He likes Adelaide, 8 wickets at 19.
He does. I know I'm changing for sure.
Right, I think I am too. Hector is coming back. We're keeping the youth squad are still in force.
Yes, they are.
I'm going to go and put, and here is the young Forthy. It's young Forthy with his young haircut.
Yes, I know. Not a Nazi haircut.
No, I didn't say that. I said it was a young.
No, but that's what our friend in Sheffield called it. Yes.
I think that's very harsh. I think it's quite trendy.
Very harsh.
That's very good.
Thank you.
Right. Anyway, I
think I'm on social. I'm on social. I'm not quite sure who's BB being.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at? No!
Well, hopefully that wasn't directed at me. I'll just hold the fort while I think that's Hector getting on the cans. Are you on ball by ball, Hector?
Yes, I am. As the first delivery of Boland's first over of the match is left alone by Ollie Pope. Scott Boland into the attack for the first time. Find his jingle.
Who is our august summariser?
Believe Billy. Billy should be back on soon.
May have just dozed off. You never know this time of night. Who could blame a man?
I almost just had a little doze.
Almost went, yeah.
Almost got.
There was not much excuse for me to doze off at 2 minutes past midday.
2 minutes. Oh, nice. Are you going to the test match, the Boxing Day?
Yeah, I'm going to the first 3 days with various people. Yeah.
Brilliant.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. Will it be as hot as it is now? 37 degrees?
No, could be anything in Melbourne. Could be 20, could be 15 degrees, could be 40 degrees.
Boland's back in, and it's shorter and angled into Ollie Pope, who looks to leave it. In the end, just wears one there on the ribs, angled back. Ribbed it down to the slips for no run.
Doesn't look. That's not the shot of a composed.
No.
That's in good form. Let's leave it at that.
Rather indecisive. Bowling to Pope in test matches, 2 dismissals average of 25. I'm not sure if that's anything to go by, but he's got 2 slips and 2 gullies. Cam Green and Josh Inglis, 2 gullies for Ollie Pope for that drive, no doubt. Left alone again, 3 dot balls to start the over. And Ollie Pope is one of those, as Zach Crawley, though, he was unlucky in that last over, but Ollie Pope is one you feel could go to the drive and find the edge pretty quickly.
Oh, we've got Billy.
Billy's back.
You've got me. That Crawley wicket, I don't know what you guys said, but as soon as he hit those 2 really nice shots that went straight to the fielder, I kind of thought he might be in trouble and get out the next ball.
In comes Boland again. It's Fuller this time, defended into the offside. Yeah, I think there's not much you can do about that for you, Zach Crawley.
No.
This wicket seems that you're either going to get yourself out or it's got to be an absolute seed to be dismissed. And Pat Cummins, exactly what he needed, was getting a little bit expensive. But yeah, that's the perfect delivery to him. Just a bit wide in the crease.
I think Cummins, he's been out for a while, as I said earlier, desperate to get into the series. I think there's an element of the fact that he would look to strive for wickets and almost work too hard for it.
Boland in again and left alone outside off stump. What do you make of these 2 gullies, Billy? 2 slips and 2 gullies for Ollie Pope.
I mean, I'd have, for all of England's top 3, I'd have every fielder in the slips. I wouldn't bother with anything else. May as well have 8 of them. Why don't you? They'll nick one of them. So I don't mind it. I think it'll be a plan. They can just bowl a 5th stump line, which Scott Boland will do, and he'll sit there all day. And they know that they'll nick it. They might get 30, but that's fine.
Last ball here, Boland's first over. Oh, and it's a slashy drive there from Pope. He'll say he let it go, just beats the inside edge and goes through to Carey. End of the over, maiden for Scott Boland, 40 for 1.
Well, we've got plenty of messages coming in. Let me see if I can just dance my way through them. Kevin Barber's not happy with Crawley. Why is he there? Extra Fluffo says 11 a.m. legal to drink now. Ghost Rider thinks he won't be there much longer. Maybe talking about McCullum, I'm not sure. Think England will say cheerio to him after this series run his race. He battered Gummy Sharks, not happy. Moggs, not. I've got to sort of hit the haircut. That's fair enough. Messi, 3 wickets by lunch, please. Yeah, it only works. I can only get Australian wickets, I'm afraid. Messi, I can't get England wickets. It's not how it works. We've got Eric, extra Fluffo. Idiac 0Z, be about a Gummy Shark again. Steve Bruce is with us. Kevin Barber, extra Fluffy. Carl Herbert is there. And Mayank. Steve Bruce, to be fair, Billy did say he'd been drinking all day long.
Well, we've got a change of bowling, and it's Nathan Lyon back into the side. 562 Test wickets. He doesn't exactly have a point to prove, but I don't know, he's a little bit unhappy after the last Test match. In round the wicket, just clipped off the pad from Ben Duckett. Slightly wayward line, clipped down to deep square leg, runs through for a single.
Yeah, he doesn't have a point to prove, but I agree with you, Hector. It almost feels like he does, in the sense of, why the hell have you dropped me? I'm going to show you exactly what I'm made of, and the fact that he's been brought on in the 10th over is kind of testament to what the Aussies think of this pitch, you'd have to say.
Yeah, there looks like there was a bit of spin on offer for Will Jackson, and he's more of a part-time spinner. Nathan Lyon in over the wicket to Pope. That's a nice drive out to mid-off, but no run. Yeah, Nathan Lyon, he wasn't happy, was he, when he missed out on the pink ball?
He was filthy.
Yeah, filthy. Absolutely filthy. And
which is a very Aussie expression, I reckon, filthy.
No, very Aussie, yeah. Oh, he's filthy.
And he's in again. Oh, and Pope's forward, and he's clipped that straight to mid-wicket. Oh. What is he doing? He just turned that into the leg side. It was up in the air all the way, and it's a good catch at mid-wicket, diving forward. Ollie Pope just tried to pluck it outside of off stump, and he's got to go for 3 from 10 for Pope. It's a disappointing series. It's a disappointing shot, don't you think, Billy? You're not happy?
That is, I mean, I won't swear on commentary. That is horrific. You've literally, I mean, I mean, the only thing he's done well there is he's played with the spin, but they've literally set the trap. It's a terrible shot.
So there was a short leg in and the mid wicket, and
I sent a message to a group chat half an hour ago saying if Pope and Crawley can't get runs on this, their England careers are in serious trouble. And there you go. No, that's not good. That's not good for Pope. You feel his head just must be so scrambled to my eye.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? His head's gone. He does that. That is not the shot of a man who knows what he's doing. That, as you say, the trap's there. Well, he's just walked straight into it.
We saw that in the last over, leaving a straight ball into his ribcage. He sort of just almost seems so nervous now, so scared of making a mistake, and just made a glaring mistake. Lyon straight into the wickets. Just 3 balls for him to take his first, and it brings this man to the crease.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
41 for 2. What was he thinking? England now in a spot of bother. It's a wicket where you can make partnerships. You've just got to be a bit more sensible. Ben Duckett, 29 from 28. Although he hasn't looked fully settled up, I wouldn't think. Joe Root will just look to steer him through to lunch. Just about 20 minutes, I think, until that lunch break. 3 down, and then it's really not very good for England. Anyway, 3 to come for Lyon, and Joe Root's forward and gets a bit of an inside edge, but steers it out to long on, off the mark straight away with a single.
Well, yeah, I said it earlier, but if there's a temperament that these England players need to follow, it's Joe Root. He's a fantastic player of spin, and once again, they need him to do the work. The Australians were roughly 2 down for, I think, 35, or at least a very similar score to this.
2 to come for Lyon, short leg in for Duckett, who pokes that forward into the offside and looks for a quick single, turned down by Root, wisely so. Nathan Lyon's wicket there takes him to 563, draws level with Glenn McGrath for the joint second most wickets for Australians in Test matches.
I'll be interested to see how Ben Duckett goes about this, because Nathan Lyon bowling to him as a left-hander is going to be very hard work.
It's in again, quite wide of the crease, and just angles in. He's bowled him.
There you go.
He has bowled him. Well said, Billy. Just through the air. I'm not sure what happened there. Duckett forward to defend. It must have been done by the flight, because slipped past the outside edge and looked to castle middle stump over. Anyway, England 42 for 3. 2 wickets in that first Nathan Lyon over, and England in a lot of trouble.
The crowd says, you're out.
Yeah, it's a wonderful delivery from Nathan Lyon. It's the perfect off spinner, really kind of pitched on middle, turned half a bat's width and clipped the top of off, and he's off celebrating. It's a great bowling change from Cummins. But what can you say? Predictable is the word you'd say, Hector. I said earlier, England will either be 80 for none or will be 60 for 4 by the end of the session. And, of course, it's looking like it's going to be the latter.
Yeah, exactly. The main thing for me, it just shows the gulf in class from the bowling attack. I know,
yeah,
rightly so, that a lot of the focus is on England's batting. But if you look, it's a road, apparently, but Australia have us 3 down inside of the first 12 overs. And you've just got to look at, we've put all this into this, we're going to bring out the fastest bowling attack in the world, but we can't take wickets when it's needed. And Australia just showing their class. They might be an old bowling attack, but they're one of the best bowling attacks to ever do it, you would think.
Yeah, to be fair, I think with that ball, we have to look at these things in isolation as well. There aren't many people who are going to be able to combat that ball. That was the perfect off-spinner's delivery. Pitch middle, hit the top of off, and it was a superb delivery.
Just flighting in and then straight.
You get good deliveries when you're in bad form. Crawley got one, Duckett got one. That's the harsh reality of the game, unfortunately.
Well, again, if Pope hadn't played that shot, we wouldn't be
yeah.
We'd be 1 down.
Well, He did, though. There's only so many sliding doors moments we can here, and he did play that shot, and it's not a surprise he played that shot. Unfortunately, we've got a couple of super chats whenever you've got time.
Yeah, Boland will just begin his second over into route, and it's short outside off stump and defended into the offside, no run. Did you say we had a super chat for Theo?
Got 2 super chats actually.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
I'll do them after this ball, shall I?
Just slowing the play down a bit. Boland in here, 2 slips in the gully for Root, and that's Fuller, and it's beaten the inside edge, and he's gone up. Scott Boland loves it. Australia love it. Umpire's finger stays down. It was a angled in, just beats the inside edge of Joe Root, or did it beat it? It looks like Pat Cummins.
No, I think they're saying that his bat has flicked his pad or trouser leg on the way through, Hector, was what I deduced from the hand signalling.
Oh, yeah.
Have they gone up?
No, they have gone upstairs. Yeah.
Have they? Okay.
Okay.
No, I agree. I agree with that. It didn't look like he'd hit it, but they seem pretty confident.
Well, Root's nodding to them about something. Oh my God, he's nicked it. Is he
staged an intervention?
I think he's hit it.
I think he's nicked it.
He's hit it into his pad, it looks like. Inside edge, into the thigh pad, brushes off. Just confirm that. Again, the technology's a little bit delayed here, it looks like.
Pretty obvious what's happened though.
Yeah, and he's looked back as well, which is always a telltale sign. Oh! Did he get his hands fully underneath it? Actually, you've got the best view on the big.
Yeah, it looks.
Well,
just checking it again.
Ooh.
That's an interesting one to catch.
It's a hard one to call because the fingers are pointing down. You don't see the ball touch the ground, but it looks as if it's heading there.
I think he has got his.
Wouldn't be surprised if this one doesn't get given on the. You can't be certain that it hasn't hit
well, and also
the ground there.
With the on-field decision not out.
Yeah, but they've taken away the soft signal, haven't they?
They're looking to say yes, quiet. No, but they have given it not out on the field as well. I don't know. Looking sideways, I don't know. It appears straight. Well, I don't know. Does it? Is there enough doubt?
Looks to me as if it's bounced.
I think that's bounced.
Yeah, I agree. Almost bounced into the glove.
Yeah.
Half volley.
I think. Imagine how traumatising them will be by the DRS system if this gets out after yesterday's incident as well. I'm pretty sure that they will get not out.
They can't be giving that, especially as it was given not out on field.
No, there's the ball appears to be hitting the ground, and even if it hasn't, there's enough doubt.
Not out.
Not out. Third umpire decision.
I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'll just do very quickly those chats, which were. GC Pornbot says, looking hot, Mr. Fourth. That's very kind of you, GC Pornbot. You can't come and stay in my spare room. I don't care how nice you are to me. But thank you for the $1.99. And for $2.99, Glimmer Twin says, for the love of fucking God, stop picking Pope.
Well, who do you bring in? Jacob Bethel doesn't exactly offer much more at 3.
Very straightforward. Very straightforward, yes. I said to my friend at the start of this series, Ollie Pope will play 3 tests, then they'll drop him and bring in Bethel. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's quite sad that we've gone to that stage where 2 months out you could probably start predicting that with Ollie Pope or Zach Crawley. Well, Cummins didn't seem too happy there, just having a bit of a word with the umpire, but Root survives. Still there on 1. Australia lose the review. And he's beaten again, this time on the outside edge. Scott Boland's picking up a head of steam here.
As we said, this pitch is a minefield.
Yeah. Awful pitch to bat on.
Terrible pitch to bat on.
The thing is with Scott Boland, as I mentioned earlier, he'll just sit on that length, and that's the kind of bowling that the England bowlers didn't really produce. They didn't have anyone who would just bowl that awkward line and length, hit the top of off for a consistent period.
Boland is in again here, and Root gets forward, shuffles outside his crease a little bit and defends that for no run. Well, I think that's what Stokes was looking for this morning. I think that was kind of one of the main reasons he had that argument with Jofra Archer. Archer was bowling short and wide and wanted the fielder behind point out in the deep, and Stokes was saying just pitch it up, bowl full on offside, and you won't need that fielder there. But yeah, I don't. You're playing for England, so you're clearly capable of hitting a line, but slightly struggled so far this series. Anyway, Boland yet to go for a run in his 1.4 overs is in, and Root shuffles across his stumps, defends that to Pat Cummins at mid-on, no run.
By the way, at the end of the over, I'm going to apologise. Unless you give us a super chat, I can't guarantee to read your messages because we're getting so many at the moment, but I will just give you a name check.
Well, absolutely.
I don't think there can be too much. I don't think there can be too much controversy around that decision. To be honest, if there's any doubt, it has to go with the. The batter.
Yeah,
I think also looking at it, it's not out. It hits the ground.
Ball just swinging in there from Boland, and Root sort of inside edges onto his pad. Another maiden for Boland. End of the over, England 42 for 3.
Right, so thank you for your messages to Messi, Eric J's 001, Extra Fluffo, Kiriak Oz, The Abatted Gummy Shark, Steve Bruce, Kevin Barber 4609, Carl Herbert, Mayank Kiriak Oz, Stephen Kelk, who asked why is he still awake, Hooves, and let's see if we've got That's Bollocks joins us, Glimmer Twin is there, Sean Vandermaiden. Let's see, Steel 1988, Messi, thank you Messi, JJ Toddy with a one-word dismissal of the English team, which I think a lot of people are feeling at the moment. Banana Brooks, Ghost Rider 01, Amit M, Musi Katsking, Mayank, Steve Hiller, Alan NT6RI. There are more, I'll come back to them.
Well, Nathan Lyon begins his second over to Harry Brook, who instantly gets off the mark, just turns it down to deep square leg, runs through for a single.
Well, England are fortunate in having the two best batsmen in the world at the crease, according to the ICC statistics at the start of this series. Let's see.
Interesting deep square and a deep backward point here for both Root and Brook, and a long on. Quite a defensive field, but the short leg's in. Oh, and Root's back to a full ball. Nathan Lyon flighted outside off stump, and Root went back to it oddly. Spinning in, hits the pad, and half-hearted appeal, but there won't be a review.
Yeah, I think Nathan Lyon was just asking the umpire if, in his mind, Root played a shot. There, that's what I think that little conversation was about.
Yeah, Lyon's it again, a bit flatter through the air, and looks like he's doing a little bit now. Well, spinning a bit from Lyon.
It always does more when side's 43 for 3, really, doesn't it, Hector? It certainly is doing a bit, and having a proper spin. Watching Nathan Lyon bowl, and it shows that there is more in this pitch.
If a bowler asks the umpire, I don't think the umpire is obliged to reply to him. It's up to the bowler to work out whether he played a shot, isn't it?
So Root defends that into the offside, no run. Yeah, you think it's a...
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Cheating. Well, we've seen it all the time this series. Whenever England lose a wicket, then it'll tend to bring a few more, and then chaos. As Pat Cummins is brought in here to a silly mid-on. Very close to Joe Root there, who's standing outside his leg. Well, standing on his leg stump, just giving himself a bit of room. And there's the reverse sweep. Picked out and beat backward point. Much needed shot of relief there for Joe Root. Picks up one of these.
Yeah, it's a really good shot from Root, and really premeditated, to be honest. I think Lyon is so consistent that you can premeditate that kind of shot. I think it was slightly fuller Root was anticipating, but he adapted nicely.
Final ball. Interesting field, and there it is again. He goes again, a little bit squarer this time. Finds Scott Boland, that is, at deep backward point, and they'll run through for a single. Root moves to 6. England 48 for 3.
Right, well, thank you for your messages to Messi, to Chris Kumar, Extra Fluffo, that's Bollocks, Steel 1988, Music Cats King, Craig McLean, there's series over, Jake Hammond, Football Watch Along, and then some repeats. Oh, we've got a super chat if you want to whistle it up.
Yeah.
And it's from Zippy Tuna.
Super chat.
It's from Zippy Tuna, who says, England not even good enough to be entertaining. Well, you pay your money, paid your $2, and I read your message. Pandeka, Amitem, Saskopit, that's Bollocks, Life of Justin, and Extra Photo, Freedom Films 974.
Boland begins his third over with one short one into the pitch from Root. He's happy just to defend that back into the ground. No run.
Yeah, Scott Boland, absolutely metronomic. He hasn't conceded a run yet, and he's bowled 13 deliveries. They're just showing a replay of that Pope shot, and I was just thinking about exactly that. And as you mentioned, Hector, I know you rightly interjected 40, but you can't have those kind of sliding doors moments, which is absolutely true. But that's taking a lack of responsibility for your wicket.
It's left alone by Root through to the keeper.
You know, he's not put any value or any price on his wicket like that. He knows the fielder's there. He knows that's what they're trying to do and what the trap is, and yet he's played the same shot anyway.
His head scrambled.
And I know it's difficult. There's a lot of pressure out there. He knows that everyone's eyes are on him, and his side are in trouble. But he's just not up to. He's not up to the task.
Well, this is the last chance of last chance saloons, if there is such a thing, with Root and Brook at the wicket. If these two don't put a mammoth partnership together, I think, yes, that's it for the series.
And that is the first runs. It's a no ball from Boland, and then full and straight, and Joe Root just clips that off the pad through mid-wicket for another boundary.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Perfectly timed there from Joe Root. I think what Ben Stokes did in between these last 2 tests is that he got a bit vocal and pulled individuals aside for a chat as Boland's in again, and just stays low there outside off stump and bounces once, a couple of times before Alex Carey. I think Ben Stokes would have had, well, he said he's had chats with individuals, and you think Ollie Pope was one of them, and he would have had a stern talking to. So in that regard, Pope will be going into this with the words of Stokes in his mind, and sort of a little bit, God, I do need some runs here, I do need to get a bit creative. And yeah, as you say, Forth, he just looked a bit frazzled the whole time he was out there.
Yeah, we see quite a bit, don't we? Particularly at test level. Third test of a series, you haven't got any runs, and what's my strategy? How am I going to play this? And you just get caught in 2 minds, and unfortunately, Pope.
Root's defending that into the offside.
But that is also the joy of, and it's why I hate these 2-match test series. The joy of at least 3 tests is that you get into situations where bowlers are properly on top or have worked batters out, and then it's up to the batters to figure out a plan to combat it, and you don't get that with those 2 test series. That's why having a 5 test match series is so wonderful.
Boland again hits Root on the pads. The slip cording goes up for it, but Boland doesn't.
Yeah, it looked like he got outside the line to me there.
Yeah, outside the line. Might have been a bit too high. Just hits him on the back thigh pad.
Got another super chat whenever you're ready.
Cute. Just looking at Snicko here. Do it after this ball. Just 1 ball left of Scott Boland's third over. 5 from it so far. Root has 10. 2 slips and Root's just defending that to Gully, no run, end of the over 53-4-3, and we have a super chat.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
£2 from the White House 3714, who says McKinney for Pope on Boxing Day, please. McKinney.
That is something I could get behind. Ben McKinney. I could get behind Ben McKinney for Zach Crawley opening the batting. Quite similar.
Yeah, I've watched Ben McKinney bat a little bit at Durham, when I've had the opportunity to go there, and yeah, he looks like a good prospect. I don't know what is. Let me look up how he went for the Lions, unless either of you know.
I don't know the exact stats. I think he did all right, and he was in Australia last year for the Lions and was the top scorer by quite a long way. I think he got a couple hundreds and 50s. He knows how to bat in Australia. He's quite a tall, aggressive batsman. Not sure if that's a good thing as Lyon begins his third over and Brook defends. Yeah, the one criticism I've heard of McKinney is he's quite young and hasn't really sorted out his defensive game yet. Bowl on.
That's a copy and paste. That's applicable for many England batsmen.
Yeah.
He got 25 in the first innings. This is against Australia A, and then 18 in the second. So not
Lyon again.
necessarily the best return.
Brook is back and defending. No run.
I mean, the only person they'd bring in is Jacob Bethel, and you have to think. Let's say England do go 3-0 down. Surely England would make that change, Pope for Bethel, you'd think. Why would you not?
Yeah. Almost inevitably.
You would have thought so. And Brook is back and clips that one out to deep mid-wicket, a run through for a single. Well, it just goes back to preparation before the series and just the wrong narrative. You look at Shoaib Bashir, who's been piled in, we're going to prepare him for the Ashes, and he hasn't played the first 3 tests. And Nathan Lyon, he's only bowled 2.5 overs, but a frontline spinner can spin it on this wicket and would be useful. So they got the spin bowlers wrong. I think they've got their batting reserves wrong. Lyons in again,
yes,
outside off, pushed out to point for a single.
Sorry, worth stressing that Nathan Lyon is one of the best spin bowlers of all time, of course, so comparisons are slightly invidious.
But I actually think it all comes back, and I'll try and fit this point in between the next few balls, to the fact that England, for the last 3 years, to me, they've built a team, not a squad. So when batters are... Hang on after this ball.
Lyons just coming round the wicket now to Brook, quite wide of the crease, and he pokes that through the cover region. 2 fielders will give chase, but it will get away for Brook's first boundary of the day.
But it's essentially meant that they've got basically kind of a team or a squad of 13, rather than having kind of a proper squad of 17 or 18, where people are being pushed for their spot in the side and under pressure for it.
Brook just forward and defending that to end the over, 59 for 3.
That'll be lunch, won't it?
That should be lunch.
Yeah, that should be lunch. Umpire flicks the bells off. England trail by 312 still, 3 wickets lost in the first 14 overs of their first innings here at Adelaide. Joe Root still there on 11 of 20. Harry Brook 6 of 6. 2 best batsmen in the world are out there for England, but they're in a spot of bother, and partly due to that man that's on our screen now, Nathan Lyon, 2 wickets for 14 in his first 3 overs. He's bowled pretty well. Particular peach to Ben Duckett to dismiss him. What do you read from that first session, Billy?
Look, Australia's session by a country mile. England are a long way behind the 8 ball here. It's all on Joe Root's shoulders once again, you have to think, really. I mean, Harry Brook, he might go and get a quick fast 60, but do I trust him to get the big 100 that England require? Not really. I think I would say it's time for Ben Stokes to make a big contribution, but the reality is, I don't know what his average is against Nathan Lyon, but we saw the way Duckett got out to an absolute jaffa, and I therefore think it's going to be exceptionally difficult for Stokes on this wicket. And they will bring Lyon straight on as soon as he gets to the crease, you'd think.
Just looking at the scorecard here, right. Zach Crawley with 9, Duckett 29 of 30, looked alright before that dismissal from Lyon, and Ollie Pope 3. Definitely gave his wicket away. flick to Josh Inglis, who took a nice catch at mid-wicket. England 59 for 3.
I think we've got a Patreon chat, have we, over lunch?
Yes, I think we do. I think William and Tony are in charge of that. Tony.
Are they in place? Are they? Right. Well, just while they're taking their seats, I'll just whistle through some names. Thank you very much for your contributions. Sorry I can't read them out. There have been so many. But thank you to Mog, Craig McLean, Jake Hammond, Extra Fluffo, Gareth McKinnon, Eric J001, Tim Fraser, Steel 1988, Win 05086, Suter Who, Kiriak Oz, That's Bollocks, Life of Justin, and let's see if there's anyone new ones. Gray Stokes 666, Martin Smith, Papa Sam P1Q1, Alive Singing 2531, Wino 5086, Rick My Fraps, Music Cats King, Banana Brooks, and let's see if there's any new ones. Just scrolling down while our guys get in place. Joseph R. Phelp, and that may be it in terms of everybody. A Glimmer Twin, Chris Coomer, Jay Oxley.
Yep,
and
that's fine.
There we are. I think we're ready to go. Refunk 1974, did I say you? Mikey J87. So thank you so much for all your contributions. If you want to actually have your message read out for sure, then you have to send us a super chat because we're having so much traffic. Okay, over to you, Tony.
Well, over to William, who's going to introduce our Patreon lunch, which is you and me as well, Forthy. You don't get any time off, you know.
I'm terrifically underprepared for this, but I'll do a bit like an England team. I feel very...
Yeah, you don't need preparation.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any nasty rising balls you're going to be asked to drive.
Excellent.
Right, cool. Well, thank you, Tony. So, yeah, welcome to today's Patreon lunch here in day 2 of the 3rd Ashes Test, where we're at lunch and England are, I suppose, struggling slightly in reply to Australia, but, you know, we move on from then. I'm joined by Tony and then Forthy here, and so yeah, we'll get into some of the questions here. Thank you to everyone who's sent in these questions, and hopefully you get some good answers, some good insight.
We'll do our best.
Yep. And so, right, well, getting straight into it then, from Alec Tucker. The first one we've got here is, does the Ashes still have the same level of prestige internationally it's had in past decades?
Ooh, Forthy, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. Have a look at the number of people who come over from England. It's associated not just with cricket, but having a lovely time in Australia over the Christmas period. On the other hand, I'm not sure that England can take this for granted for too much longer. What's it been? 4-0, 5-0, 5-0. This one's going to be 5-0. There's only so many times that people can, you abuse people's benefit of the doubt. Australia, India is always a tighter series over here. The Ashes will resurface. These things don't last forever. But at the moment, England in Australia are absolutely in the slough of despond. And it's just a depressing experience. What do you think?
Well, it's quite an awkward time to ask that question. I mean, I think that was on the list of that we didn't quite get to last time when we did this lunch in the Brisbane Test. And I mean, clearly I suspect our whole mood is going to be coloured by 3 wickets, bang, bang, bang. The sight of Ollie Pope, just frazzled brain, daft shot, taking an age to walk off, because I think he realised, he was having a good. I mean, he looked like it was a horrible sight. It was a horrible sight. And yes, I think it will. Of course, I'm with Forthy. It will survive. It is still the pinnacle. It's the toughest test, and this is why we keep losing, because it is the toughest test. I think the only worry is that the pressures of other parts of the game, the heavy focus on white ball cricket, leaves you less and less, and the schedules that leave less and less time for proper preparation. Degrades the performance of the touring team to an extent that the games become no longer competitive, and if they're no longer competitive at all, then they become less watchable, and then I think that would be a concern. I mean, let's remember Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum set out with a mission in their own minds and as they declared it, to save Test cricket. And they wanted to do that by playing a new brand of exciting cricket, and it was all leading towards showcasing, the pinnacle of that when England got to Australia. And, well, it's not all over yet, but as we sit here at lunch on day 2 of the 3rd Test, it doesn't look like it's worked.
No.
And then the danger is that those 40,000 people next time go, I'm not so sure. We're only going to see, if we're going to see 2-day tests and England battered, maybe Skeggers or Cleethorpes is a better bet than Adelaide or Perth.
I do agree, obviously, kind of touching on what both of you have said. I like, overall, I do think it does still kind of have that level of prestige in terms of, I don't think there's probably many series that you could say you could kind of get in touch with. Obviously, the big ones, India, Australia, and often that kind of is more competitive. But I still think that it's definitely up there alongside that. I suppose, obviously, being English, we're probably slightly biased, but I do think it does kind of still have that same level. And even kind of when we've been mentioning white ball cricket, I just don't kind of think that's got the kind of same allure in terms of, like, you don't look at kind of if England have a series with Australia, you don't look at it in the same way as the Ashes. So I do think it still will do, but I think maybe going forward, it does obviously need to be more competitive. And like I think you said, 40, I think obviously you'd like to imagine that it won't kind of stay as it kind of has been in the past few years. If you look at I suppose the current Australian bowling group, if you think what Cummins, Stark, Boland, Hazelwood as well, they're all obviously all well into their 30s. So from that point of view, you'd like to think it would be more competitive. Well, Nathan Lyon, I suppose, is the big one, obviously, yeah. So you'd like to think it would get more competitive. And also, I kind of think that it kind of, so much of it does still kind of go beyond the cricket, especially kind of when we're talking about an overseas tour in Australia. There's the experience of the travelling fans. There's also, I suppose, kind of the history of why the kind of the rivalry is as great as it is, which I know we'll touch on later. But so I do still think it's got that allure and that prestige. But I do think, that especially with kind of white ball cricket becoming more relevant, I suppose maybe even like people's attention spans, I suppose, kind of seeming to become kind of less focused on the long format of the game, it does kind of need to become more competitive. And hopefully, like you say, hopefully England can put on a good partnership today, and maybe even I kind of feel that as much as we've been outplayed so far, if they can somehow get into a winning position in this game and win it, it still is 2-1 with 2 to play. So
genuinely nothing against you, William, but that expression about people's attention spans, nothing drives me into a spiral of depression more than hearing that as an excuse or a reason for poor performance. We have to accelerate everything, we have to do everything faster, everything has to be shorter form because of people's attention spans. I mean, pretty soon we won't be able to read a book, we won't be able to watch a film that's over 30 minutes.
Yes, agreed.
I think a lot of it, and I think probably to a certain extent, Mr. Tucker, who is one of our regular listeners, probably knew, thinking, I wonder who's going to be on this panel to answer this question, probably knew the hot buttons to press.
I think also
respect for history is an important thing, and I'm not sure, I think societally respect for history is not there in the way it was, and you can look all around you and beyond cricket to see that. So I think the threat and the pressures on the Ashes are huge. I actually think it should resolutely stick to its guns and stand out as a bastion of the more traditional and not try and bend itself so much to those other things, and that is more likely to be its chance of actually paradoxically staying contemporary.
Tony, can I just play devil's advocate, advocati diabolus, to give the Latin expression just for a moment? If I remember watching 1972 Ashes, first ones I ever watched, some of them were played in half-full stadiums. The appetite for the Ashes has never been greater, actually. I mean, there's absolute sellout. Boxing Day test, it'll be 90,000 for the first 3 days. You can't get a ticket. when Australia come to England, possible to get a ticket. The appetite for the Ashes is, relatively speaking, undiminished now. There's a
How was the question worded? Was it about
conversation, I
appetite,
think,
or was it
about
prestige?
Yeah, it was on the prestige. So it wasn't, I suppose, will people consume? I suppose it's kind of, does it have the same standing as previously? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Look at you, Tony. You read the question carefully, like a good pupil. Very good.
I turned over my paper. I didn't start writing till I'd read the question, Forthy.
It was about prestige. Oh, okay, damn it. Okay. Well, look, the prestige of England home series in the Ashes is, I think, undiminished. They've all been pretty uniformly excellent this century. In Australia, I get perpetually confused about why. I get that England are probably going to lose in Australia. Why they get obliterated is slightly beyond me, but anyway, that's another matter. Prestige, I don't think it's going anywhere soon. I've got friends who got incredibly excited about coming over off the back of 5-0, 4-0, 5-0 in the last 3 series. The English love coming to Australia, and who can blame them in the middle of this winter? So
yeah, absolutely right. And then indeed, you've just summarised in a sentence the appeal of cricket. It's the time it takes. It's the camaraderie and friendship and things that you can build around the actual day itself. And even the day at the cricket isn't just sat focused on nothing but the game in front of you. Yeah. There's ample time to chat, lunch, drink, socialise.
Yes.
And cricket is quite unique in allowing you so much time to be able to do that. So I think the prestige will remain the same. I think the appeal will remain the same. I think Forthy and I don't necessarily completely agree about the route it gets there, but I'm reasonably confident it will. It would take some very willful neglect by both nations and the ICC for it not to remain the major thing on the English cricket calendar to me.
Right. Well, thank you. So, yeah, I'm glad we've got some answers to that question. So, I think, we're all kind of loosely aligned, I think, in that, it's still got that prestige, but there are, I suppose, some probably challenges that will maybe kind of approach that in the future. But, right, so we'll move on to, this is quite a big question.
Oh,
right, so from Steve McFalse, we've got Gorillas, a question about bodyline. A lot has changed since 1932 to 33. Could bodyline still be applied, 1, legally, given modern fielding rules, 2, effectively, as in are modern batters too good at dealing with short pitch leg side bowling, and 3, morally, given modern ethical norms about reasonable cricket tactics? And I suppose probably maybe the best way to go about this to start would be to maybe split this up. So should we say, Forthy, do you want to start with the first part of that in terms of legally, maybe? Do you want to, legally, how do you think bodyline could or could not be applied in the current climate?
Well, legally, you can do what you want as long as it's within the law. If it's capped now at 2 short balls and over. As long as you just bowl 2 short balls and over, after that it's a no ball. You have to have no more than 2 players behind square on the leg side. If you do all that legally, away you go. And I know that Tony's going to get to this, no doubt. But of course, the big change versus the original bodyline in 1933 is protective clothing for the batsman, and there were none in those days. So you were taking your life in your hands with the bodyline theory in those days. You could have 6 balls bowled at your head, and it's rather different now. Over to you, Tony.
Well, I mean, the single biggest thing that you've covered is the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. Means you technically, or within the rules or laws, I beg your pardon, for cricket, you can't do the same. You're limited on the number of short balls that you can bowl, so you've got restricted fields. Umpires can call unfair play, can't they, if bowlers use dangerous or intimidating short balls too often. You're limited on the number of bouncers you can bowl. So I think variations of it can still exist within the law. Remember, originally Australia had allegedly cooked up a plan in the 30s, this was, to really bat very much on off stump to counter a phalanx of 4 fast bowlers that England were taking out to Australia, Larwood and Vos, of course, amongst them. And the research I did to learn all about Percy Fender and his role in being summoned to Walton-on-Thames by Douglas Jardine to look at ways that he'd received a tip-off that Australia were going to do this. And Bodyline wasn't really just so much about how do we restrict Bradman. It was Australia in a way who themselves started by thinking how do we deal with 4 fast bowlers in a different way, and England's thinking, with quite a lot of input from Percy Fender to Douglas Jardine, was how do we overcome them overcoming us, if you will, and kind of the Bodyline approach became the answer. Obviously the whole history of it went from there, and we were called ungentlemanly, worse. The Australian had that. I don't think Douglas Jardine ever had that in mind. He was simply looking at a tactic to overcome an Australian tactic, and it as happened, because there was so much focus on it then, it kind of all got rather out of hand. I think one of the tragedies of modern cricket's history is the way Larwood was cast aside. They didn't back him, or he literally was the guy following orders, and yet he was given no support or backing up or from wouldn't be the ECCB at the time. I'm not sure who it was, whoever the England Cricket Board was. They kind of cut him adrift, and I think that's very sad. But that's a bit of a digression. But other than that, you have the legal aspect. Fourthie definitely touched on equipment and technique. If you look at the skills that modern batters have, I mean, nobody likes a short ball aimed at their ear. It's difficult for anyone to play, but modern sportsmen are fitter, faster, equipped with things to get in the way should they be hit. The days of Brian Close just wearing it every one and just sort of hobbling away as he just gets waiting for the next one to smack him have kind of gone. So I don't think you'd ever see full-scale Bodyline again, because you can't. You'll see a watered-down version of it. You will definitely see short pitch. I mean, England have resorted to it. They resorted to it a lot in 2023, particularly at Lords, where I don't think it worked at all. They just keep bowling short. A leg trap, getting a batter to pull or hook, has always been a legitimate tactic, but that's to draw a shot rather than to actually hit the batsman. So I think the short answer is it remains bowling to leg under certain circumstances will always remain a legitimate tactic in the game. For it ever to again become the thing itself that so dominates a single series or century or in history, I suspect not.
Yeah, I think
the last point was morally, and it's interesting. Before protective equipment, there were big debates about what was effectively moral. I remember listening to John Arlott commentate on Hall and Griffith bowling to Derek Underwood's tail-end batsman.
Yeah.
And they were bowling short pitch balls at the body to an unprotected spin bowler who's no great shakes with the bat. I remember Arlott on commentary really almost losing his rag as much as he ever did, saying no. He kept saying.
Didn't tip over his claret, did he?
Yeah, exactly,
spit his cake out.
Well, this was the 60s before he got too bad. But you're not going to get that now. No one, because the moral issue is gone with the protective equipment. Effectively, now you can still get shaken up by, as Stuart Broad did, by getting thwacked between the eyes, even if you are wearing a helmet. But with the odd, very, very tragic exception, and we know there was one with Philip Hughes. Effectively, the moral question has slightly gone out the window with protective equipment, but it was very much in place. And the unspoken law was, fast bowlers didn't bowl short at tail enders because they knew they'd get it back. And who wants a ball, as Tony said, coming at you at your head? when it's not protected. So I think the moral question moved on once protective equipment came in.
I do think, though, if you look at any professional sport, one team will always do their research and look to find an advantage over another. In cricket, definitely, because you have so much stats at your disposal. And sometimes those tactics will skirt the edge of how much you can get away with. Certain batsmen, sledging. Let's take just the pure act of sledging.
Yeah.
I'm sure players know certain things will wind up the opposition. Some will be more susceptible to it than others. I mean, let's say we saw at the India series in the summer, and we saw Shubman Gill and Crawley, was it?
Yes, yeah.
In many ways, that actually served to inspire rather than make England more sort of timid. And that was that in itself was just another tactic. Bodyline was a tactic. It was a shock tactic because no one expected it. But it was a tactic. We've seen Carey. We can talk about the spirit of cricket. I love the guy. I like his competitiveness. Yeah. But the lad now has. We had the incident at Lord's. We've had the ball he edged, and just for good measure, he chucked in a catch he claimed where he must have known that the ball hadn't gone into his gloves, but bounced into them.
I don't know whether he did know.
I reckon I'm not sure he did. I reckon that's quite close.
That might be another debate. My point is, you've got a man with film star good looks who you'd love to introduce your daughter to, who's so sweet and softly spoken.
Or your son.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yes. Yes. Are you summoning up your inner knackle there?
Totally.
But again, every way you can find an advantage, you will take it. And I don't think that will ever change in professional sport.
Yeah.
But bodyline.
Well, I mean,
bodyline. So there might be something else that will cause controversy. In a way, if there is, it means that the focus is so on the series. Go back to our first question. That if it creates a furore around whatever that thing might be, it means people are still watching it and care enough to get cross.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point, Tony. It's because it matters. Yeah. I mean, if it hadn't have mattered much, Carey running out Bairstow, when it's an absolute pivotal point in the series, then there'd be a shrug of a shoulder and people would be thinking about something else the next day. But those little moments, back to the first question, in Ashes history, they loom so large because it's such a prestigious contest. And cricket being cricket, there's a reason for the phrase, it's just not cricket. It's because there are so many little grey areas in the rules. Now, should Australia have claimed that wicket when they ran out best? He wasn't seeking a run. If a batsman picks up the ball and throws it back to the keeper, what if a fielder appeals? What is touching the field?
Well, we're into man
cadding, the classic one. That's the absolute classic one.
You give the bowler or a batsman a warning.
Yeah,
you don't actually have to.
There's an absolute morass of little moral grey areas which make the game fascinating. The one about the bodyline one, though, that's effectively moved on and been replaced by lots of other moral issues.
I think, just before we move on, I think kind of the main thing I kind of think at the moment is the effectiveness side of it. I think, like you say, legally you couldn't do it in the same way, but you could work your way around it with a kind of a short ball theory, and then obviously morally there is the thing about the protective equipment and just kind of the spirit of cricket in general. But I think in terms of effectiveness, it would just be so different in terms of now more people look to take the short ball on, and there's things like, so you probably wouldn't need all those fielders in close around the bat as you maybe would have done then. And there's things like, I guess, maybe you might be looking at using the short ball theory, but your kind of actual strategy might be, well, I want them to uppercut it down to third man. So I think there's just kind of, there will be differences in kind of how it would have to be applied. And then I think we touched on all those points there, and we've looked into kind of the issue it was, and I'm sure, like you said, there'll be other issues in the future that will kind of have same kind of I suppose status in terms of the Ashes, and I suppose ultimately it kind of ended up becoming something bigger than what it was meant to.
Professional sport at the elite level that has any meaning and history will always have an edge, and an edge or a line which teams will occasionally cross because it means something.
Yeah.
And it means more than a Sunday afternoon park game. It means more than a meaningless T20. That's kind of fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's up to the games administrators to find ways to deal with it.
Yep. Right, so just got just over 10 minutes left, so we'll try and run through a couple more of these questions here. So we've got one from Messi. So one feels that even the England coaches are unable to offer constructive criticism for fear of popping the positivity balloon. Trescothick saying that he hadn't even discussed the issue of driving on the up after the Perth test is simply mind-boggling. So we'll start with you again, Forthy. What do you think of this?
Yes. What I think about this is about to become most likely a redundant question, in the sense that I think the Bazball thing the era is about to end. It's very hard to see Brendan McCullum surviving this series, either fall on his sword or get a tap on the shoulder, and then that will be the end of Bazball. What happens next is an interesting question. So it's a bit like political careers. They always end in a mess, even if they start gloriously. And definitely
and often football managers.
Yes.
And football managers as well. It's so rare that anybody, with the exception of Alex Ferguson or one or two others, has, one of those uninterrupted marches of perpetual glory. That's obviously
he was
not
a game away from that never happening, remember?
Oh, yeah. That was Mark Robbins.
Yes.
No, absolutely. We've only got a short amount of time.
And we're rambling away. We're rambling on about Alex Ferguson.
Actually, just to jump in there, I think we just have a chance to probably combine actually a couple of questions here, I'm thinking, because you've kind of already touched on it, Forthy, but Jonathan Shawland has said as well, based on the way the results have gone for England so far, is it time to deploy Bazball number 2, or is it too late to let the dogs out now and England should stick to the plan? So that's kind of touching on a similar thing, and also I suppose that kind of builds into this idea of constructive criticism and Trescothick not, I suppose, calling the batters out. So kind of building what Forthy said and these two questions in one, what are your kind of thoughts on this then, Tony?
What do we say? A modification of Bazball? It's a difficult one. I think England have tried that. I think they, slightly mixed messaging, but they've certainly looked to modify, adapt, but they found their technique wanting. I mean, poor Ollie Pope, we just saw it. I mean, it's when Jonathan sent us that question, I think it was before this test had started. Here we are, day 2, lunch, and we're already 3 wickets down for 59. Gives you a rather different point of view of how to answer that question. I'm sort of with Forthy. I think I am with Forthy. I think if you're going to succeed, you need to go back to solidity of technique and approach, and then having grounded yourself in that, you can look to build on different ways to be aggressive and play the ball on its merits, play the game based on its stage or its time. Play, as Ben Stokes calls it, the big moments. He questioned his team's mentality for not being able to address the big moments in the right way, and we've seen a bit more of it a bit here. I think that possibly is a byproduct of the approach which has allowed the players to a certain extent to, consequence free. How you interpret that is quite an interesting thing. Things do have a consequence. Constantly wafting about outside of off stump and then getting 70, 80 occasionally is not good enough. Look at Joe Root. Joe Root, on the other hand, I would argue he's slightly modified his approach, but he's stayed grounded in wonderful technique.
Yeah.
Now, he may not save England today. The pressure England are under and the level of dominance that Australia are starting to exert again. it's going to make that very, very difficult. But I think you cannot just a vibe ultimately will not sustain you, and I think that will be the concern if it comes to pass that we get another thumping in this series and go out miserably. If people remember the vibe and not the solidity of results when push really came to shove, and that's against India and Australia, that's what Bazball will be judged on. Sorry, Fourthy, I've done a bit of a galley on you.
I just feel, we're always... It's a fascinating topic, actually, Bazball, because it's not often you get a sort of high-concept ideology applied to Test cricket.
No.
Usually the understanding is we'll play Test cricket the way it's always been played, and then we'll ground it, as Tony said, in very solid technique. Just back to round ball for a second. We've seen a couple of real strong ideological experiments recently with, the Spurs manager, with Marcelo Bielsa, and they don't work because it's not. Test cricket is not an ideological game. It's a game of grounded in technique.
Yeah.
You can, as Tony said, you can nuance it. You could be slightly more aggressive at times or slightly more defensive, depending on the state of the game. But I just think you can't say, this is the way we play. We're going to put 5 aggressive batsmen in. We'll just give them their head. They can do whatever they want. Because against the very best, that might work against lesser teams, but against the very best team in the world, I think.
Well, and I think that to a certain extent is what we have seen. They've smashed the West Indies. It shook the world when they just ripped into New Zealand, and whatever New Zealand scored. Don't forget, New Zealand scored a pile of runs in that 22 series. Daryl Mitchell. I feel so sorry for Daryl Mitchell to a certain extent, because no matter how many he scored, England would go out and score a few more.
That's true.
So it worked, but with all respect, and whenever anyone says with all respect, they're about to be disrespectful to the team or person that they're saying that about. But with all respect to New Zealand, Pakistan, the West Indies, Ireland, Zimbabwe, not so much South Africa, although we haven't played them so much except in white ball cricket, if I'm right. It's different if you have to go and try and make it work in India. It didn't. We got thumped. It's different if you have to go and do it in Australia. We're getting thumped. That's the standard you have to judge anything against.
Yeah.
Doing it at the top level, not doing it against the teams you, with all respect, disrespectfully said, you should beat.
Yes. I do think there's kind of so many elements of that. I think kind of the general approach, I think there's kind of some bits that are positive, and in terms of kind of, I suppose, wanting to take options that are positive and things like that. But I do think, it's kind of almost feels at times it's run away from them a bit in terms of whether or not this is what they always set out for it to be. And I think, especially at the start, like you say, when it was all going so well, it was kind of easy to get swept up along with it. But I do think there's kind of, even now that they've kind of, it's being used and kind of almost allowing them to kind of move aside arguments about kind of just not being good enough at times. I think there's things like, with like the Ollie Pope shot today, I think there's things like, with or without Bazball, that's a terrible shot. And I think there's things like, but now it's kind of almost being used to at times justify that. And then kind of just something that maybe we haven't touched on as much about, maybe like the coaches, and obviously aside from McCullum, and how the kind of the Trescothic thing. And do you think, I suppose a kind of more general question, but with the coaching staff, do you almost feel at times they've been put in a difficult position? Because there's things like, you often hear them kind of being put up for interviews and they're saying, no, this is how we want to go about it. But I suppose when you're a batting coach and your team have been bowled out for 150 on the opening day, I'm not really sure you necessarily want to be coming out and saying, yep, this is what we're about, when I suppose your job is to help the team score runs. So do you think almost like England aren't using their kind of coaching resources well enough because of that kind of overall philosophy, I suppose?
I think that possibly is true. I mean, there is a well-worn saying which goes, it's very hard to adapt your technique mid-tour. And the other thing which we've heard so many times is that they are good, competent, they're in the England side because they're brilliant. So you don't have to teach them anything, you have to just give them the right mindset. But that's where I can't agree with that.
Yeah. Oh, agreed. Yeah.
I mean, I do think specialist coaches. England. I mean, I don't think we have a specialist spin bowling coach now, do we? We certainly don't have a specialist. We certainly don't have a specialist fielding coach, and our fielding is demonstrably not been as good as Australia's.
Yeah.
You know, you can't really argue with that. So I think we're back to reliance on a vibe rather than on building solidity of technique, and it does not mean that you have to be boring to apply that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'd go back. I think Gary summed it up very nicely when he said, you know, I'd rather go down with an excess of audacity than an excess of timidity. And we have had an excess of timidity in the last, couple of Ashes tours, and that was worse, honestly.
Yeah.
The last tour was horrible because they just looked like they wanted to be out of there. So, as you say, I think that let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. There have been some positives from this.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would be a shame if they were all junked, in the way when a new regime comes in, that Donald Trump dumps all of the COVID preparation files in the bin, and suddenly there's COVID. That's not helpful. So let's try and take the positives into the future. I sound like a football manager now. Take the positive.
Well, no, I think there's definitely elements of that. I think there's even things like, I suppose from a fan's perspective, in England fans, I think there's been so many great moments. And obviously, I know you want, obviously, the things, you want the wins and the trophies and the success. But I think there's things like, even like, there's been games that they probably never previously would have won. But I can just see now that we've got on screen Harry Brook and Joe Root heading back out. So we have to...
we should, Kate. Thank
bring
you
this
all
to an end.
for some amazing questions. I hope we did them justice.
Yes, hopefully. So.
The one thing you can be sure of is once you poke us and give us the right sort of question, we'll let you know what we think.
Yes.
Can I ask one question before you leave?
Yes.
I didn't hear all of it, but what I did hear was Forthy channeling John Arlott,
yes,
which was a delight. And I suggest that when Forthy comes back on, we look at the possibility of the sponsorship, an over of John Arlott for a £5 super chat or something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm happy to
do that. Very nice.
Yes. No. Okay, right. Okay, I'll hand it back to the news.
So while the chairs are changing in Gorilla Towers, we are back on the field. We have Root on strike. Cummins to bowl, I think, according to the captions. And England are at 59 for 3. And we almost had William back in the chair. He's just trying to sort out his headphones. And
took me a while.
Yeah, you're with us. Good.
I am. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Lots of chatter on the YouTube over the course of lunch that was inspired by the chat, I'm pleased to say.
Yes, it was a good conversation all round, I think.
And who else is on with us?
Hello, everyone. It's
hello.
It's me, Messi.
There you go.
If you can hear me.
Yes, well, I've got you.
Indeed.
There we go. Let's see if my Wi-Fi holds up properly. It was a bit spotty in the morning session. I don't really know why.
We need to have the YouTube adjusted to accommodate you too.
Well, Pat Cummins is going to start the session off. England 59 for 3, Root on strike. Bosman's just left well alone. Messi, how have you been? What are your thoughts on? I want your thoughts on Pope's dismissal, please.
I can't add anything to the general contempt that I've heard from you guys. It's not pretty for an opposition supporter to get stuck in. I think you've done it well enough yourselves. What I would say though is that this Australian attack has bowled amazingly.
Yeah,
the four of them together have just bowled line length. They're not afraid of pitching it up and conceding runs, and it's just been an object lesson in how to bowl in partnership.
Well, there's a break in play here because someone has decided to stand directly over the touchscreen, and he's still not moved to the other side of the rope. Just climb over the rope, man. Cummins will come in to bowl to Root, and he does so. Root gets on the front foot, and there is no run. Who's in the studio? I can't quite make it out
Ed.
from my tiny,
I haven't met you yet.
Well, I'm Billy. I'm a rather irate, tired Billy.
Ed, could you ask Tony if you can adjust the YouTube screen so Billy can appear on it, please?
Oh, I think there's William on it.
Australia just making a few fielding adjustments. They've got 2 slips in a gully. Cam Green's just being shifted around.
Is Billy getting on?
Nice to see Pat Cummins back bowling again, isn't it, Messi?
Indeed it is. And to see him and Lyon both come straight back in and take wickets. I don't know if Forthy you're listening. You need to turn your screen off, please.
He comes in, Cummins, and that one's defended back up the pitch by Root for no run. So once again, England's batting lineup really does rest entirely on Root. You have to think, which we've said for, well, almost the whole of Root's international career, you'd have to say, Ed.
Yes, I would agree. It's so frustrating. It must be so frustrating for him to realise that he's in this position again. 40 for 2, and now 59 for 3. It just doesn't get any easier for him, does it?
Cummins will come into him. 3 dots so far, and this is over. It's hit him on the pad. He looked to have got outside the line. To me, he really likes it, Pat Cummins. I think he got outside the line. Pat Cummins loved
outside. Well outside, I reckon.
They asked him for a review. What are they saying? No, I think they've decided against, which is probably the right choice. There's still
I think Labuschagne wanted to review because it was pitched on the pitch.
Well, yeah, he wants to review everything, doesn't he?
He's very keen.
I think it might have been going over as well.
Let's have a look. We're getting the replay now. It did just jag back, it looked like, and yes, it did. Was our initial instinct right? He nicked it. He hit it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, even Snicko may have picked up that edge. It was so big. Actually, I was listening while I attempted to sleep because I heard Cummins coming in again. I'll tell you afterwards. Coming into Root. Balls Root drives, but can't get it away straight to point. There is no run. I heard that Jonathan Ague was interviewing the head of Cricket Australia, and it was actually quite an interesting chat about preparation, among other things, and Snicko in general. And apparently they are going to launch a full investigation as to what happened, and they're in contact with Fox and everything about this. But they said that they did offer England a warm-up match at or more of a warm-up than England playing the Lions at Lilac Hill, was the way it was put, and England declined it, which seems spectacularly stupid. Root faces up and plays his usual guide down to fine leg, but it's a wonderful stop in the gully. Who was that? Is that Josh Inglis? I can't quite remember.
And Cam Green. Both
English and Green are too close to each other. Green should have 2 spots to himself.
Well, that's a maiden for Pat Cummins to start it after tea at 59 for 3. Messi, are you on socials?
Yes, I am. There's heaps of stuff coming through, so forgive me if I don't read your stuff.
Yeah.
As Mog says, Labuschagne wanted to review because he's a fuckwit. Who's one says Brook to save the Ashes. Shining Knight says laugh my ass off. Even Snicko can hear that edge. And Music Cats King said he thought it was too high. Don't need to keep throwing reviews away. Yeah, and the inside edge wouldn't have made it look good either. As far as Snicko is concerned, yes, the technology fucks up from time to time, but my God, it fucks up a lot less than the umpires used to. For those of you who remember pre-DRS.
Lan comes in and bowls this turn around the corner. There is actually a misfield, so Brook will get off the mark for this session. He moves himself to 7. But the thing is, Messi, what I don't understand at all, and I think it's absolutely absurd, they've got better technology. Ultra Edge is undoubtedly better than Snicko. We never have these problems with Ultra Edge that I can think of. It's always in sync, and there's only ever one spike rather than these little murmurs that Snicko seems to have. So why do the ICC not mandate that is the technology that they use? Root faces
I've got
up
no
to Line
idea.
on the back foot. This is pushed up down the ground to long on for a single. Well, I think it all comes down to the fact that would be called using common sense, which people seem to have very little of. What do you think about the whole debacle, Ed?
Yeah, it's frustrating. You do imagine that this kind of incident is what would lead to a bit of uniformity across world cricket.
Lyon comes in and Brook allows that one to turn. He gets on the back foot and pushes it out to deep point. There's a single. 62 for 3.
But yeah,
61 for 3.
I'm shocked. Something like that could happen in an Ashes series, really. It feels beyond it. It feels above it. But it's been proven again, umpire error, not given the authority to kind of take things into their own hands.
England dealing in singles off this over. That's the 4th one. Root pushes it up to long on. And this is the kind of approach that I think England should take. Nothing aggressive. Just wear the Aussie bowlers down. It's 38 degrees out there. We've seen that there are going to be 2 drinks breaks in this session for that heat.
Yes, it's currently 38.7 degrees.
Hot. Brook presses forward. Well, that's a proper defence, Brook. More of that, please. Forthy had a wonderful analogy of saying that we treat the England cricket team like a bunch of school children, which is exactly what I've just done to Brook there. Let's see if he can see out the over, shall we? He pushes this one up the ground. That's a good drive, and he will come through for a single. So that's 64 for 3, circumspect from England after lunch. Socials messy.
Kriakos says the ICC have palmed the technology in the game off to the local broadcasters, so it's 100% their fault. They're useless, but I presume it's a cost issue. Not in Australia, but in other nations. Interestingly,
well, no, but the problem is then Australia will go for the cheaper technology. I get you say your point as an Aussie.
It is expensive. I mean, I remember last year, I think it was against Pakistan, I sat for a while at square leg on the first tier next to the bloke who was minding the run-out camera. And, they got 4 run-out cameras, 2 on each side, which are sitting there all day, with one bloke sitting next to them, getting paid $50 an hour for 8 hours each day. All that cost adds up pretty damn quickly by the time you add everything else into the technology as well.
Yeah, that is true. But then you have a monumental mess up like we've seen today. And make no doubt, the Australian players won't feel good about that either. Brook faces up to Cummins. This is tucked away on the leg side. They run the first one hard. They might well look for 2. They turn and wisely decide against. And they will. It's absolutely not Carey's fault. But he will, and the Aussie team will feel guilty about those extra 30 runs. You'd have to think, Ed.
Yeah, we'll see. Carey was very upfront about it in his interview yesterday, which I appreciated. He's through the tears, mind you. But yes,
I think Carey is one of the most likeable cricketers.
Agreed. Yeah. He speaks well in the media in general. Cummins into Root this time. This is a good bouncer, but really well played by Joe Root. He's going to get 4. He's rolled his wrists over that absolutely beautifully. He didn't try and whack it out of the ground like Brook would have. He just hit it all along the wonderful carpet that is the Adelaide Oval, and he gets 4 for it. Moves on to 68 for 3.
That's some shot. Some shot there.
I love watching Root bat. I just think it's great.
He has played that absolutely beautifully. He had no intention of ever hitting it high. That is an example to his man at the other end, Harry Brook. And I think Brook, the perfect person to bat with Root. He can watch him bat, see how he goes about it. Root plays this one out to mid-wicket. They should get 2 here. They do turn, and they will come back for a couple. So 7 off the first 3 deliveries of Cummins is over so far. The scoreboard moves to 71 for 3.
You have fan mail, Billy. Mike Crotchburns once says a special shout out to Billy Stevens. This kid has serious cricket knowledge, great analysis and professional commentary. Great to listen when he's on the podium. What did that cost you, Billy?
That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, even at 220.
Wow.
So there we go. Cummins coming in once more, 30 on his back. He bowls. That's a wonderful line. Root's nicked it. He's gone.
Wow.
That one looked to have carried. Big celebration from Cummins. He went wider on the crease. Root had to play at it. It was similar, slightly fuller than the Crawley dismissal, but a similar vein. Root is out for 19, and that is England in real trouble, 71 for 4.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, how many times is that Cummins getting Root out now? You must know. Is that 13, 14, something like that, along those lines?
Yeah.
It's a lot, and it's because he loves to prod at that kind of one there.
It's a great delivery.
Great delivery again. That's his second excellent one that's warranted a wicket on return. Not much England will feel like they could have done about that, but at the same time, it's why this Australian attack is so lethal when it's these four, because one of them's always going to be on, and it's Cummins at the minute, and Root can barely believe it as he trudges off.
We have a super chat from Zippy Tuna for $5. Thank you so much, Zippy. He says sports betting has exploded here in the US and referees are under even higher scrutiny. Makes these kind of controversies even worse than before. Yeah, sports betting it's both a savior financially and a plague as far as I'm concerned. I really detest the fact that it's so much part of life, and yet it funds so much of what we see. And Shining Knight says, I hate that I love this Aussie cricket team. It feels wrong somehow. I get that entirely, you know. It's counterintuitive to actually like the opposition, but geez, it's like Joe Root. How can you not like Joe Root, even if you're an Aussie? It's amazing.
You must have a pick for a few of your fave Aussies from this lineup.
Oh, Carey and Cummins I particularly like. I think Cummins has been a breath of fresh air. He really... I'm not that Tim Payne was actually bad as skipper, but no. I think Cummins has just been a step above. He's just held it with such grace.
Yeah. Cummins is just too classy for me to dislike in the same way that I'd probably do still dislike a Stark and a Hazelwood.
I can get that, yeah. I mean, I respect Stokes, but I don't particularly like him.
No, I think that's probably fair enough.
Well, Ben Stokes has come to the crease, and he is being faced with 3 slips, a gully, a catching cover, and England's in all sorts of trouble. Cummins comes into him. He bowls. Stokes defends resolutely back up the pitch. There is no run.
Yeah, Stokes with facing a deficit of 300 is not really what we wanted to see on a pitch that is very good for batting. It's gone so wrong so quickly for England, as it often does when Root goes. We'll see how he can manage this very tricky next period.
I mean, look, if there's one man you want at the crease, it is Ben Stokes, but England are just miles behind here. I mean, Cummins comes in to complete the over. It's just short, and Stokes ducks out of the way. That went through with some zip. 143 kilometres an hour. And so, 71 for 4 after 17 overs. England trail by 300.
It's... Glimmer Twin just says, doomed. Who says he's stealing wickets from Kratz. That's Stark, that, of course. And Martin Smith says, just men playing school kids. It's pathetic, totally. Andrew Chewy doesn't agree. He's not a fan of Pat being captain. Be about a gummy shouts, it's just a shame Cummins is a social justice warrior. A stick degree. Oh, come on. Jeez, all he does is talk about what's relevant.
Nathan Lyon has come in, and this one's turned. Brook plays it into the leg side, and they get a single. Ed, what kind of tempo do England bat up from here? How if they can, how do they get themselves out of this hole?
Patience, I think. You just have to hope that somehow the Aussies run out of steam with an ageing ball, but at the same time, Stokes and Brook are two players that don't love to dig in for a huge amount of time. Stokes is leaning that way in this kind of stage of his career, but Brook I can't see playing any different to normal. He spoke in the media about how there were a couple of times he needed to rein it in, but whatever that means for him, I'm not quite sure. Stokes I think will be quite measured in this, but at the same time, if he's 0 off 30, then that doesn't really help England's case too much.
Stokes faces up. This is short wide and pushed into the offside. There is no run.
Zane says McCullum feels like a double agent at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Stokes faces once more. He pushes forward to this one, and again there is no run. This is the battle we talked about earlier that would be so crucial. Lyon to Stokes is always going to be a challenge to the left-hander. We saw the way that Duckett was dismissed, and that is the exact ball that Nathan Lyon will be looking to bowl here. He comes in and once again defended, and it's gone on the bounce to Travis Head, who's under the helmet right in front of Ben Stokes' nose. 0 off 5 so far, Stokes. We know some of his best innings have started when he's batted slowly and allowed himself to bed in. England trail by 299. Stokes again prods forward. There is no run. 72 for 4. Nearly 18 overs gone, 1 ball left of the 18th. Lyon at the top of his mark. There's a catching mid-wicket as well, 1 slip in. Carey crouching down behind the stumps, and Stokes gets on the back foot, pushes it into the offside, and they'll trot through for a single to round out the over. So 73 for 4, it ticks on to Messi.
Perko's with us. He says, patience, surely going harder is the answer. And Shining Knight says, when was the last time England won in Australia? Every time I watch the Ashes, it seems very one-sided. Well, it has been since 2010, 11.
Yeah.
The only one we see highlights of, really, in this country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of people very angry with England's performance. It occurs to me that it's very good of Lyon and Cummins to take over from Stark. They can pick Stark as a batsman from now on.
Yeah.
and
oh, speak of the devil, Messi. Stark's coming on to bowl.
Oh, right.
So there we go. Well, he doesn't have a wicket to his name. That's the last thing England needed. We know that Stark has a fantastic record to Ben Stokes as well. So Stark and Lyon bowling to him. This is going to be a very testing period. There are 3 slips, a gully, a point, a shorter catch and cover. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket. This is going to be a real test. Stark 4 overs, number 20 so far. He has dismissed Stokes 11 times at an average of 19.2. 73 for 4. Stark comes into bowl. This is on the hit, but Stokes really well timed actually. He's flicked this away beautifully. It's not going to quite go for 4. They should get 3 though, you'd think. Is it going to be hauled in? It is. And hurled in for the boundary. They have got 3. Good running. That's good intent from England. A really nice shot from Ben Stokes. How does he go about negotiating this, Ed?
It'd be interesting to see what kind of strategy Stark goes for. He's not been at his absolute best at the start of this innings for England. I imagine he'll be conjuring up a plan to lure Stokes into playing some drives and then potentially going for a Yorker or something a lot fuller. But for Stokes, it'll just be about picking that one when it does come and being very measured when he sees that coming. Whether he's good enough to deal with Stark at his absolute best is a question we might unfortunately get an answer to.
Stark inspecting the ball at the top of the mark. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Mitchell. England are 76 for 4. I'd keep it if I was you. He's got 5 balls after this over. Balls to Brook, and he sticks one in that 6th stump channel, which Brook for once leaves alone. He's going to have to show some patience here, Harry Brook, but that is exactly where Stark needs to be bowling at him from over the wicket. He's got a wonderfully repeatable action, Mitchell Stark. I've always enjoyed watching him bowl. One of you mentioned earlier, I don't know if it was from the comments, about the fact that this Australian team are hard to dislike suddenly. And I actually attribute that to, and I don't know if both of you have watched it, to the Test documentary. Because it gives you that insight and it makes them seem more human to you. And for me, that's what's made me start to like them. Not that I've ever hated them. Brook faces up.
I think that's part of it.
I think he drives and it's pushed up to long off. There is a single, mid off. 77 for 4.
I think also the fact notwithstanding the fact that a lot of people didn't particularly like Justin Langer, I think he did a really necessary job for Australia, taking people down off their fucking egos and making them actually be real in what they did. And the handover to McDonald's been perfect because he's just been able to manage people really well in that.
Yeah. Well, they've got the talent, so there's so little you need to do from from an actual coaching standpoint. And that's actually the big thing. I'll get to it after this ball because I'd like Ed's thoughts on this. Stark comes into Stokes, and Stokes' defence. I see a little bit of a way shape from Stark there. There's no run, 77 before the score remains. Ed, England have decided to get rid of specialist coaches, for example, fielding coach for Collingwood. I would just like to hear your thoughts on that, and then Messi. I don't know what Australia's set up in terms of specialist coaches is. If you could give us some insight, if you knew it.
It does feel very strange. It feels like something that you might as well have. England's fielding over the last, well, it depends on your sample size, I guess. Over the last 10 years, you'd say pretty good, and in the last 1 or 2, less so. There's some excellent fielders within that.
Stark comes into bowl to Stokes again. He leaves it well alone on the 6th stump line. It goes through, diagonal and dies through to Alex Carey behind the stumps. 77 for 4 still.
But even some of England's best fielders, like Root, seems to shell one every other test, it feels like now. It's very strange. I don't know how much of it is specific fielding coaching. It's always hard to kind of measure these things because it is so, there is a volatility to it. But taking someone out of a coaching setup when things are going wrong is definitely ammo for the critics.
I suspect it's much broader than just at the national level. I think it's a cultural thing through cricket in Australia. It was interesting when Harry Everett stayed with me. He went down and trained with the... don't worry. Stark round off is over. It's a dot ball defended up to mid-off. So 77 for 4 after 19 overs. So Harry went down and trained with Gosnells, who are one of the grade cricket teams here, and they have 4 teams, I think, in the competition at different levels. He said he trained with them, and it was nothing like any training he'd ever done in England. That you didn't know who was in what particular team. Everybody was just working on their skills, and they had volunteer coaches. He got an hour's coaching training in his leg spin with the bloke who was down there. And he said, that's the first time I've ever had that long. I can't afford to pay for that sort of thing in England. And it just goes through. He said, in England I get to play a lot, play 3 or 4 days a week, but I don't get the chance to actually train hard like this because everybody thinks that playing is better than training. And it's a cultural thing, I think. There's a really strong emphasis on training in Australia.
That's a very interesting point. Brook faces up to Lan. This is pushed off the back foot. They'll come through for a single. It went out to long on.
So the whole skill development thing is absolutely vital. And Australia still does skill development, and they do really tough fielding sessions on a regular basis. That just you see it in the field. The way they play is just always there. It's not just attitude, it's skills.
Lan into Stokes. Stokes pushed at that one slightly. If it turned a bit more, Lan would have been in business. But it is a dot ball.
You see Head's step overs there. I don't know which football player is imitating, but he must have a favourite.
Lan 2 for 22 so far. Can he improve it? Bowler to Stokes. Stokes on the back foot this time. Pushes it into the offside, and they come through for a sedate single. 79 for 4.
I mean, I think when you talk about the way Australia prepare in the field, I think preparation is probably the word of the Ashes. There is just a complete gulf in what the two sides are operating with at the minute, it feels like.
Lan bowls, pods forward. The gap between bat and pad. Lan would have got excited if he got one to spin sharply there, but he pushes it back to him. There's no run. Has Lan always bowled in sunglasses, Messi? Whenever he bowls,
I don't think so, no. It's become much more a thing in the last 4 or 5 years for a lot of players to do it, seems to me.
This is wider. Brook cuts nicely. Is there protection out there? There is, so they'll just have a single. He moves himself onto 14. England trail by 2-9-1. They're 80 for 4.
And I think the sunglass technology has changed to the extent that you can actually maintain vision much better rather than just make things dark as they used to.
Lan to round out the over. Bowls, Stokes plods forward, and there is no run. Well, at least some sort of Australian technology is improving, Messi. End of the 20th, 80 for 4.
Too easy.
Refunk 1974 says McCullum was a good one-day player, so he'd be the best person to coach the England Test team. Great logic. He was a great Test player.
Yeah,
too. That's the truth of it. But it doesn't necessarily make him a good coach. Refunk says, "Why is it when England bat, I get the feeling the Union isn't going to last long?" Well, yeah. Kyriakos says, "I think it's because England gets their players from private schools where they probably get their servants to do the fielding for them. It seems unfair to expect them to do it themselves." Oh, that's got to be the tweet of the day, I think. Yeah.
No comment. Brook will face Stark at the top of his mark. 84 England trail by 291. Stark coming over the wicket, the left arm of Bosland. This is off Brook's hit, one-handed he plays it. There must have been some kind of top edge care. He scampers after it, but they do come through for a single. So far, Ed, Brook hasn't played any rash shots.
It's refreshing, isn't it? It just feels like a matter of when, not if. But for now, more composed. That was the closest he's played to a full shot, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, and he still managed to score at nearly a run of ball. It's almost like
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Don't need to say it.
That's the point. That is the point. Stark will relish the opportunity to bowl at Ben Stokes. As mentioned, he's got a good record against him. 81 for 4 England. Stokes on 5. He faces up, waggles his bat, and leaves that alone on a 6 stump line. A couple of them have just died through to Alex Carey. That was at 144 kilometres per hour. The pitch we mentioned yesterday isn't as quick as potentially it might look.
No, the WinViz stats show it's about half it's rated half as useful for bowlers as yesterday.
Sorry, it's supposedly not as good for bowling today.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's a damning indictment of England's performance then.
Seems like there's a fairly...
Stark having a discussion, there's a field change.
Seems like there's a fairly stiff breeze around. I wonder if that's got anything to do with that. Where maybe bowlers struggling to stick to a more consistent line other than Boland, of course.
Well, they've been pretty good all morning, the Australians.
Yeah.
Stark coming into bowl to Stokes. 5 off 15, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, the wind showing on my measurements at 9.3 kilometres an hour, gusting to 14.
Well, I wonder if that's in Adelaide. Do you know, Messi? If will that be more of a dry, sticky heat, or will that
Very
actually
much
cool them
so.
down a bit? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 39 degrees.
It's not a welcome breeze necessarily.
Well, it says it's 38.8 degrees, feels like 37.7. So, and the humidity is only 20%. So, yeah, I reckon the breeze will be welcome actually.
Stokes taps his bat a couple of times, gives his shoulders a little shake. Puffs his cheek out. Stark bowls. This is left alone once again. Stokes not tempted to play a drive on the up. 2 balls left in Stark's over and 2 balls left of our stint together. Stark in this series 18 wickets, an average of 15. Simply extraordinary. He's been by far the man of the series, and whatever happens from now to then, as we see Nathan Lyon taking a selfie on the boundary, that's very nice.
There's been quite a few of that.
He will be
today. I think there must have been some young fans who were hoping he played in the first 2 perhaps.
When I went to Australia and I went to the SCG to watch a bit of Sheffield Shield, I was chatting to Peter Siddle on the boundary and got a selfie with him.
Excellent.
Very nice man. I was discussing playing at Taunton with him.
Oh.
Stokes faces up again. He has a little push at this one. It might escape through the field. No, really good fielding, but I assume that's Cam Green in the gully. Such a large wingspan. It was Green that he managed to stop it. Stokes being dotted up here by Stark, really as expected. 5 off 18 so far. Cam Green is just checking something. He seems okay. So the last ball of the 21st over, 81 for 4. There are two
Cameron
slips.
standing next to Josh English makes him look tiny, but English is 5'10" or something, I think.
Stark's around at his 6th over. Stokes on strike. Stokes pulls away. Maybe someone has walked in front of the sight
I think
screen.
it's
Stokes was just distracted. Was it? Could well have been.
Yeah, he's having a swap.
Has the Ali Pali Wasp made it to Adelaide? Do you watch the darts, Seth?
I pay attention at this time of year for sure, but
Yes,
outside of
very
that,
good.
less
Not
invested.
really.
I saw the table punch. That was a lot
Yes,
to take in.
that was
I don't know if you
extraordinary,
caught
wasn't
that.
it? I did. I wonder if that was Stokes' reaction when Pope got out.
Potentially, yeah.
You couldn't blame him. 2 slips in and a gully. They've left a gap for 3rd slip, which I always hate it when captains do that. Stark bowls, and this is defended for no run, picked up by Cam Green. So that is the end of the 21st over, 81 for 4. I don't know if you've got the rotor up there, Messi, but I think pretty sure that's the end of our
Okay, yeah, 4th is coming on. Ed, you're staying, and
hanging in,
Hector's coming in. Yeah,
I will see you all. I will see you all at 4:30, I think.
Okay, I shall see you in a while.
Okay. Just before you go, I've tried to get onto video, but it says unable to start video because the host has stopped it. So I don't know if host.
That means somebody in the studio needs to invite Forthy to come in.
I reckon someone's on.
Well, I mean, and you're hearing me. It's
a
right.
video thing.
Start my video. Thank you.
Oh, grand.
No,
We are.
still a problem. No, still a problem. I don't. Can you hear me?
No, you're on.
We can hear you and see you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the perfect combination, isn't it? You can hear me and see me. Nathan Lyon into Harry Brook, who defends off the back foot, and that has gone wide of the man at mid-wicket. Sweeper coming in off the fence, and they saunter through for a leisurely single. Worth bearing in mind that this is almost identical to where Australia were in their first innings. They were 94 for 4, England 82 for 4. Just doesn't feel as if England will be able to close those 289 gap runs, but hey, we shall wait and see, won't we? A strange shot there from Stokes, who sort of French crickets it back to he defended it successfully, so let's leave it at that. Now who's joining me there? Hello in the studio.
I'm back. Hector's back, home 40.
Right. Hello there. An assiduous forward defensive from Stokes. Never looks entirely secure, it's fair to say, against Nathan Lyon. He's got him many times over the years. Feels like round the wicket comes Nathan Lyon again. Defends off the back foot, dot ball. It could be, of course, the most heroic of all final chance saloon stands if this one comes off. Hey, you never know. It's cricket. 1... from Lyon this over. Labuschagne looks particularly vocal. God knows what he's saying. Something stupid. Round the wicket comes Nathan Lyon. You could not get more of a textbook forward defensive than that, but there again, that's the shot that Ben Duckett played, and it hit the top of his off stump, so you've got to be careful.
Yeah, they're really just piling on the pressure. Minus Labuschagne, first slip, and Travis Head under the helmet.
Little wider on the crease to that one goes Nathan Lyon, trying to get a bit more purchase perhaps on the ball, but it's too full to trouble Stokes. At the end of 22nd over, England 82 for 4.
We've got a thing in from Shining Knight 259. It says the difference is the Aussies looked like they were in control and basically threw away the wickets. England hasn't. A bit of a reverse of normal, perhaps. It was a weird sight seeing Australia give their wickets away in the way they did. What would you make of that, Hector?
Yeah, I think England were seriously let off yesterday. I think they bowled really poorly, apart from Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes to an extent. But yeah, as you say, Australia gifted, and on this wicket you would have thought, looking at what it was doing yesterday and potentially today, you would have thought that you've got to give your wicket away, and that's exactly what Australia did. And Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, this bowling attack is just putting in all the right areas today, and England haven't had the answers. But yeah, they were let back into this game yesterday, I think, by how Australia batted, but looks to be slipping away from them quite quickly.
It may well do. It may well do. Sport makes a fool out of all of us, of course. We assume it's all over, and I'm sure 98% of the time it will be. There's always that 2% chance that keeps you hanging on, isn't there? Hey, you never know.
Well, especially with Stokes and Brook at the crease, you do never know. And Brook, I'm interested to see how he started his innings here, because he was put up for media going into this test match, and he was talking about his first 2 tests, and he said they were stupid shots, I think, was the language he used. And I think Ben Stokes would have had a word with him, and this test he's almost trying to prove that he can put the expansive shots and risk-taking away early on in his innings, and maybe he's going to try and build an innings a bit more conventionally.
I find that a slightly confusing statement. I understand if someone's got a technical flaw that needs fixing, you might say, well, that was a stupid shot, and I've gone back to the nets and I've sorted it out, and I've worked out what I'm doing. I don't know, maybe getting too far over to off stump, whatever it might be, and I'll fix that. But, I mean, Harry Brook was taking 3 steps down the wicket, step wide of leg stump. That's not a technical flaw. That is a deliberate decision. So to then come out and say that was a stupid shot doesn't make any sense to me, because obviously you knew what you were doing when you took 3 steps down the wicket.
Yeah, it's almost it's not great, especially as if you look at the warm-up game at Lilac Hill, where he got out. He was about 3/4 of the way down the wicket, and the ball sort of rolled onto the bottom of middle stump. It's been coming for a while. And maybe now he's just starting to temper himself slightly, well, as he's done to decent effect so far this innings.
Yep. But we know the best of Harry Brook is very, very good indeed. What we want to see is whether he can go toe-to-toe in his best version against one of the best attacks that we've had in this century of Test cricket, this is the ultimate test alongside India and India.
And Forthy, you were talking about 2010 and the sort of make-up of the batting lineup, the English lineup there, when you had your Cooks and Strausses that could sort of settle in and let the Kevin Petersons of the world play their shots. Do you think potentially after this series, if England look to rebuild, they'll keep Brook as a Peterson, sort of do what you want, and we'll build a solid defence around you? Is that the way forward?
No, I don't think so, because I think they should say to Brook, you are conventionally one of our best players. I think you should become a more orthodox version of yourself, because we've got plenty of other more attacking players in Crawley, Duckett, Smith and Bethel. We don't need another attacking player. My solution would be to turn Brook into the new route. Perfectly capable of going through the gears when necessary. But I say, look, we've earmarked you for the next 10 years to be our rock around which we build a team. I would not make Brook a more aggressive version of himself. For the sake of the team, I'd actually make him a more conservative version of himself, even if that means pulling his head in a bit. But what do you think?
Well, I do agree, because people are saying he'll move up to 4 when Root retires, and he's got all the talent. Matt Price says he's the best young English batsman he's ever seen, and we know he's got the talent. But I do think his natural game is attacking, and it's more of a mindset thing for him. I think he can play an orthodox innings like a Joe Root, but I generally don't know if he's got the concentration where he can just settle.
We'll find out, won't we? Because that will inform whether you elevate yourself to one of the all-time greats, or merely a good or a very good. Like Tendulkar famously put some of his shots away for many, many years because he worked out the percentages, and Don Bradman would never hit it in the air. Of course, they were capable of doing those things. They just worked out the percentages and applied it accordingly.
Yeah, and he's in the perfect position here with all the new technology and data and analysts. Yeah,
I mean, it would be a great shame if he threw it away on a Baz Peralta. Right, Stark over the wickets. He's reaching for that one. He is reaching for that one, and he shouldn't be reaching for that one with the state of the game. Just eludes the man in the gully. He's safe for now.
I reckon Stark might bowl a few more of those now. I've seen Brook go for 1 after a bit of a break.
Yeah, just push it across the body from obviously left arm over the wicket, and Harry Brook, and he thinks he's watching it all the way across, and
it's basically insane, really. Yeah. You know what Mitchell Stark's going to do. He's going to tempt you outside off stump. Look at the scoreboard, work out what needs to be done. Don't chase it. Put that shot away, honestly. Right, Stokes on strike. We shall see. You know, and of course there's muscle memory and all of those things, and it's hard to switch gears in the middle of a series. We understand all that. Okay, Mitchell Stark. Oh my goodness. And now, was that my feed wasn't good enough? Was that a full bunger?
No, it was a bouncer, rattled Stokes just almost on the chin, and Stark actually straight away goes up to see if he's all right. But Stokes
I think it got him on the helmet. I think, didn't it?
Yeah, back of the helmet.
Oh, absolutely cracked him. Fortunately, on the side of the helmet. The tough cookie, Ben Stokes, but even a tough cookie is going to get a little shaken by that one. Youch.
Just coil away at that.
Absolutely crap. He's going to have a headache all afternoon.
Stark walks into a check he's okay.
Honestly, I find it quite hard to dislike this Australian team. I said it in the summary with Messi afterwards. Mitchell Stark straight away.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
There's a few that sneak through, I think, that are still holding a bit of a grudge towards. I know I mentioned that already.
Jury's out on who's that? Steve Smith?
Steve Smith's one of them. I don't like Kawaja that much. He's not. He seems nice, but I don't love watching him bat.
I don't.
Travis
I don't
Head
watch
seems
that.
like a
certainly
nasty
don't watch
piece of
Steve
work.
Smith. Travis Head, really? Do you think?
Well,
so?
he's great to watch. He's brilliant, but
I think Travis Head is an old school Aussie larrikin. I think he's just
probably true.
And they're sort of living in Australia. That's okay by me. You can be a kind of old school larrikin. I think that's fine.
Dare I say it, I know the Gorillas aren't massive fans, but I'm actually a very big fan of Marnus Labuschagne now. I think he's grown.
Yeah.
He's grown.
I think he's weird. I think he's
he is very
I
weird.
think he's basically a Christian weirdo. I mean, no
surely there's room for that. Surely.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely room for that in the Australian team. It's just not quite my cup of tea. Put it that way.
Well, the Test. I don't know if you both watched all series of the Test. Yeah. That actually did wonders for their rep, I think. Bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, and Pat Cummins reads books and believes in climate change. What do you know?
Yeah.
It's quite refreshing in the cricket world, feels.
Very refreshing. I think that Pat Cummins deserves all the credit for shaping a new style Australian team. I dread going back to some gnarled old Aussie after this. Yeah. Please don't do that. Okay, Stokes facing up to Stark, who defends resolutely. It's the middle of the bat.
My favourite part of that doc will always be David Warner launching water bottles in changing rooms when he couldn't get them to open.
Yeah.
I did thoroughly enjoy that for all sorts of reasons.
They had a few of those. Justin Langer kicking the bin and then instantly
put him back again.
Yeah,
some lovely stuff. I can't remember who it was, but there's one of the Aussies came in. I've just been speaking to Joe Root. He says they're entertainers now. What the fuck's that all?
Yeah, that's too far. Yeah, that's too far.
Okay, Stark to Stokes and left-hander to left-hander. Oh, here he comes now. Plays that down to mid-on. No run. He's got this kind of like... Oh, has he got a bit of strapping around his neck? Ben Stokes, or is that some sort of collar gone wrong? But make it out.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a collar there. He just had to reattach his padding on the back of his helmet as well, obviously after being hit.
If his collar comes any more around, he'll look like a vicar.
Yeah.
I quite like that. I'd definitely start going to church if Ben Stokes was my vicar. I'd like to hear his sermons. They'd be
quite radical.
Quite radical, yes. Exactly. Stark at the top of his run-up. What a great Indian summer, if we're still allowed to say that. He is having in this series. Not sure whether that's an acceptable phrase. Forgive me if it isn't. Clipped off his toes very nicely by Ben Stokes. But there is a man on the deep square leg boundary.
We've got a super chat, which I'll save for the end of the over. The chat is going mad. I will get to it at the end of this, I promise.
Got a super chat. We've got a man coming either with an Uber delivery or something from Amazon to our front door. I assume he'll just leave it on the porch. I've given him a little wave. He's ignored me. Did I miss a ball while I was looking at my Amazon man?
No, they're just setting up the short ball field here for Harry Brook.
Right, gotcha.
A few men out deep.
Okay, is Stark coming round the wickets to
looks
Harry
like
Brook?
it.
unusual. You don't see this very often, do you?
Is he going to take it on? Maybe he's learned.
God.
Maybe he's learned.
God. Is he going to take it on? Well, it's not that short in the end, and Harry Brook just dabs it down on the onside and hurries through for a single. Right, end of the 23rd over, 85 for 4. Super chat.
We've got one from Messi, 5 Aussie dollars. The world is truly mad when English fans like Marnus. I think that is probably true, but it's where we've got to.
My favourite Australian.
Where we are. Wow, really?
Australian player.
Would you like to go out for an evening with Marnus Labuschagne?
I'd like to speak. I'd like to speak to him about the game. I wouldn't like to sit next to him on a plane, on a 10-hour plane journey.
We've got something very similar. Marnus is a cricket nonce in the same way Pep is a football nonce. That's from Kiriko said. I won't expand too much on that.
Wow. Okay.
But it might.
Well, it's all money. I don't know whether that was a super chat.
No.
Cool.
No.
Okay.
I thought it was good.
And that's played off his legs by Harry Brook. Gets off strike. May not be the worst idea in the world for him. He picked over to 18 off 22. I think you guys were making the point earlier. Look, he's playing sensible cricket, more or less, and he's 18 off 22. So carry on playing sensible cricket. You know, the runs will flow naturally.
Well, exactly. If Khawaja can score relatively quickly on this wicket, Harry Brook doesn't really have to do anything excessive.
Stokes, by contrast, 6 off 28. He knows what his job is. Oh, God. But for one dreadful minute, he just hold out to short cover there, but no, it's on the bounce. We're okay.
There was a comment earlier that I'd love to hear your thoughts on, which was just simply, Brook is the best English player I've ever seen.
Right.
In terms of batting talent.
Well, that's literally not true. I mean, Joe... There's one in this side who's better than him, Joe Root, possibly England's greatest ever player. But I don't know. I'm not completely convinced by Harry Brook. I think he's got too many technical issues for that to be the case. What do you guys think? Okay, Nathan Lyon in again. Straight back down the wicket by Stokes. He's bristling with intent, defensive intent for now. We know that Ben Stokes is entirely capable compartmentalising everything else, focusing on the task in hand. Famously, he got 2 runs off 70 balls and then gone on to get 130 or something at Headingley that time.
I'd say
cut man at point, and is that the end of that over?
One to come, I think.
One ball to come. Yeah.
I'd say that's quite a premature take on the Harry Brook. He definitely could be, but I don't think he's done enough yet to
no. Got a lot of runs on flat tracks.
Yeah.
Yes. Lovely defensive technique from Ben Stokes. There's something aesthetically satisfying about seeing a shot like that. Got ball to end the over. 86 for 4 at the end of it.
I would love to give you some chats, but we've managed to lose connection to the internet on the old socials iPad. Really good.
Wi-Fi's gone down.
No.
Oh, the whole Wi-Fi's. Oh.
No disrespect to everyone out there, but it's a miasma of gloom and desperation. So maybe we're being spared a little bit by
probably
access.
True.
Understandably so. We don't criticise you for being gloomy or desperate. Boland, he's back into the attack. So far, none for 5 off 3 overs. So he's been very economical. And how England could do with some more economy from their bowling, but they don't get it. Oh, looks like the Barmies are off, are they? Like they're off. In comes Boland, right arm over. Slightly odd shot from Harry Brook, who just dabs down on it, but all good.
Yeah, it just looked a little bit slower there. Brook was expecting a few more clicks on that ball, so a bit surprised by it, but controlled in the end. Controlled shot, yeah, not a problem. Did you see England brought Dan Worrell in as a net bowler before this test? Potentially to
see
prepare.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
To prepare for.
He is eligible, isn't he?
Yeah, he could play. I think Fisher would go ahead.
Lots of people might play at Melbourne at this rate.
Yeah.
Dom Sibley's probably going to open the batting.
Yes. The trouble is, you go from one extreme to the other. I had Dom Sibley opening during the last Ashes, and that did not go well. It's all right seeing off the new ball, and thank you. That was good. But if you're still, 13 not out after 40 overs, not very helpful.
Well, most of the county run scorers now are from that horror tour last year. Hasib Hamid, Dom Sibley, Rory Burns are all...
I think Rory Burns could... Okay, so here we go. Boland in again. Might just go off my TV feed for a second if you'll excuse me. Oh no, my TV feed overly delayed because that was a bit too jerky there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's clipped to mid-wicket by Harry Brook. Hurries through. Where were we?
Rory Burns.
Oh, yes. Rory Burns. I mean, I'm not very hard done by in the way Michael Carberry, I think, was very hard done by, but certainly more so than Dom Sibley. Played some good innings for England.
Was it Edgbaston, the Ashes 100?
Yes, he got an Ashes 100. Don't think Marcus Trescothick ever got an Ashes 100, just for example.
No.
David Milan, he got an Ashes 100.
Yeah. Well, he was number one T20 batsman in the world for a while.
Here comes Boland again. Solid defensive. They think about a run. This is no time for a run out. That need hardly be said.
No. We've got a super chat that I'll squeeze in between the balls. Aria Ratnam, thank you very much for the $8. To be fair, 3 of the 4 wickets were got out instead of millionaire batting. That's what Cummins and Lyon bring to this team. Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a great point. I'd like to see the ball that Ben Duckett got. That's going to get anyone out at any time.
Unless you're reverse sweeping that, then there's nothing you can do.
That's right, and then that would have led to criticism.
Yeah, exactly. You can't win.
You can't win. Yeah, I mean, in Test, that's a dot ball. In Test cricket, early on, in particular, there will always be great balls. They'll get the best batsman in the world out. That's fine.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope's dismissal, I think, led us to have our head in our hands.
That was horrible. Well, Ben Duckett's had a few good balls this series. I know he hasn't got the runs, but he's been, of all the batsmen, he's probably had the greatest dismissals or the
that
most
happens in a series sometimes, doesn't it? The great balls follow you.
Yeah.
Got Boland in again. Push that a little wider. It's a lovely looking shot. Very straight bat from Ben Stokes, who's got a good technique, as we all know. Oh, it might go all the way. It was only a push and it's gone all the way. What great time.
Travis Head seems to be strolling behind that one.
Just trundled. I think the TV was in slow-mo there. The ball and Travis Head were moving quite slowly.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over anyway. 91 for 4, and that was a lovely boundary.
We had the comment about millionaire batting. We had Cam Green batted like a guy that just won the lottery. Brook looking like $1 million here. Big knock coming.
Oh God!
We'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Who said that? Come on, mate.
I didn't say it.
That's an Aussie saying that.
Probably. Harry Brook is so talented, so good to watch. He's in, and God save Oz now. That's quite extreme, I think. We're a long way off that point. We're 80 behind the follow-on at this rate.
Yes,
Plenty to think about.
Yes, this is tough stuff. Adelaide Oval, looking a picture. Some of my friends are there for it, just arrived from England. So they'll be enjoying themselves, hopefully in the shade and being sun smart and get to mashed last night. Over the wicket comes Nathan Lyon to Harry Brook. Plays it down to mid-wicket, no run. He looks a bit older. He can obviously people age. But he just actually looks his years for the first time, Nathan. Maybe he's had a very close cropped haircut there. And the veins are showing through. He looks like one of those monsters from Doctor Who. Yeah. That almost got through, didn't it?
The way he's bowling, I'd keep him on for the rest of the day. Just tie up one end in this heat.
Really fishing at that one, Ben Stokes. He's really guessing at that. And
wow.
Oh my word, yes.
It's an ugly part of the bat being used there.
It's actually Harry Brook, my apologies. Harry Brook facing up to Nathan Lyon. Bends it okay.
It looks
current temperature 39.4.
Looks very empty at the Adelaide Oval. I don't know whether that's a post-lunch thing, but
I think that's people heading towards the shade. I don't think anyone in their right mind at 39 degrees in the middle of an Australia afternoon is out in the sun.
Yeah.
There'll be people standing at the back of stands and all that kind of thing. Quick single taken there. Score ticks over by 1. And Brook moves to 20. Into the 20s goes Harry Brook.
Interesting field. Quite a few people were out there for Brook. There was a long on, a deep mid wicket, deep backward point, and it's a similar one for Stokes with a short leg in.
Oh, I can't believe Ben Stokes is going to get empty. He knows what's at stake here.
Yeah.
He's people used to say Michael Bevan, fantastic finisher, because he just compartmentalised and worked out what needed to be done. Ben Stokes will have just said, okay, I can see what needs to be done. I'm just going to focus on that now. I will defend for 2 sessions, and then I will open up a bit. Oh, he's gone.
No, I think it was hit into the ground.
He's not gone.
A fake
well, that was
celebration.
very, very poor of the fielder to do that.
He knew what he was doing there, Josh Inglis.
Throws it in the air, Josh Inglis, and that's very naughty for commentators on a slightly dodgy feed. Anyway, there we are. The end of the 26th over. I'll hand over for any messages.
We've got a good point. As an Aussie, I think Duckett's been a bit unlucky compared with the other batters who've thrown their wickets away. We were talking about that. I wonder if that's part of the product of being a left-hander with some of the bowlers that Australia have got at the minute. They seem to get such good lines, so many challenging deliveries for left-handers.
Yeah, true. Good point. Particularly for the off-spinner.
Yes.
You know, the one that pitches middle and leg and hits the top of off. Good luck with that.
And then Oz were nice 2 for 4 and went on to make 371. Should we assume something similar coming up?
Let's just assume it. Let us assume
Why
it.
not?
Yeah, let us assume that, because we're now. What's happened there? Oh, defended off the back foot. First ball of Boland's over to Brook. Yeah, that's parity. Australia were 93 for 4. England are now 92 for 4. One way of looking at it is that makes it an even contest, I suppose.
Well, I think the big difference there is the keepers. Alex Carey in the form of his life. Jamie Smith.
Not in the form.
No, having a difficult tour.
Yep, all of those things. All of those things. Scott Boland. Full of ball, oh my goodness. He defends it, and then it's one of those that he defends with such soft hands that it hits the deck and then just creeps backwards behind him. And just for 1 second, he must have thought it was going to trickle onto the stumps, but no, he was okay.
You actually see that quite a lot with Harry Brook, because he likes to play the ball so late and really beneath his eyes and with the soft hands that most innings he plays, he'll have a heart-to-mouth moment where he looks back and the ball's rolling back to the stumps.
It was in the most recent Ashes, wasn't it, where I think Edgbaston first innings, where the ball just kind of fell behind him.
Off Lyon.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and there's another example. I mean, he just really watches the ball onto the bat, and the bat is totally static with soft hands. So, you know, if you get a thick inside edge on that one, that can easily happen.
Just backs his hands.
20. Ben Stokes chewing gum furiously.
Strong man. Gives off that impression.
Music Cat's king. You'll get your Boland jingle if he takes a wicket. That's a promise.
Boland in again. Tap down on the offside. Wide of the man in the covers. They scurry through for a single. That's okay. Run rate's 3.4. That's not a problem. This is not Sibley Burns territory, where it would be something 1.2 at this stage. That problem. It's never been the problem during the Bazball era. There have been other problems, but not that.
It's quite a refreshing look, actually. Anything under 4 is quite nice.
Makes it feels like we're succeeding.
The harsh higher numbers, yeah.
Yes, we've got it under 4. Well done, guys. I think a couple of balls of this over and a couple of balls of our stint left.
Yep.
So it's Ben Stokes to fail, left-handed Ben Stokes facing up to Scotty Boland. Right arm round the wicket. Leg side half volley, clipped off his toes, wide of the man in the covers. They think about coming back for 2. And they do come back for 2.
3.
3. Came back 3. Okay.
Good
How
running.
many 3s? So there's a collector's item.
Suter, who, I'll say it again, you lot selected Smith in the combined 11 as the keeper.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Guilty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm quite ashamed.
I can't remember now.
All the signs were pointing to Smith would have a good series.
Yeah.
He was in good form. He is quite tall batsman, likes to dominate on a bouncy wicket, but he's just the pink ball test. He's never played with a pink ball, of course.
Boland in again. Oh, goodness me. That squirted wide of the man in the gully. My feed wasn't quite good enough to see whether that was a chance or anything like that. But in answer to Suter, who, as Niels Bohr once said, predictions were always difficult, particularly of the future. They got a couple of runs there. England move ahead in the match. Australia were 94 for 4, and England are now 98. So, victory, here we come. I'll hand over to our next commentary team.
Nice. I think I'm staying on ball by ball.
I think
looks
I'm
like
heading off.
Looks like Tony's having a bit of a nap. Here he is. He's coming to join us. Well, bit of a break in between overs. Harry Brook, 23 from 34. William, he's played more of a tempered innings.
He has. He's been true to his word, hasn't he, so far? Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, everyone's kind of spoken about how kind of talented Harry Brook is, and it kind of does seem that when he applies himself, he does have that talent. So, I mean, I guess it's just one of those whether, I suppose, the situation they find themselves in, all it takes is one good ball now, which I guess is kind of where the situation they're in now. But, I mean, yeah, it does... This, I suppose, even Stokes as well last test, and this, it does kind of seem as if they're kind of trying to show a bit more restraint, which is good.
Here comes Pat Cummins back into the attack, and it's just short outside off stump, and Stokes carves it to cover for no run. Well, I guess it begs the question, how long can he keep it up for? Because, as Forthy was just saying, the runs he scored have mostly come from a flat track. You could say he's a flat track bowler.
Yeah.
You look at Rawalpindi and the 100 there. So he hasn't exactly proved that he can provide the great innings under pressure against one of the best bowling attacks of all time. I guess for him, he's kind of got to knuckle in now as Cummins is in again, defended by Stokes.
I kind of have often thought kind of along those lines. So I do think he is very talented. I do think he does have that ability, but I kind of think as in a lot of the time kind of people at the moment are able to level that criticism at him because he hasn't done it. As in, I think like I'd say he has the ability to go out there and get 150 today, but because he's not done it yet in Australia, you can say, well, he hasn't done it. So I think it's one of those, even with like Root in the 100, like we all know he's good enough to get 100 in Australia, but until you've done it, people can use that against you. So that's why I think, it is kind of important for him to kind of go out and show that it isn't just talk and that he does kind of have that ability, which I'm sure like, most people would probably agree that he does.
Cummins is in again, wide of the crease, left alone from Stokes angling in. And Ed, do you think he's got to get a big 100? You know that Brook, of all the players, he can go big, but does he look likely?
Not against this attack. Maybe on this pitch, yes. But the way that you just know that one of these 4 is going to produce a magic delivery in the next 15 to 20 overs for him specifically, I struggle to see him going all the way this time around.
So hard with a bowling attack of that quality, you just never can guarantee safety. Comes in shorter and it sort of dies in the pitch.
Slower ball, I think.
Slower ball, 112 kilometres an hour there from Cummins, a short ball, and Ben Stokes just prods that out to cover.
I have got a question for you that I'll pose now and get your thoughts at the end of the over. Simply, Prawen Kumar, Pope's last test.
Potentially.
We'll cross that. We'll get to that in a bit.
2 to come for Cummins. 4 dot balls to start the over, and that's short and quicker. And ducked alone from Stokes. Bit of aggression in that bouncer from Cummins. I think the thing is with Pope, as what we were talking about earlier in the green room, is that England didn't change their top 7 for this test because I guess they are still in the series. You want to win the game. Say we lose this test and we're 3-0 down, then obviously we'd like to lose 3-2 if we could, but it's not a necessity that we have to win the game. So that's when you can start experimenting and put Jacob Bethel in at 3.
Yep.
So could be his last test of the series. I'm not sure about last test of all time. It was Stokes defends, and similar to the Harry Brook delivery earlier in the last over, just rises back above his bat and goes over the stumps.
I kind of just was thinking, so say if somehow England do manage to get back into some win this test, would that maybe make them kind of reconsider? Obviously, he hasn't looked in great form, but maybe that could make England, reconsider and think, we'll stick him in because we don't want to change ahead of such. Because obviously the next test that would then become as important as this one. And then I guess also we have to consider, I know obviously he didn't look great at all, but there is also a second innings to this game. So if he goes out and gets, a 50, and if he can get 100, then which I'll be honest, I'm not sure I can see it at the moment, but if he does, then there is that chance. Obviously, you can't really drop him after that. And I think as well, if we do lose, it wouldn't surprise me if it's his last test of this series. I think with someone, he's probably mid-20s, you never know, he could go back to Surrey and get, 500 in a season or something, and then maybe comes back in. But it wouldn't surprise me if at the end of the series they do look to move away from him, especially in the short term.
I agree. Well, Scott Boland is going to join his captain at the other end, coming in with 2 slips. Harry Brook is charging down the wicket, up and over extra cover. That's an unbelievable shot. Crashes into the advertising boards for a flat 6, and Harry Brook, is he going to temper himself? No, but when it comes off, it does look pretty good.
See, this is the thing, I don't mind that personally. I think there's kind of almost like a time and a place for it. And I know obviously you might say, well, we're still 90 odd for 4, but I think he's bided his time a bit more. Like in the past few tests, he was doing that in his first 10, 15 balls. And there's things like, I do still think that putting pressure back on an opposition isn't a bad idea, really, especially now with Lyon in this test. I think that's even more important against like a Boland, because if you think Australia can do that against us because we're playing more jacks, but they don't really have that bowler. So I almost think that if Harry Brook feels in, why not try it?
Here comes Boland again, and it's defended this time back into the pitch from Brook. Yeah, it's a great shot, but again, as I mentioned earlier, it's a similar shot to the one that he got out in Lilac Hill, and it just looks awful if it doesn't go off. But as you said, Scott Boland's probably the one bowler where you know he's almost like a bowling machine. He'll put it there.
Yeah.
And as he did it, it was a straight ball, top of off stump. And
I think, just on that as well, I think the fact it's off Boland as well was a good idea. Because I think with Stark, I think you get options to score. I do think he'll push one up that you can drive just naturally. Whereas with Boland, you might need to make it more.
2 slips and a gully, and it's just a bit too straight there from Boland, and Brook can clip that off his pads. Mitch Stark comes around from fine leg, and they'll run back for 2. Brook moves to 31 from 37.
And also I think that in that kind of situation where he goes to use his feet, I think there's also that obviously we won't know because of like where the ball ends up in terms of the delivery that Boland bowls, but if it's a good ball, I still think you can defend it. I think you can use your feet, but if it's not there, you don't have to go after it. And obviously he's kind of used it and he's seen it is there to go after. But it's the ones where I guess he's going to use his feet and it's not there, and he's like, well, I've used my feet, I may as well hit it anyway, which again is quite frustrating.
Yeah, I do agree. England trail by 265. Scott Boland 0 for 24. He's bowled nicely. Just a couple of maidens to start, and then he's got a little bit more expensive. 8 from the first 3 balls of this over, and he's pushed mid-off, has gone out to sort of 3/4 long on, about 10 yards in from the boundary open. Deep backward point, deep square leg. Just the 1 slip now, and it's outside off, and Harry Brook just leans into a drive, times it beautifully, but Jake Weatherald at deep point will come round to a deep cover to pick it up, gets back 3 for 2.
I think that's kind of another thing you see there as well. Obviously, he's ended up getting 2, but it brings other scoring options. And also, I guess, if maybe they had a deep cover or even a deep point, I might be like as well, then it's a riskier option. But you think, I mean, if he gets any bat than that, well, not any, but if he gets like a good bit of bat that is safe, you know what I mean? As in like, and especially like he can still defend if it was straight. With that line, it's obviously a risky option, but there's thought to it. I can get behind it. And now look, if he does it again with the fielder back, I'll be like...
Boland's in again, and it's wide, and Harry Brook has another look at it, finds Jake Weatherald, who's been moved round to deep cover, deep point, sorry. That is a little bit of a danger with Brook, is when he gets going, he will just throw caution. He will take a look at everything outside off stump and look to drive. But end of the over, 11 from it, England 109 for 4.
I think there's one. Is there one more?
One more. Yeah,
One
one more ball.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
11 from it so far, could be more.
But I think, now, like, if they've got that deep cover, then that's probably not the shot he played before. And obviously the single is now there. And obviously you kind of think we want boundaries. But if you get a singular ball, that's still 6 off the over. So that's obviously a thing that I think, like, you can keep the scoreboard ticking without having to get a 6 or 4 every other delivery as well.
Oh, here comes Boland, bustling in for the last delivery of his 6th over, around the wicket to Stokes, who clips that off his pads beautifully, beats mid-wicket, but Jake Weatherwood will come down from deep backward square leg, and that'll be 2 to end the over. 13 from it, good over for England, 111 for 4.
Plenty of weather chat going on. We've got, how hot does it get in England? Can you even imagine what 40 degrees feels like?
Well, we've had the odd kind of touching that, didn't we, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, there was that one summer.
Yeah,
we had a mid-30s once.
Yeah.
No one leaves the
way
house.
too hot for me.
No, yeah.
People start swimming in bins, as tends to be what happens.
I've had a few cricket matches on days like that, and it is tough.
Yeah.
No point.
You don't want to be bowling first in that.
It's a humidity thing as well, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
just rancid stuff at that heat.
Mid-20s is perfect for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the odd 30, but I think kind of mid-20s. Yeah, nothing more than like early 30s. Definitely, yeah.
There was a question about shorter square boundaries here at this ground, and whether that invites Brook to take on these kind of options that we saw at the start of last over.
Here comes Cummins, and it's short, and Brook does well just to leave that alone. I think it does, because they are considerably shorter. The Gabba and Perth were really big boundaries, so we saw a lot of 3s and a couple of run 4s as well. Whereas at Adelaide, the boundaries are considerably shorter, and Harry Brook will know that, and I think he probably will take it on a bit more as he did last over.
I think even if there's a kind of, if you're getting short ball, if they go to the short ball theory, and you're like, if there's a field on the boundary, you might not take. I mean, Harry Brook often does take it on, but it kind of can play into that kind of thinking of, should I take this on? But if you think, well, if I hit it well enough, I'm going to clear them anyway. So it does come in.
Cummins, that's a bit straighter that time and a bit fuller, and Harry Brook drives that out to the long off that's in place for him. Again, it just shows that he's played one shot, and all of a sudden he's put so much pressure on that Australia have had to pack the boundary, and hopefully he can have that maturity to go, okay, I've played the release shot, the people are out, and now I can knock it around and cash in for a couple of 1s and 2s. And
this is kind of like where I think I like what England have tried, but it's kind of got away from them, I think. I kind of mentioned that lunch is in. I like the fact that you can have that kind of choice of, I'm going to use my feet and I'm going to try and get that boundary. And then now you've got so many more options. And it does kind of do more than just that one shot.
Well, Cummins is charging in to Stokes here, who's forward in defence. 2 slips in the gully. Cam Green, big man at gully there. 2 gullies in earlier when Pope and Crawley were at the crease.
Just on that kind of previous point as well, but there's, I think, where it's got things like they're kind of taking it too far, and also players like Ollie Pope, who I think he could just kind of play, he almost could try and play, obviously he's not anywhere near as good as Joe Root, but I think he's more of that sort of a player, and he's been trying things that I'm like, I'm not sure you're the player to do that, so I think you kind of still need to know your own limitations as well.
Sometimes we can be a bit too one-dimensional. Cummins in and just turned into the onside from Stokes, no run. Sometimes it's sort of a typecast, one style fits all, whereas obviously in cricket it's such a delicate game that you've got to mould your own style of playing, and that's why Root is just so good, because he hasn't really, obviously at the beginning when they were trying to push this is the way we want to be attacking, and he whipped out the reverse ramps, but Joe Root for the most part hasn't really been sucked into slogging. He's just played his cricket, and it works for him, obviously. Cummins in, 2 to come, short and just down the leg side, and Stokes ducks. He doesn't even have to duck. 15 from 49. Another cautious start from the England captain. It's what he's been doing a lot recently, pretty much since 2019 when it worked for him at Headingley. The second half of his career, he's really worked on going through the gears and starting slow, and then if he gets there, and that's the thing that you were saying, that this attack has the ability to produce a ball that there's nothing you can do about it. So, but 15 from 49 so far for Stokes. Cummins has 2 for 28. Last ball of his 8th over. Again, wide of the crease. Again, just short into the pitch, and Stokes won't be enticed into it. Defends.
Yeah. I think that's where things like the Ollie Pope dismissal again is so frustrating. 'Cause on a good pitch like this, I think if they do get you with one of their magic balls, you're like, well, fair enough. But it's things like it's when you get out to balls like that, and you're like, just don't get out like that. I think you've got such a good chance here, and like the things like you don't need to force it like that, especially when like there probably were so many opportunities that he had for singles offline without needing to try and force it like that. So yeah, that's kind of, I guess, part of the frustration that creeps in as well. And I even think, go back to Root, yeah, like he can at times, if he needs to, he can score quickly, but he's kind of felt able to kind of be a bit more of himself, which is good. And I think even like Stokes, at the start, Stokes often kind of got out kind of hacking or trying to be too overly aggressive. But now he's kind of like, I think he realises that he's a good enough player to not need to do that to justify himself and his kind of position in the team. And I think it's kind of the thing like, because the kind of Bazball method, for some players, I think like players like Zach Crawley, I think if he tried to play like Joe Root, I think he would have worse stats probably than he does with like the way he plays. I think it's so specific to you as a player.
Scott Boland starting his 7th, and it's just down the leg side, and Harry Brook gets a feather on it, but drops short of Kerry. Ed, we got any socials?
Yes, there was a question earlier on, will it ever rain in Australia? This is something I want to put to the chats because there's a few Aussies in here at the minute. They always talk about, I believe, is it Sydney or is it Melbourne? Sydney. They always talk about it as if it's a guaranteed washout.
Well, it's rainier than Manchester, so there's more. I think everyone always talks about Manchester in the UK, but there is more chance of rain in Sydney than Manchester.
Yeah. But I always love that there's just like a predetermined thing before any Ashes series. Well, it can't be 5-0 because it has to be 4-0 because Sydney's a washout.
Well, the Gabba as well, actually. And defended by Harry Brook at the Gabba. If we batted a few more overs, it was a washout.
Yes, yeah.
By the end of the day, it was torrential rain there. 2 dot balls to start Bones over. We just saw Pat Cummins walk off the pitch after he finished his over last over. I guess he's just taking a toilet break. Maybe that will call for a change of bowling. Current temperature 39.5 degrees. The wind's at 24 northwesterly. Not sure if that will affect the swing going into the afternoon.
Might affect the Barmy Army's choice of costumes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boland defended by Brook. It's good batting from Brook and Stokes. They're looking pretty happy just to sit in behind a bit of defence. Occasionally, as we see with Brook for the release shots.
And I think this is kind of what we mentioned as well about on a pitch like this, like you won't bowl Boland all day, and obviously they can rotate around Lyon, which England probably, well, they try to do with Jacks, but they don't have the same luxury as Lyon. But it kind of gets to that point, can you get these bowlers into their 3rd, 4th spell, or even can you get them to have to bowl someone like maybe a Travis Head at some point? Because that's then when you get your opportunities as well, especially if you're kind of going towards the new ball, where you can be more aggressive.
Here comes Boland, just squares Harry Brook up slightly. It was a straight ball, tried to turn in to the leg side and just finds a bit of a leading edge, but no harm done. No run. Brook 35 from 45. Again in the field, very spread. You've got the long on, deep backward point, deep square leg, a fine leg. 4 fielders out on the boundary so far. Just the one slip and a gully for Harry Brook. England trail by 259 runs. Barmy Army look like they're having a pretty good time out in the sun. Boland's just coming over the wicket to Brook, and it's full and just a attempted Yorker length, but dug out by Brook to Travis Head at mid-on. 5 dot balls.
I do often kind of feel as well that England sometimes make themselves too easy to play against, because often I was kind of thinking that Australia stick everyone out early and like that's very defensive, but you almost kind of know at the moment that that probably won't stop England playing their shot, so you kind of think, why have they got someone out there, make them, I don't know, play the shot again and try and get it over the field, but you're like, well, I'll put my fielder out and they might hit it to them anyway, and you get that catch. So that's where I think they kind of make it easy to captain against as well at times.
Final ball here from Boland, and it's driven by Brook out, steered out to deep point. There'll just be a single to end the over. I do think, though, that this test it could be a turning point, and that the first 2 tests have gone very badly, and Stokes has said we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. So maybe actually England won't take the bait and they will they will steer around.
We've got a question on that very line. Joseph Rell 5235 says, you three guys think Stokes will quit the captaincy after this tour? And I do see that there's a little bit of a last throw of the dice thing going on at the minute. Not necessarily, maybe not for Stokes as captain, but for this kind of current phase. And if they lose here, and if they go on to lose even more, embarrassingly in the last two, I feel like Stokes will either say, right, it's got to be so much better in 2 years' time, or I just call it quits now. And I wouldn't be surprised either way.
I'd agree, actually. I think Stokes is quite a proud man, and that he won't... I couldn't see, unless it was an awful 5-0 and everyone's calling for his resignation, I think that he would say, I'm still the man for the job. And I do think he is still the man for the job. You look at the next captain, the captain-elect, it would be Harry Brook, but again, we know our qualms about that. I think Stokes would be the man for the job. McCullum would be more likely to leave, and particularly Rob Key.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, unless I think exactly what I was thinking. Unless we get absolutely battered 5-0, I don't see Stokes walking away. Really, I think almost he'd be like, it kind of almost makes him kind of think, right, I want to put this right. I kind of see him as that kind of a character. I do think McCullum would probably be in more trouble, and Rob Key. I do think but particularly McCullum, I think. Because I think obviously it's like things like Stokes would, like, even if he were to lose the captaincy, he would stay in the ranks. So you don't really get rid of players in the same way you do as coaches. So I think if he's going to obviously still be playing, and I do think that he has been quite a good captain on the whole. So I think there are other reasons to kind of say why he could stay. So I would be surprised, I think. And again, there's also that point that the next choice would be Harry Brook, who seems of a kind of similar ilk to Stokes in the way he operates. So I do think that... but also, I do think there might be a change of playing style. We're even seeing it now. Like, if you actually look at the 4 wickets to fall so far, I'd say only one of them, which the Ollie Pope one, has been like a Bazball dismissal, really.
Well, we are just at a drinks break, just to let everyone know. I think that is a good point. The biggest thing will be changing the style, and Ben Stokes doesn't have to go for a new style to be put in place. Ben Stokes can play an orthodox game. Again, as I was saying, it will probably be more likely to be Rob Key, get a new selector in, and potentially McCullum would just go and focus on the white ball stuff, with obviously the World Cup coming up in February. But
guys, can I just fill you in terms of weather?
Yes, please.
The forecast is that there will be showers on the morning of day 5, assuming we get to day 5. Hasn't happened yet, but it may well do. So even though Adelaide is the driest city in the driest continent, driest state in the driest continent in the world, apart from Antarctica, it's likely to see some rain on Sunday.
Could get to a day 5 as well, the way
maybe. Yeah, I can see Australia just kind of batting for a long time.
Yeah.
Rather than anything to do with England. And
no. Probably right. Has there been any more socials?
We've got some questions about England bowling coaches, as in who is it currently and who should it be instead?
David Saker at the moment, the Australian. It's a bit of a roulette, to be honest. At the moment with McCullum, it's whoever his mates are, really. It was Tim Southey to start the series, and then he had to go to Dubai to play in the IOT20, so sort of pick and choose. Jimmy Anderson, obviously.
Yes, got the question of Anderson Broad should be bowling coaches.
Yeah, well, Jimmy
I wouldn't mind that,
Jimmy was the consultant in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Seemed pretty good, and also means that he can be a net bowler as well while he's coaching.
I do think as well that I think Stuart Broad would be a great option as well, because I think he did something with South Africa ahead of the World Championship final at Lord's, and obviously I think listening to him on commentary, I think his knowledge of the game is very good. I know obviously a lot of ex-pros, but I think he's got a lot to kind of say, and I think someone like him would be really beneficial for this England team. So I wouldn't mind that as an option, but obviously I do think he's probably doing quite well with his punditry as well, so I guess it's kind of what are his ambitions, but I think you could do worse than looking at Stuart Broad personally.
Well, he's got quite a nice life at the moment. He's got a good podcast going.
Yes.
Apparently he's championing the Australian Hearts. Bo Webster, by the way, is coming onto the pitch for Australia.
He did well with the Carey incident. This time around, he was commenting a lot on various Instagram posts about it, giving his 2 cents.
Yeah, he does. I think Australians are kind of warming to him. I think a bit now. Yeah,
Rightly
even I think
so.
now they're kind of respect, obviously, his kind of love for the Ashes, I think, as well.
Well, Nathan Lyon is back into the attack, 2 for 27 from 9, and Brooks defending. Quite a short break for Lyon. I guess he doesn't need a lot of time to rest, but only had a few overs off from his first 9-over spell. He's looking very dangerous, it has to be said today. Temperature's now 40.2, it says on TNT. Pat Cummins just waiting on the boundary edge. Bo Webster's fielding in his place as Brooks back and cuts that out, beats the diving man at gully and goes out to deep point, runs through for a single. Trail now 257, 114 for 4. And these two are just going to have to keep doing what they're doing at the moment, just dig in, see their way through to tee. Brendan Doggett's on the field as well, so a couple of fielding changes for Australia.
I think also this is kind of where if England can kind of prolong this partnership, everyone's kind of said they think Jamie Smith will be most effective coming in after maybe 60 overs.
Yep. Lyon in round the wicket to Stokes, who gives himself room and finds straight Weatherald at point, no run.
And I think, it's kind of one of those, like, maybe we could see that if these two kind of stick at it, and maybe kind of see, can he come in with tiring bowlers and I suppose an older ball, maybe we'll see a bit more of his effectiveness there.
3 to come for Lyon, and that's timed nicely from Stokes. Doesn't beat Weatherald at points, but run through for a single. Stokes moves to 16.
Because you think he probably has come in a lot, he definitely has come in a lot earlier than England would want. And I think that's also been the case at times with Harry Brook, where I think maybe he's kind of felt, because he's in earlier, he's almost felt he needs to do something to counteract the movement that maybe wouldn't be there if he was coming in later on. So there are kind of those, I suppose, narratives that we could see as well as this innings progresses.
Absolutely. Just the one slip in, and Lyon's going round the wicket to Harry Brook, who again just rocks back and defends to Brendan Doggett at mid-wicket, no run. Last ball of this over, and then I think due a change.
I reckon so.
I think so. Brook 37 from 50. Getting a bit of lip from Marnus Labuschagne as Lyon very wide of the crease just spins off Brook's pads, and he turns that down to a 3/4 long leg. Usman Khawaja it is. End of the over. England 116 for 4. And do you want to do some socials?
Yeah,
change?
there's a question.
You might want to let Mark O'Sullivan in if he's in the waiting room.
Let's do that. We're quite low on staff with Tony on nap duty.
Nap duty.
The question, I guess, I can put to the people coming in: is there any up-and-coming young fast bowlers in England at the moment? Before specific names get mentioned, I would kind of say that they're getting groomed for the white ball game, and the 100 in particular. There was Sonny Baker, who got a lot of discourse over the summer, and then he made an international debut and had a bit of a horrid time of it. But I will leave that question.
I heard you wanted to steal Dan Warrer from us.
It gets talked about every time we have to play this grim tour in Australia. Like, who can help us that used to be much more involved in that kind of area? But whether he was the guy or not, I'm not quite sure the coaching staff would ever opt for someone like him. But that's just
G'day, Mark.
how it is.
G'day.
First time with you. Where are you, Mark?
I'm in Dandenong.
Oh, brilliant.
So I decided to sit outside because it's the same similar temperature here as it is in Adelaide.
Wow.
Out in the back deck.
First ball of the over, Stark bowled to Brook, who prodded forward for a single on the offside. As Tony is adopting the position, having had a power nap, no doubt, because Tony does everything with power.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I thought it was going to be a light doze, and it just carried on a bit.
I know that one.
I think they looked over to the green room sofa, the lads, and went, "Let him be. He's all right."
Yeah, well, it's the youngest team I've ever seen on Gorilla. Their combined age was less than
and they
mine.
did awfully well. I'll tell
Yes.
people a bit
They
more
did.
about how they all came about in a moment. There's a Stark in. Stokes stands tall, steers out to cover, and they have to hurry that second run. They might even get a third. No, given that he's adopted the Mark Wood bowling pose of lying flat on his front to get in there. Ben Stokes won't be running, but this partnership 47 now. And Mark, it's been horrible from an English perspective. Not that you have any cause to worry about that, but it's not been pretty viewing, has it?
I think, well, it wasn't in the morning, but in the afternoon, I think there's encouraging signs for England. I think Brook's been pretty solid. It's looking more like an Adelaide test to me at the moment, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, they've reached beyond the point of no return. This is dabbed down. Green falls to his left at second slip to field on the bounce. Got nicely on
second
top
and
of that.
third slip.
Second and third slip. Is that because he's so tall?
Yes.
Yes.
180 for 4.
Yeah, I think there's I mean, this morning was horrible, but Crawley, I think we know Crawley and Pope have got their issues, and maybe there's a selection question to be asked about them, which could have been said long before this test. But I think these two, there's some promising signs for England right now. I think it's been. I actually went for a bit of a sleep myself earlier when they were lulling me into a sense of, this is all swimming along quite slowly and sanely, which is to say nice and.
Stark over the wicket he comes. That was probably the loosest shot Harry Brook's played for a while. His feet were planted, the bat was waggled, and it was just angled across him by Mitchell Stark. No sense that the ball was really going to come back in with the swing, and it wasn't a great shot.
No.
Hopefully he'll put it away, having got away with it.
Oh yeah, that was horrible. Yeah.
But I mean, what's the deficit now? Let me see. 254 England trail by. 253. Beg your pardon. I mean, that seems like an awful long way away, but you can only play from where you are, not where you'd like to be. That's cut beautifully.
Nice
that
side.
Was offered a bit of width. And Harry Brook just spanked it away, backward a point, and got himself 4 runs.
Very nice.
Is that where he meant it? Yes, it was. Got right over it. Sort of a kind of a late cut, really. Given the width to do it with. 122 for 4, 2. So the deficit, at least from an English perspective, is now under 250. This partnership is over 50. It's 51. That's a good ball by Stark, right up. Full defended by Harry Brook. He's on 43. Ben Stokes, who we know can start very slowly, is on, was that 17?
Yes.
Yes.
It was indeed.
17. It is just one of those slow starting Stokes innings, and we'll see if what it becomes.
Well, he'll be very conscious about exposing Smith and then obviously Jacks, because after that all hope is gone. And these two have to, if you want to get the best out of them, you have to at least give them something of a platform to work with, not a situation, a desperate situation where all has gone. So
yes, this is
so much rides on these two. So 122 for 4. Messers, can you squeeze us in a couple of
I can.
messages?
Music Cats King's asking you, Mark, how close is Dandenong to sail?
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Nathan Lyon
2 hours.
Right.
Turned away by Stokes down towards mid-wicket. They'll come back for a comfortable 2.
So yes, so Gippsland is that's Gippsland. It's about 2 hours from here.
And you appear to be on your porch or your balcony outside, are you?
I am, yes.
You're drinking Bundy and Coke, is it?
No, it's just the Coke, not the. I don't drink Bundy. Oh, after yesterday's conversation, no, I don't touch that stuff. It's vile. Bundaberg rum is not rum; it's vile.
Drilled.
I've never had it, so I don't know.
No rum.
Melbourne has much better rum.
Lion around the wicket he comes, forward. In solid defence comes Captain Ben. No run.
I don't know if English people know this, but Melbourne's actually the home of a lot of different rums and gins and all sorts of distillery action.
We have a lot of proud Victorians broadcasting here, don't we? You and Forthy and Mog.
That's well defended as well.
I'm new, fairly new. But cricket, yes. One thing I'm noticing with Stark is that he's more economical and bowling fewer of the crazy balls he used to bowl. He's been very disciplined.
Lion, as ever, right on the money, forcing Stokes onto the back foot. I mean, we were having a really interesting conversation earlier, comparing, if one even can, Lion and Will Jacks.
Will Jacks, after 11 overs, has had 1 for 63. Lion has 2 for 32. You know, it's a big difference.
We likened it, did Hector and I, I think Hector's a much better golfer than I ever was. But, you know, if you took every one of your good golf holes and put them back to back, you could probably win the British Open or the Masters. You know, every so often Will Jacks can bowl a ball as good as Nathan Lyon can bowl, but
there's a full ball every over with Jacks, isn't there?
And that's nicely defended off the back foot as Lyon once again forces Ben Stokes backwards with that relentless, metronomic, niggling, gnarling accuracy of his. Every so often he gets that lovely dip to the ball as well. He's a real handful and he loves Adelaide. Let's end the over. We can go for some more messages.
Well, Carl Herbert has an excellent idea. He says England needs to learn from guerrilla cricket. Bring on a troop of young guerrillas to let the old ones rest and return to form.
What do you know? What? Yes, I mean it is a really interesting. I mean some of it's happenstance, as they say, on the grounds that the Bear is off sick, and Hendo literally can't do the all nights these days. So we have actually very consciously gone out to attract young men and women,
as it were.
This has not been achieved.
I think you should quit while you're behind.
This has not been achieved by sort of strolling over Hampstead Heath. It's been more particularly done by reaching out to universities.
Right.
And we've found we've got a fantastic partnership with Brighton University, who have a sports journalism undergraduate and master's course.
Excellent.
And we have Arnav, William and Ed, all products of that. It's called work experience. I think if you asked any of the lads, I'm not genuinely even sure they'd consider it work, to be honest. At least I hope they don't. They seem to be having a fine time, which we're thrilled about. And they're doing a good job a lovely job at the same time. Stark is going to be over the wicket to Harry Brook. He's no work trainee, although every day is a school day. That's pulled out to Bolland at mid wicket, no run. Well, one run.
Don't say that to a high school teacher that every day is a school day. It's not. It's finished last week.
Well, okay, you're all off. I think schools here are finished now.
Joseph Relf has an interesting comment. He says Brook is very talented but has brain fades, and yes. I think that's true, but I also think the word talent has been used so often in relation to this English team, and too little reference to the word technique.
I like that. Spoken like a gnarly veteran. None for 34 for Stark, wicketless. Doesn't like it in the daylight. He's definitely like a vampire. He's much more efficient at night. That's left alone outside the off stump.
So you can say the same about Cameron Green. So Cameron Green is always spoken about in terms of talent, and he has some amazing innings and he has some amazing performances. And then there's these flat points in between where we say, "Oh, he's talented," but so the similar thing happens with him.
Well, I don't know if you heard it, Mark. I mean, we had a long patrons lunch today where we were talking about was the prestige of the Ashes still the same? We were talking about technique and discipline and the like. This one's defended into the offside, no run. And actually, it was very much. I'm teasing Messers for his schoolmasterly views there, but the fact is that's pretty much exactly what we were saying. Is you can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't ally it with technique, it ultimately counts for nothing. I like the idea of Brook being talented and prone to the occasional brain fade, but what you need to see fairly rapidly in high pressure situations like this is those brain fades becoming less and less, or further and further apart. That's short, and Ben Stokes can quite easily duck beneath it, and through it goes to Carey. Now there's a Carey. We love him. He's such a charming, softly spoken, pleasant man. But he's every Ashes series he's played in so far seems to gather more and more of a reputation for being the one who gets up your nose a bit. Which is probably, if you're an Australian, not a bad place. The scenes we were watching of the chirping Marnus earlier were quite entertaining as well.
Yes.
As Stark over the wicket he comes. That's defended, pushed out towards mid-on, no run.
Because Craig Carey started his sporting life as an Australian rules footballer.
He did. He didn't quite cut it to the very highest level, as I understand it.
No. He just. So I'm a foundation member of that particular club from Western Sydney, and he was just. It was an interesting place. Lots of young players, lots of young and quite fiery personalities in that group, and he was one of the quieter ones. So it's why it's interesting. It's people say things about him now, but it was. So it's a very fiery place to be learning a sport.
Well, he seems to be acquiring. I'll just hold the thought as we wait for Stark, and that's short and wide and swinging away and easy for Stokes to rock back and leave and watch by. It's the end of Stark's 9th over. It's 35 overs complete. It's 125 for 4 for England, and Stokes and Harry Brook have manfully brought down that target to around about 246, to the point where the Barmy Army's on its feet and starting to feel that they can at least give them a bit more encouragement again. I'll go back to the Carey point, but first of all, let's go to Messers for some updates from the messages.
Music Cat King has a wise point. He says having Stokes' leadership in there with him showing Harry Brook the way will do him the world of good. I think that's very true. Keep him grounded. Glimmer Twin says Green's been around forever at this point, but he's hardly a young prospect anymore. At some point, you're either good enough or you're not. I feel the same about Pope, to be honest, except more angrily. I think Green is one of those people who
Nathan
constantly
Lyon's
disappoints.
Round the wicket. He comes, he's got an edge, I think he has.
That's
and Brooks' resistance down the leg side. It was just a pretty classic off break to the right-hander.
That's a very soft dismissal.
It was a soft dismissal. Now,
very
Brook
soft.
Doesn't think he's touched it, by the way. He's just punched gloves.
Oh, I think he might have missed it.
Okay.
Messers has seen something. Carey thinks he's definitely got his man. Well, let's have a look now.
I think it's off the pad.
Is it off the pad?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, it looks at
Well, first of all, has the junior operative who's in charge of DRS actually remembered to switch on the right stump mic. It's Snicko's actually snicking even before it goes anywhere near the bat, and I think
that's noises though. I don't. That's not. That's there. He's not out.
It's definitely
the pad. That's not out. Harry Brook is confident.
No. Yeah, there you go. I was dismissing him too early. There you go.
You were knitting men on. Gives it the old the famous Joel Wilson sign of whoops-a-daisy, I fucked up again. The Barmy Army, to a man and woman, leaps up in delight.
Well.
I always think, if you want a soccer analogy, it's a bit like cheering a goal-mouth clearance or a goalkeeper's save. You haven't scored a goal. You've managed to not be out. But nonetheless, under the circumstances of where this game is, it's still pretty important. That's well defended. Back into the onside again. No run.
And that's why I think as an Australian, I'm happy to see Brook back out there, because I think we need to see Brook at his best. We need to see some fight.
Well, there's a master craftsman, Nathan Lyon. That's whipped away off his toes by Harry Brook. A half attempt at a dive. Who was that there? Is that Cameron Green, who's at short mid-wicket? Diving to his right. Might have been Cummins, actually.
I should tell you that in Mankanui, Tom Latham has reached his century. He's 104 not out. Devon Conway's 133 not out. New Zealand at 247 for no wicket against the West Indies.
Yeah, poor West Indies. England got plenty of big scores against the West Indies. Round the wicket again comes Lyon. Pushed to mid-on by the left-handed Stokes. There was no run. I didn't finish my Carey point, and I'm not sure I'm going to have time whilst Lyon is bowling. So when they bring back some pace bowling at the other end, I might be able to get it. There's a slip and a forward short leg, of course, for Nathan Lyon, keeping that pressure on.
That's the thing, Lyon.
Stoutly defence.
Because we're talking about Lyon keeping that pressure on. That is the chief difference between him and lots of English spinners over the years. Not just the current one, but it's a whole line of English spinners who came out and just bowled rubbish for 1 or 2 balls every over.
Yes.
Forward comes Stokes. Does he want a single or not? No, he decides against it.
Even Graham Swan would do that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, on his day, Graham Swan was fantastic.
Well, just on that...
126 for 4 after 36, Messrs.
Kyriakos says, talent is only one of the things you need to be a cricketer. I don't think Lyon is that talented, but he's worked continually at his craft and now has 564 wickets. I think that's a really good point. This technique is so important, and if you keep working on it, you're actually going to bring the luck to yourself. And his consistency is something that he's trained to do. We've got to change of bowling, by the way.
He is to spin bowling what McGrath was to fast bowling. Just persistence and consistency.
Yes.
Will get you there.
Well, we've just been talking about him. It's going to be the tall Cameron Green. Who I will... Here he is. Our friend Cameron Green.
The Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Over the wicket, up onto his toes goes Harry Brook. Pushes it out to short cover with a little bit of nifty footwork. Now, isn't it Josh Inglis who usually likes to do the keepy uppies in the field, or is that Weatherald? It's one of the two of them, and actually does it rather well. Right, so I was going to say about... I'll finally get my point about Carrier. Now 3 distinct moments in recent Ashes history that will live in the memory and annoy certainly English followers. That one is defended nicely in front of his off stump. Good accurate bowling though from Cameron Green. I mean, clearly there was the running out of Johnny Bairstow. Fair enough, I'm one of those who absolutely sees it as within the rules and Bairstow being dozy. And obviously everything that followed not especially glorious behaviour from MCC members. That's a no ball by quite a mile, isn't it? And not given.
Okay.
No, it was given. Yes, it was.
Yes.
So that was the first one, and a whole debate about the spirit of cricket. But in comes Green again. Oh, I say that is an edge, and that has got Harry Brook. And again, he's just standing there. Is he walking? No, I think he's walking this time.
Oh, there you go. Cameron Green proving me wrong again.
Well, he did, and it seemed little more than a gentle floater outside of off stump. And yet, Harry Brook just was drawn to it like a moth to a flame.
He had to play it, though, didn't he?
Yeah, I was about to say, Cameron Green does this a lot as a bowler. He will come in, and that's pretty good ball.
I think he tried to pull the bat inside of it, and it was the thinnest of thin edges.
Yeah. And
it was a good line. It was about 4.5 stumps, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect ball. Well, you now
It's
fear
good stuff.
because
Now
you're
they're in trouble.
exposing Jamie Smith to come out and bat with Ben Stokes. Is his technique and temperament up to this challenge? We shall see. There will be those who doubt it is, but in classic English manner, hope that it may be.
Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty good
Beautiful
ball.
I think it was a good ball.
Yeah, pretty good ball. Yeah, and that's the thing. If we can see this all the time from Green as the bowler again, because it has been a while since he's bowled a lot in tests. So if he's back to this kind of quality all the time, if he backs it up all the time, then he's worth all the hype.
And by the way, if you're watching Rob Key, not express, accurate, on the right line, just a shade of movement. Maybe watch a chap called Boland, who is not dissimilar.
It's really amusing. Really amusing, the fast bowling business. But we know that in Australia you've got to have a mix. When we heard all that, it's always going to be fast. No, it doesn't. Not even in Australia.
No.
Sydney, you don't have necessarily have fast bowlers in Sydney. In Adelaide, you don't have to have fast bowlers. It's a nonsense to think that you have to have 150 k's an hour to be successful in Australia.
2 words: Glenn McGrath.
Yeah,
exactly.
The metronome.
Exactly.
Here's the new man at the crease.
Well, Richard
Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Well,
27 for 5. Oh,
well, Richard Hadley
dear.
was very successful in Australia, and he wasn't expressed.
Cameron Green, in he comes. That's well defended by Smith. Got nicely into line. Shorter from Green. Probably should have stuck with the same line if he possibly could. that just removed Harry Brook. Gave Jamie Smith just enough time to see the ball. I reckon when you first come in, an attempt if your Green's pace, trying to bowl it slightly shorter to intimidate, it's not really the game you want. The ball that was going to do the damage was very much the ball that got Brook, and there is a better version of it that is steered out towards backward point by Smith. I'm going to go back to Carey. So there was incident number 1. Incident number 2, of course, was yesterday, knowing and saying that he absolutely knew he'd edged it. Okay, people don't walk, but that again would be
everybody
holier than thou viewers.
No,
of
there's
the
no
game.
holier than thou in that. It's just you stay there until you're sent on your way.
Well, quite right too.
Easy.
So that one's defended again.
I don't think there's any controversy for Carey in that.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting together 3 incidents that seem to have attached themselves to Carey.
Yes.
So there was your second one, and then the third one, clearly gloves apart, ball bouncing into them.
Well, when you
waiting
say
for the
clearly,
umpire to make the decision, which
it took the umpire
finally
5 minutes to work out. So I think there's every chance that Carey thought he caught that. I think that's fair enough too.
Yeah,
you're being overly generous, chaps.
No. We didn't know.
Cameron Green.
We venture reached the conclusion it was probably the right decision.
2 slips. There's that ball again. Up goes.
Here we go.
The honest as the day is long. Alex Carey. Both arms in the air, but no, I don't think Cameron Green was interested.
There was a lot of, quite a few people who were thinking that was out from various angles. One of the Green catch. So I think the thing about Green is that he's actually, Carey. He's actually quite an uncontroversial character in Australia. He's mild-mannered, fairly quiet, and he's most associated with falling in the pool. That's what he's associated with in Australian minds.
Well, it's 127 for 5. It's a very successful over for Cameron Green. He's got rid of Harry Brook. England trail by 244. They've lost 5 wickets.
Good over for Green.
Yeah, there's a message from Evil Karate Clown, which is a fantastic handle. I love that. Who says, quotes Mark Twain, "Talent is useless without training, thank God."
That's
your spot on.
That's your talent and technique by another name.
Absolutely, yes. So I am a reincarnation of Mark Twain.
Well, on wheels again, relentlessly, Nathan. Excuse me, Nathan Lyon pushed into the offside by Ben Stokes, who once again is the boy on the burning deck.
Sorry, I've got to read this. That you referred to Green's ball that got Brook as a gentle floater. Carl Herbert says, a gentle floater can do a lot of damage. Ask any plumber.
Yeah. Lord, cut to backward point by Ben Stokes. That's a mental image I really did not want in my head. 127 for 5.
It'll be interesting to see where Stokes get his runs from, because the Australian bowling's been very disciplined. Hasn't really allowed him much to do.
Lyon comes in still, that slip and forward short leg. That'll be Travis Head, who I think normally is the man under the lid. Much in the way Ben.
Yes.
They give that to Ollie Pope in the hope that
Travis Head seems to like it.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure Ollie Pope does. He gets the job. Maybe the thinking is if he gets hit a couple of times, it will knock some sense into him. We don't know. Round the wicket comes Lyon. Forward comes Stokes. I like that.
It's part of the Travis Head thing to be there and just growling away and being Travis. So he quite like it there.
Well, I notice Australian fans are adopting Trav Ball as the antidote to Bazball. Yeah. But a Bazball
I'm not sure that's actually a thing, but
it's not.
Up onto his toes goes Stokes, steers out to cover. Short no run.
It's Travis being Travis.
I think if Bazball was a horse, they'd be pulling the screens around it as we speak. Rather sadly.
Well, right now Stokes is not playing Bazball. He's playing very sensibly.
Lyon in. Head is the man who
and as did Brook until he lost his head to the feather.
Well, he did. Another maiden in the bank of maidens for Nathan Lyon. 2 for 33 for him. 127 for 5 England. 38 overs complete. 244 still the deficit. Back to the word wizard Messers.
Sunny Hassan says Carey fell into the swimming pool at Karachi, and since then his career has taken off. Maybe send Pope to that pool too.
I think I saw a stat. He's like twice the average now post pool than pre pool.
Yes,
like he's gone from 20 to 40 or something crazy like that.
Somebody else went the follow-on figure is they need another 44. There's no way Australia impose the follow-on.
No, there's no way.
Driven straight back by Smith to the ball. No. This pool in Karachi, is it sort of like the Blues equivalent of the Crossroads? A mythical place where suddenly you acquire the talent and skills.
There was a lot of talk around that because after he fell in the pool, there was a big turnaround. In his form and a lot of things that happened to him, batting wise and keeping wise. So there's a few in Australia who do believe it was that.
In Lopes, the tall green, and that's edged and just past a diving gully. It's going to get him 4 runs.
Green needed himself in the gully for that.
Well, who was it in there? It was Inglis. Not playing keepy-uppy this time. He was trying to be a goalkeeper and he didn't quite get there. Let's have a look.
That's again another good delivery.
Oh, did he get the fingertip to it? Maybe we'll see from this angle. We'll tell you this time around, will we? He does.
Yeah, he does.
He gets the faintest of fingertips and tips it around the post.
I don't think it's a drop chance though, because he just couldn't get more than a fingertip to it.
Yeah, no. But that was a great ball. He's bowling really well. That's which is
in comes
Australia.
Clipped out to deep mid wicket. Boland lumbers in to do the fielding.
Yeah. So after tea, it'll be very interesting to see how much longer Green's on, how much pressure is Lyon can put Stokes under. It's certainly very interesting.
Well, if days 2 and 3 are supposed to be the best days for batting, England will have to feel they have not utilised that opportunity.
No, they haven't. No, it's a pretty easy wicket. It's an Adelaide wicket. It's a regular Adelaide wicket without the day-night pink ball, and it's played very well, very evenly.
Yes,
I think it has. It's certainly offered a little bit of turn. I mean, we saw Will Jacks getting plenty of turn on occasions. That's short and wide by Green as he looks to come around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, but Ben Stokes is in no mood to go chasing those. He's got his head back in again.
I do
hope out the way.
Yeah.
The quality of dropping wickets in Australia has improved dramatically. I think they're all very good now.
Especially Adelaide. The curator in Adelaide really led the field in many ways. And Melbourne's now really good too. So I hope they play a spinner. They've got to play a spinner in Melbourne and in Sydney.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's nonsense.
Green in again.
That one here.
Crikey, that was a good leave by Ben Stokes.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Okay.
I think Ben Stokes knows it was a good leave on the basis of the famous two kinds.
Ooh. Cameron Green. Wow.
Didn't really nip back in it, just really followed the line because he's coming quite wide around the wicket.
It's quality delivery.
Chose to leave it.
He's bowling some jaffers, isn't he?
He's
absolutely
beautifully.
Fabulous.
Beautifully.
Unbelievable.
And he's up around 138 Ks. Doesn't look like that from the effort he puts in, but yeah, there's a lot of pace there.
That's slightly wider and easier for Stokes to leave with greater confidence. Where's he from, Cameron Green? Subiaco.
West Australia. Subiaco, West Australia.
Which is Latin for under the bridge.
Is it?
Yeah. Nick Vickers says, "Hi Tony, Messi and Mark. I've just woken up. Did England not utilise sensible old school test batting?"
Well, in a way they did. They certainly, well, that's T anyway. T 132 for 5, 239 the deficit. It's been a bit of a catalogue of disasters, but if you unpick them, let me see. Ben Duckett was bowled by an absolute corker, wasn't he? By Lyon. Crawley got an edge, but it wasn't a booming, expansive drive.
No, it was good. It was a good ball from Cummins.
It was a super ball from Cummins that just did enough. Joe Root got pretty much the same treatment. It was a ball that just shaded away enough, having constantly probed
it teased him
off stump. Ollie Pope was an accident waiting to happen, and happen it did. It was just a ball that was just short, didn't get up, and he just basically offered catching practice to mid-wicket. That was a real disappointment. Harry Brook, having survived one catch down leg off Lyon, it wasn't so lucky against Cameron Green, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I think the story of the
he had to go too.
Yeah. The story of it is that if you're going 3 caught behind into Carey, it shows you that it's not silly shots necessarily. It's good bowling. Maybe the batting was not quite on there, but it's certainly no crazy nonsense where they're hitting it up and wherever. It shows that it's just been good bowling, good grinding bowling, and a good match-up but where Australian bowlers have just shown that consistency that wasn't there with England's bowlers. Because that's the thing, you've got these 3 really good bowlers, and now also Cameron Green chiming in with consistent line and length, and not just bowling kind of super fast stuff and wild super fast stuff like Cass and Tongue to a lesser extent.
Well,
so I think that's one of the differences.
Well, it's been from an English perspective. I mean, today has gone through disappointment after disappointment. England took too long to finally take the wickets this morning and let Australia get, I think, another 35 to 40.
Archer bowled rubbish.
And after yesterday, and clearly Ben Stokes told him, and there was quite an interesting, explosive moment. And Archer wanted a deep fielder so he could bowl short. And Stokes was just going, no, bowl at the bloody stumps, effectively. So the day of the English cricket fan went well. If the openers can be there at lunchtime, that we don't mind how many is on the board, but we just want to see them bedding in. Needless to say, at lunch, England were 59 for 3. So then the narrative and discussion went, well, we need to survive the first hour after lunch with these two, and then we're still in the game. Whoops-a-daisy. You can rest assured that didn't happen. Come tea, it's 132 for 5, and I'm afraid the disappointments continue. But
and this is
we're still enjoying it. Don't ask me how.
It's the old guard. What Dad's army that have done the damage, really, isn't it?
What you mean? You left you left the lads on to do the commentary, and everything was swinging, and then.
No. I mean Australia's Dad's army: Stark, Cummins, Hayes, Lyon. I don't know how old Nisa is, but he's not
Cummins
young.
and Lyon. That's a difference. See, that's the thing. Cummins and Lyon coming back in, showing that England, without Cummins and Lyon, should have probably done better because, but they didn't, and now Cummins and Lyon are back in, who come in and even when the moment is flat, even when there's not a lot happening with the wicket, they can still come in and get those wickets, and I think that's been Australia for a long time, and I think that's what's happened this time. So yeah, and then now, but this is the ominous thing for England is Cameron Green suddenly bowling quite well, and he may clean up the tail.
Being made to look like he's bowling well, perhaps. Although it was a good ball.
Yeah.
It was a good ball that got Harry Brook. I will not dispute that.
Jamie Smith. Yeah.
I'm almost more intrigued by the idea of the Australian players as Dad's army. For some reason, I can only see Labuschagne as Private Pike.
Oh dear.
That's perfect.
You can work out who others may be at your leisure over tea.
Yeah.
Come at tea time.
Any final messages before we go?
Well, there's been so many messages on YouTube today. I love it, but it's impossible to read out so many. Luke Davies says so much of this innings has to go down to Pope. What his shot did for Lyon's confidence and the familiar gut punch to the English psyche. Awful. Yeah, I've no doubt that there's truth in that. John Salmon says, I can't see England finishing the day above 250.
No.
And Music Cat King says it just shows the depth that the Aussie team has. I think that's very true. So thank you, guys. We'll catch you straight after tea.
Well, England has plenty of depth. Depths that they constantly fail not to plumb. But there we go. With that, we shall go and have very early breakfast, very late midnight snack, whichever way you want to look at it, and we'll catch you after tea. Cheers, Mark.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
Because wanting to be in the key, letting the pressure, the occasion, the circumstances get into our decision making. We wanting to be in those moments is the start of dealing with pressure. He's saying that he feels that we can't, that there are too many players in the side that cannot take the pressure.
Or let it get on top of them too quickly.
and that affects decision making.
Yeah, basically,
it affects catching. It affects so much, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's basically saying I want fighters, because Ben Stokes is a fucking fighter. I mean, we've all seen what he's done in the past. His body is on the line all the time. He really wants to win, and that's what he believes. And I think it's sad if this is his team and he wants it to play in his image. And if he's feeling that he's being let down, I imagine that hurts him quite badly, because him and Baz have come round to this and he believes in it. And whether we believe in it or not, certainly Stokes believes in the method. And Stokes is one of our greatest cricketers, and he wants these people to follow his lead. I mean, and I think in the second innings, for example, when he buttoned down in Brisbane, he was basically trying to say to his team, look, you can play like this and we can still get somewhere. Stick your fucking heads down and do something. And Will Jacks probably played himself into the next test.
Yeah.
And actually, the weird thing is that...
albeit against an older ball.
Well, yeah, but then...
But you can only play what's in front of you. And he played it in the right way, with the right spirit, with the right approach. So
yes, exactly. And the thing is that Shoaib then... It's basically, having been picked from 3 years out, is not probably going to play any tests in Australia, because they'll probably stick with Will Jacks, which isn't probably a bad idea.
It was odd. I mean, you're right. There's a pile on against England. I've even heard them described as a bit unlovable, and they dispute that sort of arrogance thing. But what was really, I think, quite interesting to me this morning was, I looked at the Times this morning, and there were 3 cricket articles in the Times, and they were all negative, but interestingly negative, if you know what I mean. So the first was Steve Hayden. Not Steve Hayden, it was Steve James kind of summoning Steve Hayden, who apparently, despite being a bit of a weirdo and with his ridiculous Stetson hat, has been talking quite a lot of sense on TV.
Matthew Hayden.
Do you mean Matthew Hayden?
Sorry, Matthew Hayden. I mean Matthew Hayden. Thank you, Matthew Hayden. But what he was highlighting, and this is really kind of goes right down to coaching, is that the speed with which players are dealing with throwdowns, even in training, is not giving them time to adjust and manage how to set themselves against quick bowling. So in other words, he was making a point, and I might try and find it and read it, because
I've read this. Yeah, so basically what they're saying is
get the back foot. You can get your trigger movement, but then they're not moving. They're not doing the rest of it to kind of get fully in line to play the shots they want to play.
It was to do with the dog thrower, actually. Yeah,
yes, it was the dog thrower. Well, yeah.
The dog thrower doesn't allow the players to actually get movement like they did before. I think there's a bit in that. I'd certainly agree, probably, with a little bit of that. And they're probably throwing it from 18 yards rather than 22, and all this kind of stuff to add the pace on. But, do a bowling machine. You don't get an arm movement in a bowling machine. It's just it happens to be from 22 yards. And the fact is that these players play too much T20 cricket, and foot movement isn't everything, is it? I
found his quote here. The wanger that throws the ball down at 1,000,000 miles an hour is not allowing players enough time to move their feet. When I see guys making their initial balance step, which is like, I guess, that trigger, it might be a little push across. Mine was a little step into the ball, but then they don't move a second time. Which kind of, when the number of times when there's that flash outside of off stump, where they're slightly forward, but the feet stay exactly where they are. That seems to be the dismissal that winds most people up. I mean, if you get absolutely clean bowled by a backing delivery, shit can happen. If you get a rising ball that's almost unplayable, it takes the shoulder of the bat and goes through to the keeper, shit can happen. But those wickets that we just chip back to a medium plus bowler like Michael Neser, those drives that we habitually swing at and either go to keeper or first slip, those are the ones that make you think you're not thinking. Yeah. Or your brain's is scrambled and it's not allowing you to think. And those are the ones that wind us up. Anyone can be out to a cracking ball. Otherwise, all we'd watch is 100, 2,000 run scores all the time, and that would be boring. But he has, I think, Matthew Hayden, Steve James. That was the combo with it. I think they kind of seem to have a point. Whether the Wanger is at fault, I think to blame 2-0 and a two-day test performance by England purely on the Wanger would be a push. But the principle of what he's saying, I think, is actually pretty sound, or it sounds it to me. What do you think?
Well, I feel that there's a whole narrative that England have got high on their own supply of baseball, and I would actually put a layer on top of that now, because I would say that England are so keen to show no fear that they're almost in a position where they fear showing fear more than showing fear itself. So they have to come forward. They have to be looking to play positive. They have to be turning the ball onto the leg side to mess with the bowler's plans and so on. And this is how Steve Waugh's Australians played so well for so long, and how the great West Indian sides of the 70s. Batters don't get anywhere by pushing back half volleys. They don't get anywhere by allowing a spinner to settle into a rhythm. So on the one hand, I agree with it. On the other hand, for whatever reason, I doubt very much whether it's got anything to do with nets, which have always been a bloody shambles anyway. Just watch them at any point. You'd have some of the world's greatest bowlers bowling enormous no balls in the nets, because they say, oh, well, it stops the foot going into the footholes and all of that. Nets have, and stories of being both them aiming at the players, hitting the ball from one end of the ground to the other, trying to hit the players. So nets, I'm sure they all say they take them seriously, but I've spent enough time in the company of young men, and when there's nothing on it, of course, they're messing about and having jokes and everything else. So I don't think
that's a line you might need to rethink in court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yes. But I think it's just red herrings. And much as I like Steve James, and they've got to write about something. So, and Hayden's got to present some content. So let's have a pop at this. I think the problem with that half step forward is they haven't grooved the trigger movements. They haven't got it in the muscle memory. I go back. I'll finish. I won't say any more about this point, because I can feel the spirit of messages on my shoulder telling me to be quiet. Is that I looked at last season, for example. So last season, the first Test match of the summer against India in a very compressed series was played on the 24th of June. So there was a lot of red ball cricket before the 24th of June. So let's just take 3 players at the Champions there. Jamie Smith played 3 matches. Will Jacks played 3 matches. Gus Atkinson played 4 matches. So even when there is time to play county cricket, they don't play.
How many matches were there in that period?
They don't play much. I think in that period there was certainly, I'm pretty sure there was 6 to start off in April through to the end.
It's quite a rush at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Gus was injured because he didn't play.
Just want to finish the point though, Bear, and I'll definitely hand over to you there, is that if you're not grooving that action and you're playing IPL or you're playing franchise cricket, then fair enough. But there's 2 answers to that. Some, like Harry Brook and Ben Stokes, I think, did not go there. So that's the first thing you can do. And secondly, you can pick somebody else who is grooving their work in against a red ball with 3 slips and a gully. You can't have both, I don't think. It seems clear now to go into the toughest series you will ever... Well, the 2 toughest series are India and Australia, unfortunately for diametrically opposite reasons, because one favours spin, one favours pace. But you can't do that as well as taking the money, playing franchise cricket in the early part of the English season. So do one or the other. And I think a lot of players, especially with the kind of deals they get and the exposure they get, they play Test cricket. We need to call their bluff. Sorry, Blair, that was just...
So you kind of got a combination
there is definitely a point in that, but then I would say the flip side of that is that, as... whilst they can bat and score shitloads of runs in county cricket against county bowlers, when they step up to Test cricket, that's when the men stand out from the boys.
Michael Nisa is a county bowler.
Up until 2020.
And he bowled us out.
Well, I mean...
We allow him.
I'm sorry to say, but 2 caught and bowls by a medium pacer in a Test match is fucking criminal.
Well, exactly. We're actually saying the same thing. You've got a combination of not well enough refined technique linked to poor decision making, which Ben Stokes is citing as a mentality issue.
And if England win the next test by 6 wickets, we'd have all forgotten it and go,
With
this side is fucking amazing and we're going to win the Ashes.
Without picking players with the right experience. So I talked about 3 articles. The second one was the Carey article, so we don't need to go back on that. It was simply citing the different mentality in approach. Okay, Constas was a bit of a one-off when they picked him, but very quickly went, no, he's not ready, for obvious reasons. And they sort of, you can compare Carey to Smith and think, well, there's folks sitting somewhere in England going, come on, guys, I'm still here.
Folks didn't have a very good season with the bat last year anyway. So.
No, well, that's true, but I wonder how much of that is down to England rejection. Anyway, we don't need to go there. So that was the second article.
Hi, it's Jeff here, interrupting your favourite podcast to let you know Sky Bet Super Week is getting supersized this Christmas with 10 days of huge offers across all your favourite sports, like horse racing, darts, 180, and football. Enjoy Sky Bet Super Week, supersized with offers at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. Sky Bet for the fans. December 26th to January 4th. Eligibility restrictions and further T&Cs apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Head home for the holidays with Abercrombie & Fitch. Between family dinners and making time to catch up with friends, my calendar gets booked up. When I need to look put together, Abercrombie makes it easy to find outfits for all of my
How are you going? We're back on, I think.
We're back on. And Abercrombie denim.
Yeah.
I've got
Stokes
my holiday
and
fits
Smith
covered
out at
for
the
the whole
crease.
season. Shop Abercrombie in the app, online, and
all
in
on
stores.
Stokes again. Harry Brook looked like he batted all right, and then got out. I didn't actually see how he got out.
It was Jimmy Anderson.
Harry Brook, he feathered one through to the keeper. That was a very good fourth stump line from Green. It was quite a heavy ball, and it was just well bowled. It just cut a tiny bit, and that was enough to get the edge. Well bowled.
Well, they've got some good deliveries. The England batters. It hasn't been through recklessness necessarily today.
No, exactly. And I was just talking about, I'm actually pretty happy with how England have batted. But it just shows the skill that Australia have and what bringing 800 Test wickets can do with Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon coming back in.
It's a pretty formidable attack, isn't it? Even on a very friendly wicket.
Yeah. And it's got to go down as one of the all-time great bowling attacks when they all pack it up, you'd think.
Well, it's funny you should say that. The picture I've got up behind me is of Adelaide in 1972. You can see how different it is. I was just looking, the test match that year was against Pakistan. The Australian attack was Dennis Lillee, Bob Massey, Greg Chappell, Ashley Mallett and Kerry O'Keefe.
Who would win?
I think this attack is probably better, but I find it hard to leave Dennis Lillee out of any fucking team. I just love him.
Well, Pat Cummins is going to start after tea, and he's starting straight away with 3 men out deep on the leg side, a long leg, deep square leg, and a deep mid wicket to Jamie Smith, who's looked pretty uncomfortable, you'd think, from the 7 balls he's faced. He's got 5 from 7. Looks as if the captain's going to go to the short plan. He was actually asked before, because we were talking about his fitness before the test match, and he said he'd be keen to give the short stuff a go, and he thinks his body's fine, and then he comes, and it's outside off stump and left alone. Just died in the pitch slightly, bounced before reaching Carey's.
That looked like
a man on the ground, Music Cat's King tells us it's 41 degrees now.
Wow. Oof. Very hot. And the problem is, I feel like I mention this frequently, but with not necessarily the way England have gone about it today, because they've gone about it at a slower rate, but I guess our lack of application with the bat. Again, not necessarily applicable today, but it's essentially just the amount of rest that they've given our bowling attack, which is the fact that they haven't given them any rest at all.
Yeah, exactly. Cummins in, angled and defended from Smith. Also, what Australia have done so well is timing their innings and sort of realising, right, so especially if you look at the Gabba test, the pink ball test, Stark and Boland not only had to stick around to score runs, but they were thinking if we can take this deep so that England start batting under the lights and today, I guess you could argue that the longer they batted for in this heat gives them a shorter amount of time to bowl before lunch, where they can put their feet up and have a bit of a rest. They just seem a little bit smarter and a bit more streetwise at the moment, Australia. As Cummins is in, that one short and ducked underneath from Smith again. Doesn't really carry through to Carey. He's got to get quite low to pick that one up.
I've been very impressed by Cummins. I have to say, it can't be easy to come back from that kind of injury, and I do think he's come back from it about a month earlier than he otherwise normally would. And
he's been very disciplined in his approach.
Yeah.
He was almost ready for Brisbane.
Yeah, I saw something saying that injury should take 2 to 3 months to recover from.
Exactly.
But he did it in 6 weeks. He's got 2 slips in the gully, and that's Fuller and driven by Smith, no run. Smith test average away from home 22, at home 54. Still early in his test career, but that's a pretty sickening goal.
It's a Woketsian difference, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a stark contrast. And you know, this is as tough as it's going to get away from home, really. Cummins and Stark and Lyon, and Boland. Let's not forget Boland.
Yeah, exactly. He's just he's been unlucky, Boland, being such a good bowler, but coming up against the fast bowling cartel is left alone by Smith. Carey takes it behind the stumps.
Well, the luxury of having Lyon there, you know, he's bowled 13 overs and taken 2 for 33. After 13 overs, Will Jacks had taken 1 for 77. That's a fucking huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah. And it just begs the question, like, how much do they not trust Shoaib Bashir enough to not pick him when Adelaide, you kind of do think, especially with the heat, you would need a frontline spinner, but clearly he's fallen out of favour. Cummins in again, and Fuller in his edge by Smith, just dropped short again. Played with soft hands, dropped short of Marnus Labuschagne at second slip. End of the over, maiden over, 132 for 5.
Shining Knight says, turns out Australia have almost always had a great bowling attack. Yeah, and Master Eagle says they're getting movement on a flat track, which shows their quality bowling. I think that's a very good point. I mean, this over we've just seen, actually it seems flatter than ever, doesn't it? They're not even carrying through very well. And Ariadnam says Issa Guer's swearing on commentary. She called Ben Stokes a bastard. That seems unlikely.
I'm sure that's taken out of context. Because isn't a bastard a term of endearment in Australia?
Well, it can be. He can be a bit of a bastard. Maybe she thought he was a bit of a bastard in his dealings with Joffre. I don't know.
Potentially.
Maybe that could well be the case.
And I think Shining Knight makes a good point. He says it's not even Will Jacks's fault. He's a part-time spinner forced to bowl full-time. I think that's very fair.
Yeah, definitely that is fair. Especially when you got Joe Root, who could have bowled as well. Cam Green's going to take the other ball, and that moved a little bit. Swung in. Good lead from Stokes, but a little bit late movement. Carey takes it.
Yeah, that's a tactical error that we briefly mentioned earlier in the day. And I for one was very surprised that Root didn't get more of a ball. I think I was listening, and Root has bowled more overs in Test cricket this year Root's bowled. It was something like Root in the last 3 years has bowled 250 overs in Test cricket. Hang on, off this ball.
Green's in and defended by Stokes into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it was something like Root in the last 3 years has bowled 250 overs in Test cricket, and Jacks in his whole first class career has only bowled 230.
Yeah. And I guess Jacks probably has the better ball out of the two, but as you say, experience-wise and just knowing how to bowl against Test match batsmen, then
Jacks has got that wicket-taking sharp turner, but Root's got the control, so it depends which one. And I would have gone for the control in this instance.
Green again into the pitch, into the rib cage of Stokes, just turned into the onside. Yeah, I think so. And 20 overs was it yesterday? Jack's bowled 20 overs in the day.
Going at 5 and over.
Yeah, going at 5 and over. The most used England bowler in a attack that has Stokes, Archer, and Bryden Castle. He can bowl as many overs as he likes, it seems.
Yeah, and gives us a bit of context. Apparently, he's called Stokes a tough bastard, to be fair, which is that's fine.
Thought it might be.
Well, 3 to come from Green. 3-dot balls to start. Just a one slip. He kind of trundles in. Stokes defends that back to him. He does the fielding.
I wonder how Stokes is going to play this though, because you'd think he needs to score some runs at some point. As much as we can applaud his application, ultimately England are 240 runs behind, 239, and he needs to chip away at that.
Yeah. Well, I imagine because it's so hot out there, he might be thinking, I'm just going to make them bowl and put overs in their legs, and then maybe midway through the session when they sort of can't really see land, then he'll try and attack a bit more, and that's wider from Green and left comfortably by Stokes. But yeah, maybe just try and frustrate them, tire them out a little bit, and then when they start to tire, he can go. And also, Smith's he hasn't had a good series, well, with both bat and gloves, but in terms of the bat, maybe he's just trying to slow the bowlers down for Smith at the other end.
The thing is that bowlers don't get as tired if they have a side 132 for 5.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess is the other point.
And they've got a spinner who can hold up one end.
Yeah.
500 for 5 is a different matter.
Exactly.
200 overs.
Yeah.
Green's last ball, shorter and defended from Stokes, made an over, 132 for 5, trail by 239.
Music Cats King says if England was serious about selecting a spin bowler, they would have picked Jack Leach so much more often. I tend to agree with that. Shining Knight says I was watching Ashwin's video about spin bowling in the India versus South Africa series post-mortem. He stated that the number of overs bowled in first-class cricket is extremely important for spinners. Yeah, I've seen Nathan Lyon say something similar. It's about rhythm and just constant practice.
Yeah. Jack Leach, Liam Dawson, they were the two.
Dawson's the one for me. The way England have treated him over the last... Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The way England have treated him over the last few years, and I guess he was almost the water boy for a few tours, and he's got a young family, I think, and he basically decided I can't keep going out on these tours if I'm not going to play, and I could just go the white ball route, and etc. And then hanging off this ball off.
Cummins is in to Smith. He's got a short leg, and Smith has a slash wide outside off stump, and Smith throws his hands at it. Goes through the vacant 4th slip area for the first boundary after the tea break.
And he essentially decided, Dawson, which I think is kind of fair enough, that I just don't want to do that anymore. And then when he had his chance, if he'd bowled England to victory against India, or at the
Old Trafford,
then was it Old Trafford? Old Trafford, bang on. Then I think he would be playing, but sadly he couldn't quite.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's been pretty poorly treated. Cummins in, and this one, thankfully, Smith leaves it alone.
If I was Cummins, I'd be very tempted to put another gully in. They have 2 slips, 2 gullies.
Well, they had that for Pope when Pope was there. A couple of gullies.
Well, why wouldn't you? They're 235 ahead.
Yeah.
Well, they could afford to leak 30 runs.
Smith not looking particularly comfortable either, not just because of that edge on the first ball of the over. I guess Cam Green's so big, he in theory probably could cover that region, but just didn't have enough time. Cummins, 3rd ball of his 10th over, and it's short, and Smith has a look at it. Does he get a bit of glove on it? Alex Carey had a half-hearted appeal, but no, misses the edge of the bat. Yeah, Smith just rushed a little bit, tried to pull. It's a no ball anyway, so that's fine.
That's a dreadful shot.
Yeah. That's the shot of a man who's a bit nervous out there.
Yeah, I reckon.
He's not watching it. He sort of just goes for the pull and
he ducked his head. Yeah, exactly.
Eyes to the floor. Oh, Cummins will re-bowl the third. Short leg might be in play, and it's short and wide. And Smith steers that to Josh Inglis at short extra cover.
He got a bit lucky there, Smith. I think Hector's got the biggest screen, but he towed that. It did look a little bit uppish for a while. I thought he may have slapped it straight to extra cover.
Might well have done well. He got a single from it, actually. Bit of a misfield.
At least got him off strike.
Yeah. yeah, you're right. Bottom of the bat. Misfield.
Oh, actually, no, maybe it landed a long way short, actually. I've done him a disservice there.
Well, Josh Inglis...
Just back to the Australian attack, it is that discipline that they've bowled with which has been so difficult. You can criticise England all you like, but Pope is the only one who's played a poor shot and got out today. Which arguably I think makes you feel worse about Perth and Brisbane.
Cummins in, round the wicket, and that's a gorgeous drive from Stokes. Gets the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and that will run away for a boundary. Stokes moves to 23.
You really do love to suffer, don't you, Billy? If you want to feel even worse about Perth and Brisbane than you already did.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
it just makes you think. Because my point is, they can apply themselves and not play silly shots to get out. They just chose not to.
Yes.
Cummins,
it's true.
Two to come. It's short, and Stokes has a look at a pull in the end, keeps it down, and just pulls it down to Scott Boland at deep square. Run through for a single, and I guess that makes today a bit more reasonable. I won't be as sad at the end of it as it has been in the previous days of this tour.
Well, you will be, Hector, if we're 200 behind and we've lost the all but lost the.
But his expectations weren't too high in the first place.
I kind of gave that up a long time ago. My thing is, it's sort of like when you get out playing cricket and you're like, oh, there's nothing I could do about it, and then you're sort of, it makes the walk back to the pavilion a little bit better, I think, if you get a seed.
The walk back to the pavilion is usually better if someone's got a beer in hand waiting for you when you get there.
Yeah, rather than a brickbat. Yeah.
It's defended by Smith to end the over. Good over for England. Over 10 runs. Partnership now 16. England 143 for 5.
Be a better gummy shark. Maybe I should have taken up my dual citizenship with England back in the 90s. May have had a chance at test selection as a wrist leg spinner. Warren was in my way. As a wrist leg spinner, I know the challenge. I could turn the ball a mile. The problem was finding the pitch, or at least pitching it somewhere near where it was supposed to be. Zane says, how to manipulate the pitch and batsman in a 3-day game? Interesting. When concerning Test cricket, you would think finding real form would be more important. And Elijah Mann says it's very confusing to think of Stokes' stroke. What exactly is he stroking, mate?
Couldn't tell you. Well, they've moved again. They've gone to the short ball for Stokes. Looked to take it on off Cummins, but it's full from Green to start his fourth over and just left alone.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the short ball plan. I mean, I never am sure about the short ball plan, to be honest. I always think it's a real last resort kind of thing. Definitely not in this situation where you're so far ahead of the game. I don't know why you wouldn't just keep bowling it in the channel and have 3 slips. But we'll see if it pays dividends.
Well, especially against a batsman of the calibre of Ben Stokes and the experience of Stokes, I can kind of see it for Smith, who's lacking form and will take it on. That's just outside off stump and carved to Mitch Stark at point from Ben Stokes, no run.
Hector, can you ask someone to let Gary in, please?
Yes, I think they are. They're on it.
Good.
Stokes 24 from 86. He's just digging his heels in, as he often does.
And Will Jacks to come, of course. We hang on after this ball.
Green in again, and that's a little bit shorter, but kind of just slows down in the pitch, and Stokes will just prod that back to him. He does the fielding, no run.
We mentioned the fact that he went for 100 plus, and he's got a chance to bring some of that back with his batting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got an IPL 100. I know it's a test match, but he's a very good batsman. He'll open and white ball cricket. I think he's in a good position for red ball. I think 7 or 8 is
it's very, very Moeen Ali type role.
Yeah, exactly. And he's great in the field, as we saw at the Gabba. That ball is just angling into Stokes, into the ribs of Stokes, and he defends. 4 dot balls from Green's 4th over.
I wonder what you're we don't know what's gone on behind closed doors, but I wonder what you're thinking once again if you're Ben Stokes. I mean, I would say, if you might be thinking, it's all on me once again. But the reality is he hasn't, with the bat at least, he hasn't had his best series, and he hasn't had his best series for a long time with the bat. I mean, that 100 he scored against India, I can't remember, but it was his first in some time.
Defends that one again, just short into the pitch. Yeah, he just hasn't really looked the same threat with the bat. He does go through the gears quite nicely, but he hasn't really had any notable scores because the 100 was on a pretty flat pitch. It wasn't exactly a masterful innings that we saw quite a lot of, especially in 2019. But I think his biggest skill now is with the ball, and he's almost, barring Archer, he's probably England's best bowler at the moment. So he could be picked as a bowler, but obviously he's got the possibility of some runs. As that short, and he looks to take it on. Does Ben Stokes in the end kind of just drops his hands and swivels through. Maiden over for Green, 143.45.
Ben Stokes' batting average this calendar year is 34.5. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
With 1 century and 150. So Beerbad at Gummy Shark's talking up his bowling skills. He says, I was actually half decent, generated a lot of overspin. My top spinner was vicious. So maybe we should have a bowl-off between Gummy Shark and the Bear to see who gets an IPL contract.
Does Bear want an IPL contract?
Bear reckons he could walk into an IPL team and go for less than 7 and over. Oh dear.
Or he'd almost be better off than Will Jacks then, if Bear can hold a bat.
I'm not sure Bear is a great bat holder, to be honest.
Cummins is going to stay in the attack, and it's short, and Smith takes it on. He's timed that beautifully, and it's a short boundary, and that's sailed into the stands for a maximum. First maximum we've had in a while.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Yeah, good shot from Smith. I do wonder if he might have a little bit of a crack, try and knock them off their length a little bit, score a few runs. Because they won't just want to sit in, they'll think that they'll then get a good one.
Yeah, definitely.
At some point, and the player's that scream, almost try and hit himself into form, if you like.
Yeah, definitely agree. With a short leg and 3 fielders out deep on a square leg, it's pretty obvious. Oh, and he's out. And he is out.
Did that carry?
Short ball.
That is an unbelievable...
Well, hold on a second. Pat Cummins, an absolute snorter of a bouncer. Jamie Smith sort of jumps back and looks like it hits the glove and ricochets to Usman Khawaja at first.
Yeah, I think Khawaja's not sure.
He's not sure. I don't think it was given out on field.
No, they're going for an umpire's review.
That was a brilliant delivery. Perfectly executed bouncer. Just been hit for 6, and that had a bit of venom in it.
It's hit the ground.
Do you think?
Yeah,
nothing Jamie Smith could do about it.
Yeah, he just had to protect himself. Yeah.
Yeah, it has hit the ground, I think. Have you got a feed ahead?
Yeah, I'm about 5 seconds ahead of you. So I have to try and restrain myself.
Oh, see, why? No, I mean, not to have a moan. It's 5 a.m. But we all know he's hit it off the glove. Why do we have to go? Why can't we check the catch first?
Well, no. They've already checked the catch. We don't really need to see if he's hit it or not. It's pretty obvious anyway. But Yeah, as I was saying, Travis Head's in there at short leg, and then you've got 3 fielders deep on the leg side. It's pretty obvious what Cummins is trying to do. But brilliant ball.
Yeah, it's definitely hit the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's safe.
Jamie Smith survives. Absolute japper, as you say, Hector. Really spat and let proper length bowled with some venom. You know, Pat Cummins is almost like, I'm not letting you hit me for 6. Why are they still checking this? What's going on? Crack on with the game.
That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe they think it has carried, and they're just checking whether.
They're seeing if it's. They're not seeing if it's. It hasn't carried.
Maybe they think it's. From my angle, it looks as if they think it's hit the helmet. Again, Snicko is so delayed.
That's what I'm thinking, but you can see that it's hit the glove. You can see that it's hit the glove.
It's clearly hit the glove, but if this has carried, then Snicko's got it so wrong again.
But it hasn't carried. But we're pretty sure it hasn't carried, right?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think it has. But
I think the umpires are asking Smith if he's gloved it because the Snicko hasn't.
But why do they have to check that if it hasn't carried?
What do they say? Hang on. I think what's happened here is they're asking Smith if he's gloved it or if it's come off his helmet because they think it. Think it's out.
Yeah. Well, it must be.
They appear to be going back to their.
Calling everyone in here now. You got Travis Head, Marnus Labuschagne, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon all around the umpire. Ben Stokes just sitting back. Jamie Smith wandering around. And the Australians don't seem happy. Mitch Stark's come in now. Jake Weatherald.
But this means that they obviously cleared the catch. They obviously thought that the catch was fine.
Yeah, must have been. Gosh.
I was just listening to the TV commentary.
Yeah,
apparently, the umpires are saying it came off the helmet, not the glove.
Right.
But I mean, that's.
But it didn't. Surely.
and it wasn't caught anyhow. So who cares? The umpiring in this game has been dodgy.
They obviously think it came off the glove.
I cannot believe
it. You can see it came off the glove, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't carry anywhere. We don't think. So what? Or did it? I don't.
No,
I think that's bounced. So that's ridiculous.
It is.
That's farcical. How can you have the Ashes being marred by such appalling technology? And this isn't the umpire's fault necessarily, although it's clear that that's come off the glove from our standpoint. But they have to go by the technology. I assume.
Yeah. It comes back to the host broadcasters choosing Snicko
over Ultra,
which everyone has been saying for years has been slightly flawed. And if the umpires decided that it did carry, Australia are well within their rights to be absolutely furious. Well, Cummins is back in again at short, and Smith takes it on and he pulls it down onto the ground, and it's a brilliant piece of fielding. Brilliant piece of fielding out in the deep. A diving stop. Diving to his left. Marnus. Oh,
yeah, that was outstanding. It was right at the rope. He leapt one-handed with his left hand, and it was almost behind him, and just scooped it back in. That's wonderful fielding.
Well, what an over this is turning out to be. A crunch 6, controversy on a helmet to slip, apparently, and then brilliant piece of fielding. Oh, just saves 3 runs there. Just got through for the single, so Stokes is on strike. Bit of a shame, actually. I would have liked to see Smith take on those last 3 balls.
The thing is, I do struggle to see it. We saw from that side the deflection off the glove because the glove moved.
Cummins just goes full to Stokes. No harm done there. Turns it to Nathan Lyon at mid-wicket. No run.
So I don't see why they can't use their naked eye with the replay and look at that.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it's not just the technology; it's intelligence in terms of interpreting the technology. Surely.
Yeah. Well,
we could all work it out.
Be about a gummy shark reckons it's because of the Indian bookmakers playing games again.
Well, the Barmy Army are loving it.
The good thing is it was the correct result in the end, anyhow.
Yes, yeah. Cummins in and Stokes defends. Yeah, the Barmy Army seem in pretty good spirits. They've just It's just, chaos this over, really.
I'm just having a look at other websites, and they're all agreeing that it bounced anyway. So why were they even bothering to?
There was no need to go to.
My son just texted saying, "Very lucky that it's bounced. Otherwise, we would have been screwed."
Yeah. Well, last ball here from Pat Cummins. It's been a chaotic 11th over for him, and Stokes will defend. End of the over, England 150 for 5.
End of our session too.
End of the session.
Well, that was entertaining.
Yeah, great.
It's all go, wasn't it?
Okay, well, catch you in a little while.
Yeah.
Thank you, Billy. I think you're still on, Hector, with Gary and I.
Oh, brilliant.
I'll double check. Hello, Gary. You all right?
Yes, I am, and the irony is not lost on me that Guerrilla Cricket have just been railing against technology, given the last couple of days.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, you're summarising, Hector. Yes, we've had challenges, Gary.
I know, and you've done well in the circumstances.
But you see, I'm utterly convinced that these challenges are basically booby traps left by the bear. To actually just prove how invaluable he is when he's not here. It just happens with too much regularity. There's too much of a theme.
Don't get me started. I have sat in those project meetings, planning various projects, thinking the same thing. So Cameron Green is back into the attack, and on my somewhat jerky feed, yes, it's not just Guerrilla Cricket that has technology problems, it's also me. That was an attempted booming drive, I think, but I suspect there was no timing and the ball just sort of balled its way to mid-off. I'm hoping that the feed improves here, because at the moment it's a bit stop-go animation.
If it doesn't, we'll have to switch duties around. I'll do ball by ball, Hector can do socials, and you can summarise.
Yeah, I'll give it a couple more deliveries, because Cam Green is in again, and Jamie Smith does that shot that he loves to play, where he kind of takes a ball from outside off stump, and with a vertical bat, he wipes it out over cow corner. But it did bounce a couple of times, so it's just the 4. But it looks like he's trying to hit Cam Green out of the attack here. Might not be a bad move. Yeah, just inside the boundary. I mean, in a sense, it's a risk-free shot, because you're not going to get caught at cow corner if there's nobody at cow corner. Of course, if he edges it through to the keeper, there's much wailing, gnashing of teeth and questions in the house, but I don't think that's a bad move. And we are seeing the field change now, which is part of the idea behind it. 1 slip, 1 gully only, and a catcher out deep. Now, if he's got any sense here, Jamie Smith is on 21, England on 154 for 5. He'll just tap this and run, because there's plenty of singles wherever he wants them. But this is Cummins' flaw as a captain. He does chase the ball. He only needs to see one aggressive shot, and all of a sudden, all the fields are sent out into the deep. Cam Green's in again, and Smith attempts to play that shot, but the ball, he misses the ball, and it just dribbles out in front of him. Tony, if you can take over ball by ball, because as soon as the ball is delivered, my picture breaks up. Sorry about that.
I can. 154 for 5. Smith, who's, as Gary said, definitely wanting to take the attack to Australia. Ben Stokes has dropped anchor, really. He knows that he has to be there if England are going to have any chance at all of staying in this game to make a fight of it. And that's been very much his approach. Jamie Smith had that escape, but escape he did, mainly because it wasn't out. And that's nudged into the onside. They take a single, will bring Stokes back onto strike. And the deficit, which is what we're all focused on, probably more than the actual score, will come down to 216 when they actually catch up with the fact that England have got a single. Yes, it has. 155 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the shot I wanted him to play, just the drop and run there, because you've moved the field around. So once you've moved the field around, you've got pretty much a free single. And there, Jamie Smith took the free single. Two impacts of that free single. You get a run, of course, but you also rotate the strike. You go from right hand to left hand, and it's all smart cricket for once.
In Lopes, Cameron Green, he has a slip and a gully. That's well defended by Stokes. We've said that a few times. I think we'll keep saying it. I really don't think until England are possibly, what do you think, Gary, within 100 or under 100 shy of the Australian score, are we likely to see Stokes cut loose?
Oh, well, he'll cut loose.
Or when he runs out of partners and thinks he's got no choice.
He'll cut loose. I mean,
there's a guy in a Watford shirt. Sorry, I'm really excited. There's a guy in a Watford retro shirt. Far more important than the cricket.
Absolutely. He'll cut loose once Will Jacks is out.
In comes Cameron Green. Is he motivated by the man in the Watford shirt? Yes, he is. He drops an absolute dolly of a ball outside of off stump, which is beautifully drilled through cover for 4 runs. It was the Iveco white change strip, which I think places it mid-80s, Hector. Mid to late 80s.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, we have got a super chat as well.
YouTube super chat.
From Glimmer Twin, $2.99. Thank you very much. The surprise arrival of Gary is very welcome.
It's always very welcome.
Brilliant.
Well, it surprised me when the alarm went off 20 minutes ago. I promise you that too.
Well, Glimmer Twins also said a bad workman blames his tools comes to mind when it comes to third umpiring.
Yeah, that's a myth put about by people who have tools. The good employer employs a good workman who has good tools, I would suggest, but that's another story.
Well, you probably weren't around to hear the intro to the show, but we explored that in some detail.
Yeah,
it's Fox, the broadcaster, whose job it is to organise all of this, and they are the ones who should really carry the can. Cummins, and he comes, that's a swing and a miss. There's a shout for a bottom edge. Nitin Menon thinks no. Hector's just given it out.
Well, he thinks yes, otherwise he wouldn't be discussing it, surely.
He's gone over to have a chat with Ashen Raza, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to see if it's carried. It was that shot again from Smith.
I think he's bottom edged it.
I think this is out, yeah.
It was an attempted pull. Smith and Stokes are in deep discussion. Australia's just rinse and repeat. Literally the last over, the same thing. We spent hours looking at the one that wasn't out. His helmet, possibly some glove, but clearly bounced up into Khawaja's hands.
I mean, just while we're waiting for the technology, I'm not buying it, by the way. If Cricket Australia wanted that other technology, they should be able to lean on Fox to be able to provide it.
Well, Snicko, the unreliable Snicko, if they actually definitely landed squarely into Carey's gloves, that's not in doubt.
Yeah.
But the question is, what does Snicko show? Yeah, bottom edge. And Jamie Smith will have to go. And that's a huge disappointment. Having ridden a storm and got 20 plus on the board.
It's still not lined up, though, is it? And it's not a spike. It's more of a kind of drag.
Yeah.
I mean, in England, we'd be looking at that with Ultra Edge, saying, "Oh, I'm not sure about that," but this will definitely be given out.
Well, he has. I'm afraid he's gone. Jamie Smith has to go. He is disgusted and absolutely convinced that he didn't get anything on that. Hector gave it straight away.
Whoa,
umpire Hector.
There's been a lot of verbals there while Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith were waiting in the huddle. Pat Cummins was actually leading the charge. Ben Stokes started having a few words, and Jamie Smith did not look happy when they were having a bit of back and
it wasn't.
forth.
There's no doubt about the catch this time. That wasn't the question. Umpire Nitin Menon seemed to look rather imploringly towards Ashen Raza and going, "Well, I don't know. What about you?" In fact, was it even an Australian review? Was it an umpire review?
It was an umpire's review because
I think it was.
Nitin Menon was sure of the edge, and that's why he was walking away and why they went to an umpire's review, because the issue was whether it had carried or not.
Well, what isn't in doubt is that England have lost, I'm afraid, another wicket.
Technology, albeit with a different company, should show similar things. I don't recall ever in England, or indeed in other parts of the world, getting that long kind of thrum rather than the sharp snap of an edge.
What I hope that the conversation didn't at any point involve the Australian fielders suggesting that Jamie Smith should perhaps have walked because it was an obvious edge. Because I would then refer them to Alex Carey yesterday and suggest pots and kettles might be part of the discussion.
It's neither simultaneous nor does it look like an edge, but we know we can't trust the technology, but we also know that we have to trust the technology, and that's unsatisfactory, really. 2025, it's very unsatisfactory.
Travis Head is right in Will Jacks's grill now, chirping at him from square leg. Jackson Stokes are probably thinking, well, we've been here before.
Yeah. Do you think
Deck chairs and Titanic also come to mind?
Do you think Formula One would have the technology like this? I don't.
You'd like to think not. What have we got? We've got 2 slips. We've got a gully. We've got a point. Interestingly enough, Knitted Menon is situated rather than square leg. I'm not sure what's going on there, because I suppose there's a left and a right hander in. That's quite full. Jacks defends competently enough.
No, it's
pushes it to Mitchell Stark, who's at mid-on, and there's no run.
It's the short leg, Tony. He's got a short leg in front of him.
Ah, that would be why. Yes, of course. Well, we're watching Smith again. When you see it slow motion, but from, imagine yourself probably 5 yards to the left of the bowler, it really looked like he got nowhere near it. That angle, doesn't it, Hector?
Well, wait for after
Cummings in, left down leg by Jacks. No run, 159 for 6.
Actually, yes, from that angle it didn't look like it. I think it was from the reaction of his body, regardless of whether he hit it or not. It was a really silly shot when you know they're going to bowl short. You know you've been lucky to get away with a few. The fielders are there and it's outside off, and you're just playing a carbon copy of the same shot. That it was just waiting to happen.
Smith's waiting to review.
Silly.
I don't think it was such a silly shot, because we've seen him move the field and almost hit Cameron Green out of the attack. It was silly to play it off Cummins.
Cummins in, that's a short ball again. Jacks ducks underneath it, 139 kilometres an hour. So a wicket and 3 dot balls in a very, very aggressive, in a good way, over. And the demeanour of Smith when he walked was of a man who'd been condemned wrongly. Ben Stokes is just standing with his arms folded, keeping his thoughts to himself, his body language making clear what he feels.
I mean, Smith will think that he's been done twice now, because he got a dubious one, did he, in Perth, I think it was?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
159 for 6.
When I say dubious, the technology showed something. What we couldn't be sure of is if it was an edge. And I think around the rest of the world, once the technology shows something, you think, well, there it is, he's out. But with this technology, with the pitches not marrying up and stuff, you've got doubts.
Round the wicket, that's a full toss. And Jacks works him away to backward square. Was that Khawaja does the fielding? I think it might have been on the tumble. Reasonably athletic if it was Khawaja, for a man who doesn't normally look massively athletic in the field these days.
39 yesterday, I think, Khawaja.
Yep, it was his birthday. He didn't quite get to 100 to celebrate it.
Have we done the last Australian to play Test cricket at 39 years of age?
No, but you can tell us who it was after this ball. Cummings in, clever, slower ball bouncer. Jacks was wise to it, and he waited and timed it and just rolled the wrists on it and took a single as he played it down on the 45. It's the end of the 46 over. If you're an England fan just joining us, you've seen this movie before. England are 160 for 6. They trail by 211 runs. Hector.
Ronnie Fraud asked, how long is this game? I believe it ends around 6:30 a.m.
Yes, the extra half hour starts at 6, so 6:30 would be the cut-off point when it's all over.
There's
Are you sure? Are you sure? I thought the extra half hour started at 6:30 because we started at 11:30.
Ooh, you may be right.
Yeah, potentially. So in which case it will end at around 7 a.m. A lot of talk around Snicko's uselessness, some division between whether Jamie Smith hit it or not. Bad view by England, should know he hit it, says Music Cat's King. Steele 1988 says it's all over for England. Might be a bit of truth in that.
Well, we got to change of bowling as well. We're going to see Boland back into the attack.
So Smith's aggression did hit Cameron Green out of the attack, but it also then failed to work against Pat Cummins. So I'm reluctant to criticise him too much for the shot.
That's defended into the offside. No run.
Also, Jules Dean says, I don't understand how Smith can bat time and make runs against India and not even be able to bat time here in Oz. I think, again, it's just the skill of the bowling attack. He's coming up against a once-in-a-generation kind of bowling attack, one of the best group of bowlers of all time.
Most of the gang back together, haven't you? Minus Hazelwood. And it's looking that way from an England perspective. That's worked, really, by Jacks. Out towards short mid-wicket, they don't run.
I mean, my question at the start of the innings was whether Australia were bringing in 870 Test match wickets in the shape of Lyon and Cummins, or whether they were bringing in two rusty bowlers who haven't played very much. And I think there's been a fairly emphatic answer to that question, and it's the first point.
Boland in, 2 slips down, it's full, it's on off stump, and Jacks defends competently enough. Again, there is no run. It's good accurate stuff.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. The answer.
The 39-year-old is this?
39-year-old. If what I've read is correct, somewhere or other, not sure where I read it.
Depends where you've read it.
Yeah. Well, even then, you can't be sure, can you? The last 39-year-old to play for Australia was Bob Holland.
Ah, right. Okay.
In '86.
Which 86? Left alone by Jacks, no run. Presumably 1986.
You don't remember Bob Holland, the ageing, because he looked older than 39s. Lots of Australians did look older than their age back then. He was the leg spinner.
Well, he's about the same generation as that Iveco Watford kit that we saw.
Yeah, maybe it's him in the kit.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
No, I don't think so.
Unless Bob Holland from Australia happened to be, bizarrely, a Watford fan at the time. 211 is the deficit. Nathan Lyon is prowling. That kept a bit low. And was well defended by Jacks. No run. He's only got one so far.
Do you remember when there used to be some English fans or British fans of Australian football? And I don't mean VFL as it was then, AFL as it is now. I mean our football, soccer, who were at least interested in the Australian matches. Do you remember why that would be the case back in the day? Back Bob Holland's day, actually.
Was there an English interest? I don't know. That's defended nicely again by Jacks. Pushed to mid-on, no run.
One answer might be that, England would go and play the Socceroos, as they were called.
They did.
But I'll come back to my answer in a moment.
We've got a pretty handy Australian playing for us. Nestoroy Irankunda, not the most Australian of names, I grant you. But he's a terrific player. We're watching Glenn McGrath pretending to throw his seat away as Nathan Lyon earlier today overtook him as the second highest wicket taker for Australia. Shane Warne stands a country mile further away at the top of that league, but Lyon is now second and McGrath third. So well done, Nathan Lyon.
I was making some room for Hector there, but if you want me to give you the answer, it's because throughout the summer, the off-season of club football, the pools used to work off the Australian.
Yes, they did. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Australian teams, and we used to sort of be looking at Parramatta 1, Geelong 2, and things like this.
I miss the pools panel. Days where, those weekends when the weather was crunching with snow and almost every game was off, and you'd wait for the results of the pools panel.
Nobody knew who they were.
Nobody knew. I'm sure it was just.
Billy Wright was on it.
I
Billy
reckon
Wright?
they all retired and ended up becoming Winvis. As this one is cut out towards cover, there is a man there, of course, and they just take a single. It was a bunch of blokes just sitting around in a pub after a few pints, going, "Yes, I think probably Liverpool, who are top in the FA Cup, would probably have beaten Carlisle about 3-0."
I think that in the predictions thing that the BBC website has, I think that Mark Lawrenson, forgive me if I've got that name wrong, because there's so many ex-Liverpool players employed as football pundits. Nathan
Lyon.
So, I think where they did the predictions of the matches,
Lyon's going to be in. Slip and short leg go down, it's clipped up. Travis Head dives to his left, doesn't quite. He probably got something on it because it looked extremely close to him. He didn't get there. I don't think it's a drop, but this is the angle that will tell us whether it was or not. It was reached for horribly. Yep, it was a drop. He got a meaty paw to it and deflected it away. That was the shot, I think, that Jax was looking for the first time.
Yeah.
And it goes out down to Cameron Green at long on. But the fact is, again, that looked to me like just a terrible shot. Just reaching for the ball.
I think it bounced a little higher. It was a little bit, jumped a little bit at him. But this is what Nathan Lyon does. He gets overspin, and that's why he's got 565 wickets or whatever it is.
That one is well defended by Stokes.
Well, I think it was
single, no run.
I think it was Mark Lawrenson, and on those BBC predictions, I think there were 78 matches in a row that he predicted Liverpool to either win or draw.
Yeah, he used to have a section on the BBC website, didn't he, predicting the results of games. That one's left alone outside of the off stump. He was also a match of the day for years, wasn't he?
Him and Hansen, yeah.
At the moment, Gary.
At the moment.
At the moment, Gary.
Yeah.
162 for 6. 209. It seems to have been on that for a while. Although it hasn't really been, because there's been 2 runs taken off this over. Lyon is very keen for his work. Now he knows he's the second highest Australian wicket taker of all time. Dives to his right to make sure that the over does end with only 2 from it. It's 162 for 6. Drinks and plenty of time, Hector, for you to amble your way through messages.
Well,
and while you do, I need to go and get some.
Bit of talk about being in the first ever cricket match. Jules Dean, I can't believe as an Aussie fan, I'm having to root for England because this is such a whitewash. As a fan of good cricket, this is tough to watch. I think that is actually a thing that Australians are having to deal with at the moment. Whether they really want a convincing 5-0 or some tight cricket, which is what everyone was expecting going into this series. It will be a bit better than previous tours. Sautahui's fucking gone, and the English copium is making it better. I assume that's talking about one of the chats. Harmy was spinning porky pies last night, says Mikey J. Steve Harmison, he might be out there.
He does stuff with TalkSport, I think. He very probably is out there.
Yeah. Beer Batter Gummy Shark would love to see an England v USA Test series. Just lost the rest of it, but
well,
yeah.
I think is the implication of that we may or may not win it.
What would it be called? Independence Rematch Series.
The Independence Rematch Series. I'd volunteer to play in that if I thought there was a chance of sticking one up Trump's nose.
Yeah, Cricket USA have got more problems than merely who they're playing in a Test series, which of course they can't play Test cricket officially. But yeah, I mean on a pretty perfect batting strip, we're seeing some of the wickets go down here.
Oh,
England have got the Pope shot is horrendous. There is, my brother's been telling me that there's England are going too hard at the ball, they're playing with hard hands, they're just putting the front foot down and expecting to hit the middle of the bat. I'm not seeing a huge amount wrong with these shots to get out. These are not reverse sweeps that are being hit to the outfield. I mean, if anything, it's back to the days when England were too tentative and they're getting out to half-hearted pushes.
A little bit. I mean, certainly Duckett. It was a terrific delivery.
It was, yeah.
Newspaper headline would read "Off spinner, bowls off spinner."
Yeah,
I mean, it was a little bit of dip, and it was an off break.
Looking at the summary that we've got there, the most disappointing aspect of that summary is that you've got Brook 45, Duckett 29, Smith 22. They've got in and got out.
Yeah, they
and
have,
this is not a pitch. It may be a bowling attack, but it's not a pitch in which a ball should be surprising you once you've got through those first 20 or so deliveries. You're a test match batsman regardless of how strong the bowling is, and you should be able. You can afford maybe one of those batsmen to get out once they're in, but the others should be pushing on once they get past 20 and pushing up towards 80 and beyond, as Kwadja did and as Carey did. And for them all to collectively fail again is, acutely disappointing.
One more over from us, and it's going to be bowled by Boland, who's going to be bowling to Will Jacks, who, as he did at Brisbane, is looking to keep Ben Stokes company with a view to trying to keep England into the game. We're actually waiting, mind you, while... Are they trying to fix the sight screen on the ad? The ad. I think the sight screen is supposed to turn white, and the problem was it wasn't, and it was still projecting a Continental Tires ad, which I'm sure Ben Jacks is a fine admirer of high traction rubberware. But this one's pushed into the offside. Fielded, no run. Labuschagne jogging busily. We had a long sequence earlier in the day of constantly chirping Labuschagne, where they had the microphone on him. Interestingly, they were able to get the microphone in the right place to do that, but not actually to judge a wicket properly.
Priorities nowadays.
Alas.
Yeah, why is it?
You sounded old beyond your years there. It's rubbing off on you. You've become an old man. You've become a grumpy old man.
Well, can I just ask why the field is so strange?
Boland, defended by Jacks. Back to the bowler on the bounce. No run.
I mean, there's one slip, one gully, and that's pretty much it for catching positions. The rest is set out a bit like a ring, like we're in a one-day game in the boring middle overs. I mean, this is Scott Boland, who is about as orthodox a bowler, top of off-stump bowler, bit of wobble this way, bit of wobble the other way. Carey is now standing up, but I'm very surprised that there aren't 2 or 3 slips.
Well, you've got a ring of really...
Jacks is on 2.
4 on the offside, haven't you? And so he bowls it down leg, but steered straight to mid-wicket.
I mean, I think what the idea is if you can bowl enough dot balls, then England will hit one up in the air and walk off.
Well, it's not a bad idea. It's proven to be reasonably successful, to be honest.
Well, yeah, in one sense. In the other sense, haven't the catches been behind the wickets? Carey's taken catches, hasn't he?
Yes.
I just find it strange that Boland should have 2 slips, 3 slips in the gully now, and he hasn't.
In comes Boland. Ooh, that was... I'm not sure there was battle. Cathedral end is Scott Boland, which is the open end, which you can therefore see the cathedral. We don't get as many views of it as we should, because it's a beautiful structure. It's a huge inside edge, and actually nutmegged himself between his thighs, did Will Jacks.
Wasn't that used to be called the Eton Drive or something?
I'm sure.
It's now the
Eton Drive.
The Shiva Drive now.
Eton Rifles defended by Will Jacks. to mid-off.
Isn't it Nat Shiva Brunt? Didn't she hit 4 to win?
The nutmeg.
The nutmeg. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yes.
You're like an AI machine, Tony. You give the answers.
I do. Only through memory.
Chat TB.
That's. I think there's a future in that. A bit like Ask Jeeves. Asked Tech Tony.
Yeah.
Actually, we did have an Ask Tech Tony once. I got people to. That one's well defended in front of his off stump by Jackson. People just sent in their technology queries, and I would just spend hours answering them.
I think isn't Ask Tech Tony one of the Slovenian teams that are in the Europa Conference?
Tech Tony. No, he sounds more like an Italian, a small, mustachioed, bustling Italian defensive midfielder, Angelo Tectoni. Anyway, fourth has appeared with that little chuckle, which probably
like Mr. Ben.
Like Mr.
There he
Ben.
is.
Yeah,
Mr. Ben in his little top hat. Time for me to go. Angelo Tectoni is going to go and ensure that the game ends 1-0.
Indeed, yes. Hello there, Gary. How are you going?
Well, I've been better because I've been in and out of the coverage, and every time I put the radio on, England lose a wicket.
The wicket fell, yes. Nathan Lyon round the wicket to the Ben Stokes, who is offering his Raoul Dravid impression. He's 29 off 100. There seems to be an awful lot of ambient noise. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from. I hope it's not me. Anyway, Lyon in again, bowling beautifully, and that's a nice stroke from Ben Stokes, wide of the man at mid-off, and they come through for the single.
Why would you have mid-off back there? Ben Stokes has not played an aggressive stroke, or almost not played, in his 30 off 101, and they just concede the easiest of singles to three-quarters back mid-off. I don't understand it. Loads I don't understand about field placing. The reason, Forthy, I've got a very jerky feed here, so I ceded my ball-by-ball to Tony, so if my comments are slightly out of sync, that'll be why.
That's okay. Big forward defensive from Will Jacks. Good time for him to come to the party. I think we all remember Christopher Martin Jenkins all those years ago at Headingley, as Ian Botham came to the crease saying, well, what a triumph it would be for him if he was still there at Stumps tonight.
Yes.
That's an aggressive shot, and a very nice one. Wide of the man at mid-off from Will Jacks. That's a classic cover drive. Drive through mid-off for one of these.
He's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Described quite often as crisp, a crisp off drive.
Yeah, so you're casting him as sort of part Graham Dilley, part Chris Old.
Yes, exactly right. I think, I suppose it's not till it gets to 7 wickets down at Headingley in 1981 that things really start happening. So, England got plenty of time and only 6 wickets down. Defended off the back by Jacks. Nathan Lyon, as I observed earlier, seems to be looking a little older in this match. See the veins bulging through. What a spinner, though. And he drifts onto leg stump there and played round the corner by Jacks, but there is a leg gully, man on the 45 at the end of the 50th over, 167 for 6. Is that William or Hector?
Yes.
I can't quite...
Yes, William. Yes, it's me. Yes.
William. Hello, William.
Hello.
Come in.
So far we have got. Where is it? Setistain 1 has said, "Why are we blocking now of all times?" So questioning of the England tactics. Then Matthew Aitken 938. Aussie bowlers are used to the heat, and that's in reply to Music Cats King saying that they're making the Australian bowlers toil in the heat, and that's why they're blocking now. And then also a few comments here about the New Zealand test where they had passed 300 for none against the West Indies as well. So a bit of talk about that.
That line delivery that spun took a bit of a chunk out of the pitch. Did you see that, Forthy?
I did indeed, yes.
Day 2.
Explosion. Little explosion there.
dropping pitches didn't do that, I thought. I thought the whole point of dropping pitches is that they didn't deteriorate, at least not as early as this.
It's very early for a little explosion in the middle of the pitch towards the end of day 2. Off the back foot, defended by Stokes, bristling with intent. And when I say that, bristling with defensive intent. And if there's one man who can construct a rear guard, and who can stand with him on the bridge like Horatio, will it be Will Jacks? Let's hope for England's sake and the sake of the series that's what
kind of Will Jacks tie you're talking about there, perhaps.
He looks angry, Ben Stokes. Played that one out to the man at deep point, sweeper on the offside boundary.
Yeah, I think when he gets back into the dressing room, I think we'll see kind of well, we won't see it, but I suspect there might be a bit of Mike Bassett at half time where he goes off on that rant and the teacups are flying.
Oh God!
Particularly well delivered scene by Ricky Tomlinson. That
4 fucking 2. Right, in comes Boland to Jacks. Defended very nicely by Will Jacks, possibly petrified, looking at his skipper glaring at him for the other end. Plays a very nice defensive shot. The funny thing is that 4-4-2 is coming back into vogue after years of 4-2-3-1. Put 2 strikers up front, see that quite a bit in the Premiership.
Yeah, well, it is, and it kind of makes sense because with 2 strikers, you're twice as likely, and let's face it, you're pretty likely even with 1 to have a goalkeeper or centre half pass you the ball in the penalty box so you can kick it into an open net.
Very true, very true. Boland, 4th ball of the over into Jacks, and the keeper Carey is standing up in case, I imagine that has been commented on already. Clipped to square leg there, no run.
He only started it in the last over to Boland. But yeah, at 34, Alex Carey seems to be in the form of his life. And I had him down as a classy bat, but I didn't realise he was quite as good as a wicketkeeper because, at the start of the series I was saying, well, if you play in England, play him as keeper and have Carey as specialist bat.
That's been very impressive, hasn't it? That one's played out to off. Someone's waving their hand around. Maybe Labuschagne there. Don't know why. Having a look at the bar.
I think Carey's going back now. He's taken the helmet off and he's retreating sort of 20 paces. So the
at 38 or 39 degrees, I don't want to be wearing a helmet when I've been out there all day.
And as I understand, this is the hottest time of the day.
Yes.
The weather in South Australia, but
yes, it does that in Victoria too. It gradually heats up towards the end of the afternoon. Solid defensive shot to mid-on by Jacks.
Make the martinis taste any better for me?
Well, no, I'm not really a martini guy. I haven't really got the hang of martini. End of over 51, 168 for 6. We'll get back onto whether Gary's a martini man after some messages.
Right, yes. So we have had a few messages here about people believing that maybe this Australian bowling attack are being taken advantage at the moment in terms of people not realising quite how good they are until they retire. We've got Ty Edward Devlin saying they can call Australia Dad's Army. How disrespectful, even more embarrassing, is getting beaten by an average Aussie side of old men. Then we've got a few questions about whether the pitch is going to crack up, and a question that I'll put to you after this ball that we've been given.
Nathan Lyon round the wickets to Ben Stokes. Big forward defensive, yes.
With Theo PI9Q saying, what changes do you think England will experiment with when we ultimately lose this test and the series?
Well, we will probably go to Gary for that one. Hang on, I'll just get back to my feed. And that's a dot ball played out on the offside. Suggested changes for Melbourne, Gary?
Well, I think Archer will rest. I think they'll bring back Atkinson. And I think time will be called on Pope and they'll bring in Bethel.
Round the wicket comes Lyon. Forward goes Stokes, and although it does spin, he's able to negate it by just following back and forth, predictable spin.
I mean, I think it is a dad's army, and we've seen that by the fact Hazelwood's out for the whole series and Cummins has missed the first 2 test matches. But England have not been able to expose the dad's army. I'll come on.
4th ball of the over. And Lyon is possibly setting Stokes up here. Off spin, off spin, off spin. We're either going to get the arm ball. He doesn't,
big top spinner, though.
Big top spinner, one that goes on with the arm, the one that goes on, basically, the one that goes straight. Let's see whether we'll get it. That's played back down by Stokes.
Yeah, I mean, the exposing of the dad's army would only come sort of into an innings when England are 390 off 120 overs, but we've never got anywhere near that.
No, that hasn't been the strategy, really, has it? Although, arguably, with hindsight, should have been. Okay, so that's a maiden over at the end of the 52nd. England 168 for 6. Messages.
Right, we've got Coop Dog 8478. If this is Australia's worst side since 2010 and England's best, then that's clearly saying how different these two teams have been the last decade or so. Then we've also got here Shining Knight 259. Will Jacks gave up a century, now he has to score one to keep things balanced. And then from Kiltster, if Bazball is to continue, why not bring in Phil Salt for Crawley or Pope?
Have England been playing Bazball in this test match? I haven't seen much sign of it, although I haven't watched a huge amount of it.
No, not really. They've actually got out to pretty decent deliveries. They haven't thrown their wickets away, arguably in the way that Australia did yesterday. Exactly. It's a bit of a paradox. These 2 innings. I think only Pope played an awful shot, and his head's frazzled.
Yeah.
So the ball that got Duckett, no one's going to be able to play that. It's the classic off-spinner's delivery to the left-hander that pitches middle and leg, and it's top of off. And that was just can't blame a batsman for getting out to that.
I said earlier that my brother on the WhatsApp is complaining about the techniques. Now, you could say that England's technique of hard hands, going hard at the ball, is a Bazball technique, but they were around before Bazball.
Oh, I think that might be out. The hands are being thrown in the air. There's general celebrations. Yes, it's been given. Jacks, I think, got a thick inside edge onto his thigh. It ballooned into the air. Carey came round from behind the stumps and grabbed it. And the 7th England wicket has fallen at 168. Jacks is out for 6.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So you can throw your hands in the air like you're Alex Kerr, and that was
right.
He's taken that catch, and it's worth pointing this out. He's taken that catch because he was standing up. The ball hit the inside edge. It looped onto the inner thigh pad. Had Carey not been standing up, the ball just would have dropped next to the batsman, and we'd have moved on. But the more attacking option, the key of this series that Carey has been standing up to Scott Boland has produced the wicket, and that is good play from the Australians, and it's another wicket for more aggressive options being taken by captains. So although Stokes and McCullum will be castigated for Bazball and all this kind of stuff, we saw the Australians get out to Bazball strokes and play quite a few of them. And now we've seen a Bazball tactic work here by taking the attacking option in the field by bringing Carey up to the stumps. Well done, Pat Cummins. Well done, Scott Boland. Well done, Alex Carey.
That's a good summary. It's going to be Bryden Carr's time if you'd like to jingle him up, Hector.
Yes.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Bryden Carr's. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Carr's.
Now we're in Botham and Dilly territory for me.
Yes, exactly right. Yes. Now, this is the real quiz. They say in the office, this is the real quiz. Stokes and Carrs.
Stokes needs to get another 118 runs.
Yes, 149, both met Headingley, that's correct.
Carrs needs needs 57. I think that Dilly got.
I think Dilly got 57. I can't remember quite how many Chris Old got.
33, I think he got.
Oh, okay, yeah. And Bob Willis was out early the next morning. A rather tentative poke from Bryden Cars, but bat on it.
Yeah. So Stokes will be 146 not out overnight here if he is to repeat history.
That's right. You got one more boundary in the morning, and then was out LBW.
No, I think he got 3 in the morning. I think it was a 3.
Oh, okay, well,
146 to 109.
Good
I'm
knowledge.
doing this not off
Very
Crick
good
Info. I'm just remembering watching it on the telly.
Now I remember. Just having a look at that dismiss again. I remember pulling up with my girlfriend, having had listened to it, forcing her to listen to the commentary throughout lunch, and pulling up and not going back into work until I'd heard that they knew more. She actually became a bit of a convert to Test match cricket that summer. Not surprisingly, if ever it was going to happen, it was probably that summer.
I was
dot ball.
I'd finished A levels and was waiting to go to London, so.
It was my gap year. I was working in Warwick at IBM.
IBM in Warwick.
They tried to turn me into a coder, but I was so terrible. It was unbelievable.
Big Blue, eh?
Yeah, Big Blue. Yeah. Anyway, that experiment didn't last long. Bit like Bazball. In comes Scott Boland to Bryden Cars. Defends off the back foot. And dot ball. 168 for 7. Right. At what point does Ben Stokes say, "Fuck it, I'm going to give it the old welly"? Probably not.
Now.
Probably not.
Now.
Do you think now? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. The only thing is, Cars can bat, and so can Josh Tongue, and they shouldn't get many up the nose here because a bouncer would almost have to land on your own toe if you're a bowler. So. They should be able to defend.
Okay. I'll just play that out to mid-wicket double. I would slightly contest having seen him bat at the last test against India in the summer, where I was very underwhelmed by Josh Tongue's batting. I have to tell you. But if you say he can bat, you know more about these things than I do.
He's made runs in at the domestic level. Not many, but he's not a complete bunny. And the players who are not bunnies, if the ball in Test match cricket is not under the chin, they can often survive. But we await developments.
Any messages there?
Yeah,
Hector?
we've had quite a lot of praise for Carey here again. So Messi said, another one for Carey standing up, just brilliant. Then moving down, we've had a few more. So Sutahu 2938. Kez trying to start for player of the series, and then we've had Martin Smith 1538. Better review the Ashes, make it Aussies versus India more of a contest, in reference to reviews.
Yes. Lion round the wicket, defended by Stoke.
Yeah.
You just have to sit and take the punches on a day like today, don't you? As all the negative.
The Ashes.
Fair enough,
the
I
Ashes
guess.
Ashes more of a contest. Remind me, when did Australia last win a series in England? When was it?
2001, Gary.
Yes, there we are. So
25 years ago next year. A quarter of a century. Longer ago than, of course, England have won in Australia. But we are. Dot ball, defended by Stokes. It is fair to add, of course, that series have tended to be rather closer in England.
Yes,
much more fun than they have in Australia.
Yeah, all true, and England's record in Australia is dismal, but not in the Ashes.
Round the wicket comes Lyon, and Stokes comes a foot out of his crease and just strokes it back defensively. Ben Stokes, of all the players on either side in this match, uniquely capable of reining in his instinct, getting 31 off 112, and then any minute now you sense you might start opening up, and that will be fun if it lasts. That's stroked out. He's certainly got his eye in.
Well,
in there
when players play their natural game, funnily enough, this is Ben Stokes' natural game, because he does block for 2.5 hours and then thrash for the next 2.5 hours. He has an unusual natural game, which
he does,
is
because Straight from
Block or
first to
go.
fifth gear. Yes.
Yeah.
4 dot balls anyway so far from Nathan Lyon, who's failed to get the better of him so far. Obviously, still there. Played off his toes by Stokes, but straight to the man at short mid-wicket, dot ball.
Do you fear for Nathan Lyon's pate when he's bowling in this?
Yeah, I do a
hot
bit.
sun?
Yeah.
I do as well.
He must. I hope he's got a whole lot of factor 50 all over it. I imagine he has.
Splash it all over.
Splash it all over. Henry Cooper and Kevin Keegan. Right, that's just clipped round the corner. Ooh, just for a moment, it looks as if it might have been one for Travis Head under the helmet there, but no. Maiden from Lyon, end of the 54th over, 168 for 7, Hector.
Right, so we have got a lot more talk here about, I suppose, the competitiveness of the Ashes. Kiriak OZ, at least Australia compete in England. Australia have had the Ashes since 2017, Unless England do something here, it will be a decade. And then more people asking about when did England last win, obviously, Test or a series in Australia. And then I suppose,
11.
well, exactly. And then a bit of a talk here about people mentioning India playing in the Ashes instead of England, or I suppose the Border Gavaskar Trophy being better. And then we've got here, and Matthew Aitken 938. I've watched the Ashes since the 1970s. Australia in that time have been the superior team.
Very good. Okay, Boland in 2 cars. Now he's got the wicket, hasn't he? Let's have a look and see what's happened there. My feed's gone a little bit jerky there. Hector, what's happened? The wicket has fallen. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, he's bowled him top of
bowled him, yeah.
He's out. The 8th wicket has fallen, 168 for 8. Cars has gone for a duck. And it's time for Stokes to get the long handle out.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I mean, I'm not sure what Cast was doing there, because his feet stayed planted and then the hands went towards the ball. Then it was a kind of curtain rail shot. I mean, maybe the minds have gone, because that was a good ball, top of off stump. But if you play an ordinary forward defensive, then
you counter it. Yeah,
you just the ball dies and you walk on, and the next ball is bowled.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, well, just to respond to that, because this is the day of the world as it is online. I was hardly saying, in referencing England's record in English.
Oh, have we lost Gary there? Yeah, we have lost. Sorry, Gary, we've lost you for a minute.
Okay, am I back now? I don't know.
You're back. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I'm not saying that England's record in home conditions counts as the dismal record in Australia. I was responding to the fact that the Ashes should be abandoned in favour of Australia versus England by pointing out that the Ashes are competitive if you look at the Ashes as a series, and those series are played home and away. If you look at the Ashes as a series in Australia, absolutely right, for the last 15 years it's not been competitive. England haven't been good enough. But don't set me up or do this ridiculous online thing where offence is taken and rebuttals offered to arguments that are not being made. I was not making the argument that England have been in any way acceptable in Australia.
Boland into Archer, his first ball. Carey's still standing up and defends well enough. Also worth pointing out, I suppose, since we look like we're defence attorneys on this occasion, is that England have not lost a 5-test series in England for 25 years either. So there you are.
Yeah, that's pretty much my point. That was a terrible shot by Cars. I know he hasn't been in long, but really, you've got to get forward on this wicket. You really have.
Yes, I agree with that. Boland in again. Forward defensive from Archer. Got ball. Archer and Stokes, for those who missed it earlier, had a bit of a contretemps earlier this morning when Stokes was very unimpressed that Archer had not executed the plans they'd obviously talked about in the dressing room. And camera caught them having a firm exchange of views.
I think it might be there that Stokes was just not pleased with his team, but has a pop at Archer because Archer's got the 5 wickets. Doesn't want to hit a man when he's down.
Oh, well, maybe that's one way of looking at it. It seemed very directed at Archer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Defended by Archer. Got to ball. My son's a huge Archer fan and says Stokes and Archer have been carrying this team. And,
well, he's right to some extent. I thought Archer was bowled absolutely beautifully. You know, to take 5 for 53 on that track is tremendous, notwithstanding England currently being 168 for 8. And he deserved that 5 for 53. It wasn't that, you know, he picked up some bunnies at the end and that, you know, they hit a few shots in the air. He really put them under pressure and he bowled fast.
Been a funny series, actually. There's another ball defended by Stokes. If you'd have said England are going to bundle Australia out for 120, Joe Root's going to get his maiden Test century, 128, you know, by the end of Test 2. So this is going to be good stuff, isn't it? Looking forward to these.
Yeah, it's been a bit like kind of one-day matches where one or two performances seem to have defined a whole Test match. In the way that, you know, a kind of Viv Richards making 189 can define a whole ODI.
Yes, indeed.
It has been strange.
Okay, Boland in again. Left well alone. Shoulders, arms, as we used to say. Maybe we still do. Archer, and at the end of the 55th over, 168 for 8. Hector, what's happening out there?
So we've had Will_274. Australia's bowling has been the highlight. Very accurate line and length bowling. They have not given England much, building pressure, which leads to mistakes from the batters. Then we've had a bit more talk about England and their competitiveness in the Ashes. Then some, I suppose, more tongue-in-cheek comments. Messi saying, cunning plan by England to force Australia to bat again in this heat. And then we've got Arch needs to bat so you can avoid having to bowl in the heat. And then also Beer Battered Gummy Shark asking, is Cast an all-rounder or a bunny? And then a few people replying to that. And then also Julian Rocket, 5575. This is hilarious, the optimism. So I assume that's speaking about us speaking about England and the fact that Australia haven't won a series in England that recently.
Well, you could also replace it with the word fact.
Yes.
So that's a big forward defensive from Stokes to Lyon there. Ball.
Plenty of people don't like facts. We just saw...
Oh, it's a single.
Yeah, just saw something interesting there, which is the projection of the ball bowled cast. And it looks like, and indeed it is a fact, that when the ball arrives at the wicket, it's moved about a stump. And you think, well, Karsk's a bit unlucky there because the ball's really dipped into him. I'll break up.
Forward defensive from Archer, ball.
But if Karsk comes forward to that ball, it doesn't have time to move. And therefore, the ball has barely deviated at all if he plays an ordinary forward defensive. So it looks like a really good ball. It's moved the stump's width. But it's only when it gets to the stumps that it's moved so far.
Line in again. That one's a bit shorter from him. Trying to tempt Archer forward and playing a bat pad shot, but Archer got the batting technique to counter it.
Which is why the forward defensive is the standard defensive technique against medium pace bowling.
Line in again, drifts onto leg stump that time.
Yeah, and Boland is bowling kind of fast medium at the moment. You know, somebody's going to say, oh, he's up at 88 miles an hour. Yeah, but he's also got a wicketkeeper standing up. So I don't think we can say that Boland is a fast bowler at the moment.
No, and that's just nudged around the corner, but it's okay, that's fine. Quick single from Archer, who's hogging the strike at the moment. I think testament to Carey, though, that he's standing up to a guy who's bowling at 88.
It absolutely is. Absolutely is. But the kind of whole feel of with the pitch, with the conditions, is that you have to play Boland as a fast medium, not as a fast bowler in those circumstances.
Last ball of Nathan Lyon's over. Round the wicket, Stokes, who defends off the back foot, so he's not got the long handle out just yet. I think that's the end of our time together.
Yes. And back tomorrow thank you for listeners for your attention. And if indeed we're still playing tomorrow.
Yeah, if indeed, yes. And 56th over, 170 for 8. Oh, actually, I might still be on. Let me just check that. Might be. Oh, yes, I am. I'm doing socials. I'll hang on in there. A little bit of changing of the guard. I think Tony's coming in into the B by B seat. I will get up YouTube with some trepidation. Can't imagine it's going to be a very happy place at the moment. Okay, just still waiting for Tony. Sometimes Tony has a little nap this time of night, and who can possibly blame him? So maybe he's being stirred into action. He deserves it. Still waiting to be manned in the studio, so I shall carry on speaking to you. Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark is back. He's coming round the wickets. Jofra Archer. It's a wide one, and that's been smashed. Smashed, I tell you. By Jofra Archer, wide of the man at point for one of the. When I say one of these, when I say the ball has been smashed for one of these, if anyone wants to play a 4 jingle, they're very welcome.
I can. I've literally just arrived in time to do that.
There he is. There he is.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I would also point out I wasn't asleep, but I was engaged in attempting to organise rotors, optimistically perhaps, for Thursday. 2 slips go down. Arch will face and defend that ball from Mitchell Stark, who has been brought back into that. Wicketless for Mitchell Stark, the vampire, who these days can only draw blood at night. And it's 174 for 8, which is a horrible score, but Forthy, we've seen this movie before.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before, but I don't have to keep going back to the cinema to watch it again. Unfortunately, I do have to keep going back to watch this again, which is a bit sad. I've got a super chat for you whenever you're ready.
Oh, that will be magnificent, and I suspect after this ball, which is going to be bowled by Mitchell Stark. It's been economical enough, but what's that, 38? Probably about just over 3.5 and over. Am I about right? Is my maths about right? Maybe a tad more. Round the wicket he comes to Archer, who defends into the offside. There's quite a ring of fielders there. It's 174 for 8. They have at least passed the follow-on target. 197 is the deficit. This is not the plan England wanted, but Forthy is going to bring us some solace with a super chat.
You going to jingle it or not? Shall I just go straight in? Oh, okay.
No, I'm going to. Here it is.
YouTube super chat.
Right, okay. This English batting collapse, says BDK86 at $5, will be overshadowed by the Snicko controversy at Stumps. England haven't done enough to prepare for this series, he says.
Well, I agree. That's a horrible ball by Mitchell Stark. Crikey. That's not the Mitchell Stark we know and admire,
very
if
loose.
not love.
Very loose. But I would probably agree with that sentiment about the lack of preparation and the Snicko slightly getting in the way, because he probably hit it, and if he's hit it, then it's another poor wicket where he's shot selections all over the place, and it's just not what England needed in that situation from Smith, and things have gone even worse since then.
Well, we see him, Stokes and Archer batting together. Archer got into a right old tangle, but he somehow managed to work that down to deep backward square. Nathan Lyon is fielding down there. They take a single, or perhaps they didn't. Yeah. Yes, they did. I was just thinking they might try and leave Stokes on strike. These two back at the crease, and of course that's been a reason to show again the, would you call it a contretemps? A disagreement, perhaps a chastising of Stokes earlier in the day when Archer was bowling
things are
short.
Things are bad enough when we have to deal with Australia. Let's not bring the French into this as well.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we had to play them at cricket?
We'd
all have to stand there with a bat in front of our legs. It would be ridiculous. Everyone would be out LBW all the time. 175 for 8. 196. The Jambe.
Jean, what's before?
What's Wicket?
Avant Wicket.
Avant Wicket.
Yeah.
Defended in the offside by Travis Head.
JAW.
Fielded in the offside. Le bat. Or the bat. Well, of course, a bat in French is chauve-souris.
Of course, we all know that.
But would therefore
there's a jingle for that, isn't there?
Would a cricket bat be the chauve-souris de cricket?
Maybe.
Chauve-souris de cricket. Yeah.
Oh, you're doing chanson d'amour.
I was doing.
I was going into No Regrets. Worryingly, they sounded like the same song when you and I both tried to sing them.
Beautiful harmonised.
You're definitely more Edith Piaf there than you are. I can't remember who did this. Nathan Lyon throws this up, driven beautifully, in fact, by Jofra Archer. Are we going to see another Archer counter-attack? Because I think that's not going to go.
Oh.
Lively fielding from Cameron Green. He bowled beautifully earlier today. And he's sharp about his work in the field to keep Australia's second highest wicket taker of all time happy and not conceding a boundary. 3 though.
I've got 2 words for you, Tony. Manhattan and transfer.
Oh, was it Manhattan? It was Manhattan transfer.
It was,
yes,
wasn't
it was. It was. Well, I was going with Edith Piaf. You see, I was in Je ne regrette rien territory. I suspect. Oh, that's a sweep. I think it was going down leg.
Bit of a
possibly pitched outside leg as he was looking for the off break. It's a reverse sweep, wasn't it? I think Ben Stokes has decided might as well get on with things.
It just whacked him.
He'll want to carry his bat. At least just to make a point to his teammates, who have let him down miserably once again. That's defended. Back to Nathan Lyon, whose head is shining like I don't know what, a boiled egg under a sun lamp.
Oh, very short.
Crashed by Stokes, but there is a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And they just take a single. He's certainly not palming the strike, as he's happy to let Archer have his turn. And he's injured himself.
Might be why.
There you go. He's injured himself. So we've now got an injured Ben Stokes. Somehow, this is about the time in the same film that Forthy and I were discussing when he does become injured as part of the plot. Well, thrown up by Lyon, solidly defended by Archer, no run.
We've all seen this film. I mean, just when everything seems at its lowest ebb, just when it seems that things can't get any worse.
He's going to smack a rapid 150 and all of a sudden the game's not dead.
Yep, that's the narrative.
You've got to face Nathan Lyon last. Let's just indulge that thought for a moment. As that one is a swing and a miss by Archer. It was an attempted sweep. Actually, we won't. We'll go for some messages in the meantime. It's 179 for 8, 58 overs completed. It's another tale of woe, misery, and disaster for England.
Well, if you're feeling woe, misery, and disaster, you should read some of these messages. Well, to be honest,
tell us about
I think. Do I have to?
Yes.
I think what I might do is. Okay. We've got a lot of them, and I think I have to say I'm going to give you a shout out. And so if you want your message definitely read, you should send a super chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're in from Extra Fluffo, STZ024, Beer Battered Gummy Shark, Julian Rocket, Zane, Leah, hello Leah, Zane, Music Cats King, Will 274, Steel 1988, Chris Kuma 2035, Ked W, Zane 01235, Chief 1987. You can see why I can't read all these out. Yes. Lockie 6, Mitchell Evans 1742, and so on and so on and so on. So Steve Alford 9X, the Echoes. I'm missing and that's all before I got to the super chat. So loads there. If you want to find out what people are saying, you can go on YouTube. And if you want to definitely get your message read out,
absolutely,
super chat.
Super chatters keeps us on air, keeps us doing what we do. helps to pay the bills, the studio, the equipment, and well, that's it really. That's what was. Those are not inconsiderable costs. We don't pay ourselves. We do not.
Stephen
pay
Kelt
ourselves.
says though he's got a question for Tech Tony, so we'll wait to find out what Stephen Kelt's got to ask.
Okay.
Are you actually Tech Tony? I don't really see you as the tech guy.
No, I think that's an ironic title.
Oh, okay.
Due to the fact that,
Bear's
particularly when the
absence.
bear's not here, he leaves carefully constructed booby traps to demonstrate his indispensability.
Yes, that's always the best thing about going on holiday. Leave some traps behind in the office so that people say, I can't do without that guy. Look, everything went wrong when we were away. Thank God you're back.
Yes, how have we possibly ever managed without you?
Exactly. Yes.
You never want to be the guy or girl who's phoning the office to say, I'm just checking in because I haven't heard from you. Yeah, you haven't heard from us because we're doing fine without you. Thank you very much.
Yes. We're doing a bit better.
In fact, it's all going really well, better than usual.
Yes. That you getting in the way.
Would you like to take an extra couple of weeks on your holiday?
Oh, no hurry, no hurry.
No hurry to come back. The more you watch that Ollie Pope dismissal, the more you either want to give him a cuddle or punch his lights out.
They're really forcing this replay down our throats, aren't they?
Yes.
Give him a cuddle. Imagine you're Mr. and Mrs. Pope.
Yes, actually, that is a way to do it. If he was my son, I'd love him despite that. Although I might have a stern word in his ear.
My son used to referee matches, and I'd like to sort of stand amongst the parents and wait for them to get onto his back when a decision didn't go the way they wanted it to, and then engage them in conversations. Imagine if that was your son. Well, it's not my son. Well, it's my son.
I used to referee my own son's matches, both of them.
Oh, did you?
On a frequent basis, yes. That's why I became a qualified referee. It was,
well, you'd have known about the brickbats of being a referee.
Let me tell you.
And some bricks as well, most likely, at some stage.
Yes. Some grounds, the bricks are the things you'd have to remove from the pitch before you'd actually be able to kick off. Certainly in some Sunday League games. That and dog poo.
Dog poo, yes.
That was a lovely way to spend a Sunday morning with a bit of a hangover, wandering up and down some park pitch somewhere, clearing dog poo and debris.
Did you ever have to abandon a match?
No.
No, never got that far.
Ever recall, no. 179 for 8. Ben Stokes, the boy on the burning deck, steers that, and it's fielded by Cameron Green in the gully, who then was sort of got down onto his knees as he fell, attempted to get up again, and did one of those. If you can imagine a cartoon, a Tom and Jerry cartoon, where the cat's trying to run, but the feet are just are running, but he's actually going nowhere. Yeah. That was Cameron Green right there.
Just like to smile
like a
nightmare.
Nightmares. You're trying to get away from the beast.
Yeah. But he's showing the enthusiasm that quite rightly Australia have. He's got a big old plaster on his thumb, hasn't he? Was that from earlier today? Did he get that? I mean, he certainly hasn't put that on just now.
No. Looks
He
in a
definitely
bit
didn't get it didn't get it batting. He was only in for 2 balls.
Yeah.
Well, he was, although he's bowled very nicely. 180 for 8.
Oh, very well.
The major news is that England can claim a moral triumph that they've avoided the follow-on.
Yes, indeed, they can.
Jofra Archer, does he have another surprise innings winning? Well, he's got 4. That may be leg bias, but I think he got some bat on it. He's clipped it very fine, down to the finest fine leg. And umpire Menon, or is that Ashan Raza? It's Ashan Raza, says it's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
XDC, since it's working overtime.
It is indeed. Bear and I sometimes sing that together. That's a huge no ball. So add 1 more to the score from a England perspective. We get a freebie.
That was a Mohammed Amir no ball, wasn't it? Not that I'm suggesting there was anything to
In comes Mitchell Starc, round the wicket. Driven! That's a beautiful shot by Jofra Archer. Now that is the shot of well, I don't know, if you'd seen Don Bradman or Dennis Compton play that, it would not have looked out of place, because he just angles the bat, perfectly weighted body, holds the pose because he knew it was a good shot. And Mitchell Starc's been right off his game today, hasn't he, with the ball?
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, already 10 off the over on the first 3 balls. None for 49.
Oh, we may have another super chat, 40.
Oh, have we? Yeah, let's have a quick look. I'll scroll down. My God, there's a lot of messages.
Ask me Kieran's question as well. But
Oh, there it
super
is.
chat first.
There it is.
Round wicket comes Starc. Bounces Archer. Doesn't like being so imperiously driven away, does Starc. He's got a smile on his face. He's enjoying his work, despite the fact it's not quite gone to plan as it has for some of his colleagues with the ball. Maybe he's just going to become a batsman in his later years, except at night time.
A bit like a striker sometimes becomes a central defender at the end of their lifespan. Do you want me to read out the comment yet, or are you going to jingle it up?
The super chat. We'll jingle it because they are hugely important to us. I will do it after this delivery. Starc to Archer, who moves across his crease and clips him, but fielded by Travis Head, who's in his sunglasses and baggy green cap, is patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
So SDZ024 says, couple of bucks to read out my French comment. So I then had to scroll up a very long way to find it. And he says...
le comment français? Faut-il?
He says, no, the French don't need to beat England at cricket. They already achieved more in another English-invented sport. I think...
Football? Football,
I'm talking about football.
Mitchell Starc coming over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who defends again towards cover. They take a single. I was living in Paris. In fact, I just left Paris about a month before the '98 World Cup triumph, which I always rather regretted. I wish I'd stayed a bit longer.
Well, I'll tell you what, they did very well. It was a fantastic French team. I saw the semi-final against Croatia, and it wasn't the same level of hysterical excitement that you would have got in England. Maybe some would say that's a good thing, but there was more of a Gallic shrug about it.
Well, that's the French, isn't it? They're just
it is the French.
Certainly the Parisian French, just too cool. They're too cool to get that excited. Well, they do about their rugby, don't they, in their own way. Starc, here he comes. That had Archer not quite sure what he was doing. He got rather squared up outside edge, away towards point. He survived, though. It's the end of the over. 51 for no wicket if you're Mitchell Starc, none for 51 off his 11. 191 for 8, the sorry story for England. 180 runs the deficit, 40.
Well, Dana Patterson says, could we get a studio tech to fix the YouTube image? I don't know whether that's still a problem or not.
We can. One of the chaps can do that. William...
William
or Hector, could you just...
Or Hector. Anyone who's young.
Anyone who's young and awake, could you just change the studio image so it's...
Yes, old Mr. Tecto doesn't get about much these days. Extra Fluffo, Jet B, Zane, 01235, that's bollocks. Two-headed Tasmanian 1481. Don't know whether that's a reference to Neutral Milk Hotel's song Two-Headed Boy. I rather hope it is. Extra Fluffo, Andres...
2 in the studio and 1 on Zoom. Oh.
Okay. Oh, you're not talking to... Right.
Cut. Fielded. Didn't quite carry. Diving stop by Joss Inglis. We had a long conversation earlier today. I can't remember whether you were there with us, Sporty. I don't think you were, about Dad's Army.
Oh, I would love to have been involved with that chat. I love a Dad's Army chat.
Well,
what a great...
We all thought that Marnus Labuschagne would be Private Pike as this is steered out to cover Weatherall Fields.
He was allowed to wear his... He was allowed to wear his Aston Villa scarf by Jimmy Perry and David Croft throughout. He was a big Villa supporter, Ian Lavender.
But you just mentioned Are You Being Served? Mr. Blewett from Dad's Army was the same actor who played young Mr. Grace.
Young Mr. Grace, that's right, he was, wasn't he? He used to dodder on in both series. Yeah, forgotten that. Can't remember.
In
the name
comes
of the
Lyon. Gets all those revs on the ball, last minute dip, but Archer's wise to it in a way that the supposedly more accomplished batsmen before him weren't. And it's 192 for 8 still. 179 England trails by, to quote the captioning from I think Fox, who were covering this. That's well defended again by Archer. Every single stout defence is a message to his batting colleagues in the dressing rooms to basically go, look, it's not that hard. Yes, he's a good batsman. Yes, he is Australia's second highest wicket taker of all time. But it's only day 2. It's not ragging square. He pushes this to mid-on, jogs a single, possibly thinking as he goes, why am I here again? Why am I batting now? I thought I was going to have my feet up and would probably be planning to come in just after lunch tomorrow. What have you idiots been doing?
Other such existential questions.
Yes, why am I here? That was probably the main one. Why am I here now and not mid-afternoon tomorrow is what he's thinking. And the answer to that is, well, Joffrey, you may well be back at mid-afternoon tomorrow. Well, you would have been if we'd followed on, but we have at least avoided that. Around the wicket to Stokes. Comes Lyon, Désolé for the...
Désolé.
And that's steered to back a point. They take a single. It's the end of the Lyon over. He's gone for 3 off it, and we can go back to Monsieur Forth.
Yes, here are some more people who have been talking to us. Musicats King, Hoop Dog 8478, BDK 86, Martin Smith 1538, Two-Headed Tasmanian guys back. Extra Fluffo again. Here's a new one.
Ooh, oh my God, Mr. Handjob. Have you seen Mr. Handjob's? I think.
What's he got to say for
himself? It's a super chat, so for which we're incredibly grateful.
Let's do that then.
But I think
can't
he's
see
just
it.
well, you'll find it because he appears to have got several monkeys and sat them down at his keyboard and just seen what they've come up with.
Oh, I see what he's done. Yeah.
You see more than I, Daniel. 194.
Oh, I see.
8.
Right. Would you like me to read that out? I'll have a go.
Please do.
For $5,
yes.
Mr. Disinterested Handjobber says, Noch with Frampes Wilkrassearani das kan hier de Angelstein.
Down leg, and Stokes has a little swish, but it goes through to Carey, the controversial Carey, as we shall now call him. And there was no run. What have I missed, Forthy? Tell me what that means.
No idea. I think it's backwards. No, it's not. Is that what, French? Welsh?
No, it's definitely not French.
Oh, I think it's Old English because I see some symbols that don't exist. Or maybe it's that language that existed before Old English.
I was going to say, if you're seeing something that doesn't exist, I think we have to have words with your doctor.
I think it's Old English.
Old English. Not Chaucerian, as I certainly don't recognise anything.
No, that's Middle English.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's definitely not. That's another single.
I think across 2.5 tests, I think the only time an English pair have finished a day's play unbeaten has been Root and Joffre. So Joffre's never had a day off, or his side has just batted all series.
Yes, well, they want their money. As they've said, you've taken all, you malingerer. You've had all this time off. Well, we've looked after you.
Yeah.
We want maximum penny bang for our buck. And to be fair, in this test, bar some loose bowling this morning, which was not his finest, though he did take one of the wickets, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's certainly given them in this test. And defends that, pushes it into the onside, takes a single, reduces that deficit by a further 1. 175, that is, 196 for 8. The score is Ben Stokes. 38 off 128. He's summoning up the bastard love child of Chris Tavares and Jeff Boycott.
Well, he was 2 off 74, wasn't he, in Headingley in 2019? But he's obviously trusting Archer because he hasn't got the long handle out.
I wonder if Jofra Archer has got a glasses case with a glasses cloth he can wipe. Maybe put him in a pair of specs. That's pulled away. Down square. Another single taken. Actually, the ones and twos are coming really easily at the moment. There is 60 overs on the ball. This should be peak time where England would be, say, 2 or 3 down and making ample amounts of hay. Sadly, that is absolutely not the way things have transpired.
I feel like the singles
were genuine shame.
Singles were coming easily all day. Even Brook was scoring at a run of ball. Duckett was. It hasn't been that hard to find the gaps by any means, and yet, the phrase we say so often.
Here we are. Stark over the wicket he comes. It's left alone outside of his off stump by Archer. No, thank you, he says. An established batsman like myself is not going to waste time wafting at that. Whereas somewhere up in the dressing room, 3 or 4 of the top 7 are going, he should have had a go at that. It was rising, it was bouncing, it was wide enough to have a swift shot, a good old swing at. Key thing though is to leave your feet planted in front of your stumps before you do it.
I do always wonder what they think about watching the others bat.
Has Forthy frozen? No, he's not. I just saw him blink.
Oh, no. No.
I was just checking.
I'm just transfixed by the conversation.
That's the way the tech has been going today. Yeah. You needed to actually move to prove that you hadn't broken down in some way. That's short and left. It's the end of that Stark over. He's gone for 3. England have advanced, limped sorrowfully to 197 for 8. And we can go for some more messages.
Well, not so much messages as name checks. Kieran Rose played. Tim Wilton Davis, Extra Fluffo, Scoop Dog.
Scoop Dog, I like that.
It's good, isn't it? Or Coop Dog, rather. Kiwi Off Grid. MIA Down Under. Beer Battered Gummy Shark. Leah. Oh, Leah. Mickey J787. Tim Wilton Davis. And Hooves. Anyone new? Mikey J787. There's a bit of talk about whether it's Middle English, Old English, or Icelandic. So perhaps you could invite.
Might be Icelandic. You can put it into Google Translate and see what Google Translate gives it.
Someone says that even AI struggles to cope with Icelandic. Somewhere one of the messages.
That's rather disappointing. 197 for 8. So England could get to 200 if Jofra Archer can keep Ben Stokes company, and that Ben Stokes can continue his dogged "they shall not pass" resistance. And he and he swings outside off stump, and he tries it. He can't run. I think it must be in this heat cramp that would seem to be his problem. So he walks an easy single. He could easily have actually just played that onto his stumps. How close was it, Ed?
Oh, nice. Millimetres.
Very, yes.
It was
actually, this is probably the view that will tell us exactly how close. Oh my goodness me.
Yep.
How did he not play that onto his stumps? Maybe England's fortune is turning. Maybe he is going to play a miracle innings.
How important could that be in 2 days' time?
When none of us are in the studio because the game's over.
I think I'll be in bed.
198 for 8. Jofra Archer, he's not going to give things up. He's fought hard and he's continuing to fight hard by taking a single here. Boland it is from mid-off, who has to tumble to his right. When our friend Hooves on YouTube messages, do you hear a thundering? Is there a thundering of Hooves messages?
Well, I do hear Two-Headed Boy, that song, when I see Two-Headed Tasmanian. It's funny, the little associations we all have.
Two-Headed Boy.
Great song. What a magnificent song it is.
Cummins around the wicket to England's captain. You do feel he's Captain John Smith here. England have already hit the iceberg, and but he's a man. He is the sort of man who will go down with the ship, because he'll do it out of bloody mindedness to show the rest of his teammates what they could have won if they had.
It just reminds me a bit of Alec Guinness in Kind Hearts and Coronets saluting as the Admiral as he goes down under the water. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that. Yes, I do. This one is played with. No, I mean, he's really compromised in his movement, is Stokes. He sort of reaches for that rather uncomfortably, dabs it down to backward point. Archer's already under his nose, saying, well, there's a single there, you'll just have to limp to the other emboss, which he duly does. But hold the front page. England have reached 200 for 8. The Barmy Army, they don't care about the iceberg that England have hit. They're very conscious that they're outside, pissed up, and in 40 degrees of heat. And they're mysteriously and bizarrely happy enough.
200 brought up in quite a civil time, all things considered. 61 overs.
Cummins in, good to Archer, just the one slip. Archer leaves that like a pro. Just rocks back. Says, Pat, I'm too good for those. You're not going to get me playing stupidly at those. Not for me, a ridiculously conceived hook.
Played well, Archer, isn't he?
He's done very well. We always knew he can bat.
Quite neat.
I think he's realising he has to.
Yeah.
He's done nicely. Last ball of Cummins is over, 3 for 50 for him. And here he is hooking, and is he going to be caught? No, it just drops short of two men who are down there. Who are they? One who didn't go for it was, I think, Weatherald.
And
the one who did was Doggett. Who's the dog? I think he's on for Nathan Lyon.
Must be, yeah.
And Doggett, well, half-hearted, I think, would be. Although he dived, I think as he was doing it, he was thinking about his teeth, and didn't look like he was especially interested in it, to be honest. We are due another change. Yeah. I'm due off.
And I'm going to be held up by the young fellows on either side of me.
You're going to be held up by the young fellows. That is something that I don't want to see.
Thanks, for
202
Your
for 8.
wicket-taking powers have still been strong today.
Yes, unfortunately they have, haven't they, Messi? I think you'd be happy with it. I've taken most of the wickets. Right, okay, I will see you tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. So here's a very useful tip from Beer Battered Gummer Shark. He said, to all the chatters with useless numbers added to their name or handles, you can go to your own YouTube page, click the edit, which is a pencil, see the handle and click the edit pen next to it so you can fix your names up. That's very good advice.
Hello, Messi. Hello, Hector.
How are you going?
Well, I was all over the place. I woke up and my alarm went off, and I was like, "Oh no, I've missed my slot." Well, I mean, I immediately messaged the group and said I'll be with you in 3 minutes or something. But obviously, I set my alarm so that I wouldn't miss my slot. So I don't know what I was thinking. Much like England's brains, I was scrambled.
Much like Jofra Archer's shot just now. Don't know what he's thinking.
Well, they want to try and survive till the end of the day, so they don't have to bowl. Cam Green comes into Stokes, that's well bowled, and Stokes appears to be really struggling with cramp. I think that may have hit him in the thigh potentially, but he is struggling with cramp. He's on 41 off 132 deliveries, Archer 22, or 23 of 31, partnership 34. For these two have stuck at it, you have to say Friday Cast was bowled. I didn't see it. Was it a good delivery?
Well, it was a good ball. It was I think it must have stayed a little bit low, and there wasn't much of a gap between bat and pad, but it slipped through it.
Stokes faces again, he gets on the pull. He's timed this really nicely, actually, but there is a man out there, so they will probably just come through for the one. Yeah, well, it's a shame for my my cricket fantasy thing that I mentioned earlier, because a duck gives me minus points. And considering that Cars probably won't play all five, matches, and you know, that's disappointing. Therefore,
well, I wouldn't have thought he'll play in the next one unless he gets a big fifer, a good fifer next innings. I agree, though. These two just got to stick around for the next 20 minutes. If you're Jofra Archer, you just wrapped up the 5 wickets this morning. You want to have a sleep before you've got to go out again.
Yeah, and I mentioned it this morning. That's one of the main issues with this side. Archer on strike, and he goes to pull one. It wasn't there to pull. Oh, an attempted catch, but it fell just short, and it has gone for 4. I think it was Marnus Labuschagne. It was not controlled at all by Archer. He should have ducked it. Labuschagne came in from the deep square leg, just in front of square, but couldn't catch it. He put a full-blooded, full-length dive. It landed just short and went through, and we'll get a better chance at the replay. Archer, it was never there to pull. Oh, I think he did get... Has he got 2 hands to that, Hector?
I think it just dropped short. It was a great effort from Labuschagne. He's such a good fielder, but what is Archer thinking? What is he thinking?
Yeah.
He's batted quite nicely up until the last couple of shots he's played.
He ducks this one. It was on the 6th stump line and short, and he leaves it well alone.
And of all people, surely he's the one that would like the rest before he's got to warm up and go out and bowl again in 40 degrees. You'd have thought he'd just be quite happy to leave those alone now and get him behind anything on the stumps, but clearly not. Clearly he's going to take it on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And he knows what the plan is, so Cam Green, you will think, I reckon it could be this ball or the next. He'll just throw a full one in there, full and straight, try and trap it on the back crease. He bowls. This one is short. So maybe the double bluff will come to the last ball, or will it be a triple bluff and it'll go short again? Would really sum up England's thinking if they were thinking about that.
Yeah, just tying themselves up in knots a bit. Looks like
Well, a word on Pat Cummins, Hector. 13 overs through 52. How impressed have you been with his return today, considering all he's been through to get fit?
Yeah, unbelievable. And he's bowled a lot of short stuff as well. So he's pulled up pretty nicely. And the main thing is he's bowled like perfectly. He's bowled like a world-class bowler that he is, but he's gone straight
Cam
back
Green
in.
comes in to end the 63rd over. Archer, that's a really nice shot, back foot punch, and he will get a single. You'd think if they decided to run it, they've walked it. So he will retain the strike. 208 for 8, Messi.
We have so much stuff that we can't read it all out. But Kieran Roseblade likes the fight. He says, surely heads need to roll after this. I'm actually really excited to see where it will all end up, and maybe a less arrogant England come out of it. Jonathan Trott from Afghan would be a good fit. Yeah, not a bad call. I think it's sort of like when Langer took over Australia and took the ego out of them. I was talking about this morning. It's something that needs to bring people's feet back and nail them to the ground so they don't actually end up thinking much more of themselves than anybody else does.
Yeah. I think Gareth Batty's the play.
I think Jonathan Trott's actually a fantastic call. To be fair, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah. We'll see what happens. England's still in this test match, of course. Archer facing up bowls, and he pushes it back up the pitch to Pat Cummins. 163.
Kieran Roseblade also wants to know if Hector has a girlfriend.
He's moved target. He's moved target off me. He's realised I'm a lost, hopeless cause. So he's moved to Hector.
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not at the moment. Can I just say...
Hector, maybe we don't because we're up watching a conversation on cricket all night rather than clubbing.
Don't exactly help ourselves.
No, don't help ourselves. So Archer, yes, you can tell from this point, Archer on 28 faces up. He hits this pull really hard. He did try and keep this one down, and it goes on the bounce. Well, they threw it to the wrong end, I get the impression. As Archer scampered through, and it was just a single.
I cannot believe this from Jofra Archer. The ball before as well, you could see him sort of shuffle across his stumps onto 6th off stump. He's playing T20 franchise cricket here, and he's batted really nicely. He's got 29 and coming in at 10. You take it, but I can't work out what's going on in his head unless Stokes wants to get off the field early. But even now, if they lose 2 wickets, then England will have to bowl. Got 10 minutes.
Well, they've got to last another 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it's 10 minutes for the changeover. So that's the
this
deal.
is a cunning plot by Australia to keep them in so they don't have to bat in 41-degree heat.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still 40 degrees in Adelaide.
Stokes faces again. This is short and defended comfortably enough.
Not showing any signs of going down anytime soon. So they'll be bloody glad to get out of the field. That's for sure.
Yeah, they'll get into the ice box.
When you consider that, the fact that Stark has kept up his pace over 140 k's is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the other thing, Messi. If we were even 6 down by the end of the play, and let's say add another, 40 onto that, because that's what would have happened. At least Stokes faces again, defends resolutely. Then they've got to come back. Taking 4 wickets is with our batting depth is not an inconsiderable amount, and it's the lack of application. It's the lack of thinking that our players don't just think, well, maybe it'll be easier in the morning when they're having to come back and they're all stiff and it's still whatever it would be tomorrow, 29, 30 degrees. But no, there's no thought like that. We know it's very easy to say from here to criticise, and we're not being as critical today as Cummins comes back in. This is short and Stokes ducks it. We're not being as critical today, Hector, are we? Because they haven't got out to bad shots necessarily, but it's a build-up over the whole of the series that we're then due to get some good ones if we get out to such filthy shots.
Well, exactly. I think, application, we have not applied ourselves in the first 2 tests. I actually think today we've applied ourselves really well. We've just been Ollie Pope and
we've been outplayed.
Yeah, the way Archer's batting at the moment and the way that Pope got out are the only 2 that I can really think of as just sort of brainless cricket. But other than that,
Stokes, it's actually a credit to the Australian bowling attack.
Nicely, and they will probably just walk through for a single as Stokes can't move. Yes, it absolutely is. Who's been your pick of the bowlers, Messi, on that front?
I think Cummins, to be honest. I think he bowled beautifully, but Boland's bowled beautifully as well. But none of them have bowled...
210 for 8, by the way, end of the 64.
Yeah. None of them bowled rubbish. The balls that have gone for 4 have generally been when they've been trying to pitch it up, occasionally offline, but either way, it's just been so much consistency, the absolute opposite of everything we've seen from the England attack.
That's the headline. That should be the headline. It shouldn't be England capitulate. It should
I
be...
still think...
Sorry,
sorry, Hector. I still think par is 370-ish. I don't think that's unreasonable. Sorry, Hector, go on.
No, I was just saying that's what people should be focusing on is this skill of Australia and how good they've been today, whereas I think it will be pretty easy to get sucked into, England collapse again, or they've had an awful day. I think the focus should be on the Australian bowling attack, to be honest.
Cam Green comes in to begin at the 65th over. He bowls a really pleasant drive by Ben Stokes, but he's not going to get any reward for it. Straight to the cover field and no run. Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Hector. They have just all been good. I mean, Green's bowled nicely, Boland's bowled well. Lane's the big factor, and we mentioned it. Yeah. We've mentioned it all throughout the day, really. But in fact, have you got a scorecard there, Messi? Have you got Lane's figures?
I have, yeah. Lane's bowled 20 overs, taken 249.
So there we go. Will Jacks yesterday was a similar amount of overs. Cam Green comes in. This is defended. It was a Yorker, good delivery from Green, well played from Stokes. Jacks bowled a similar amount of overs, correct me if I'm wrong, and he went at 5 and over. So that's the element of control there that it gives.
He bowled exactly the same. He went for 105 runs.
They've both taken 2 wickets, admittedly.
Yeah.
Well, so there you go. So there's an extra, basically 70 runs in there probably, and that's the lack of control. And that's not Jack's fault, by the way, at all. He's a part-timer. It's not his job. Necessarily. Stokes defended the offside. There is no run. I mean, it's a job in this test match, but it's I
agree. The person I would point the finger at is actually Cass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably true.
He's he just hasn't managed to find. Okay, if you're bowling short, not ideal, but if you're going to do it, then you've got to find the perfect sort of line, and he's just so wayward. He can't consistently hit a line or a length really. It's been disappointing.
And also, you bowl in partnerships, don't you, Hector? This is defended back up to mid on. So if Jax is getting, if Cast is getting belted at one end, then they can just sit on the next bowler and vice versa. You don't build any pressure.
That was sort of in that first test when Stark was going so nicely and Boland wasn't really a threat at the time, and neither was Doggett. That was, again, England was sort of taking Stark on, whereas they could have easily just sat back and taken the runs. Bowling in partnership is it's such a key thing in all bowling attacks, which makes Australia so strong when you've got Stark at one end, Cummins at the other, or Lyon at the other, and then when Hazelwood's around as well.
Green comes in once more, 4 dots so far. Stokes nearly chips it up to cover, but he doesn't. He remains on 43.
My God, people are idiots. Why would you dress up in fancy dress when it's 41 degrees?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
No, you wouldn't have seen me doing that. I'm not a massive dressing up fan, actually. Hector, are you a big dressing up fan?
Not massively. I wouldn't do it at the cricket either. I don't think. Actually, maybe
I'd do it at the Ali Pali.
Yeah, potentially Edgbaston finals day, but
good point.
That's a stretch.
Cam Green comes in to complete his over. This is short. Stokes works it off his armpit area, and they'll come through for a single. 211 for 8. All there's throughout the Stumps, but there is no over. There's 211 for 8. End of the 65th. England trail by 160.
Leah has a little sarcastic dig at me. She says, yes, Justin Langer and his elite humility really took the ego out of the Australians. I think you may underestimate the impact he had.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think he, with Darren Lehman, they were all fucking so full of themselves. They were a very unpleasant team. And just to pull them down to earth, Langer did what he had to do. And it was the ideal thing at the time, in my view. Denise Wilson says it's the lack of humility that's hard to listen to watch. All this, we're the best batters in the world, we just need to stay with the blueprint. No, clearly most of them are empty vessels.
Do you know what we haven't talked about while I've been back on it is our friend Snicko again. That Jamie Smith decision. Go on, Messi, from an Australian point of view, Jamie Smith out or not out?
I think he was probably out, but I don't think the technology proved it.
Do you not think there was a gap?
I don't know, because they weren't running high enough frame rate for a start. But, we shouldn't really be buying our technology off Temu. That's my view. It's the responsibility of the host broadcaster, which I think is Fox, and don't know.
Yeah,
if
it is.
And that's a responsibility that's handed to them by the ICC, and they have to pay for it themselves. So obviously they cut corners.
Stokes cuts off the back foot. They will get at least one. They do just get one. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, surely, Hector, the technology should be outsourced to the ICC. They should pay for it. They should decide. They should decide what technology to use, which would obviously be Ultra Edge in this instance.
Yeah, you think, and it would give a level of consistency as well. Every country you go to has the same system, so there can't really be any complaints, even if you do get it wrong.
Because what then happens is you get captain chancing their arms. Line balls, tossing this up, defended back by Archer, because they'll say, oh, well, we're pretty sure he's not nicked it, but Snicko, because it's shit, might show something, so let's have a go.
There's half a chance that this might be given. There's a massive gap, but who knows. I sneezed when it went past, and then you can just stand by the bowler's end and sneeze every time it passes the edge, and then it'll pick it up from the bowler's stump mic. Wouldn't want to be the worst play.
Very good. Change of field here. They're bringing in a short leg and silly mid off, it looks like. Yes, that is exactly what they're doing. They've still got the slip in. Alex Carey once again has been very good. He's just had a magnificent. He's rivaling Mitchell Stark close for player of the series. You'd think. I'd almost be tempted to give it to Carey purely because we just know how good Stark is already. That is just how good he is. Whereas Carey's played above his level. He's been magnificent. Lyon balls, tosses us up. Archer drives, but there is no run. What do you think about that, Hector?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how old Carey is, but I know Stark's coming to the end, and
he's 31 or 32, I think, maybe.
Yeah,
he's a bit older.
And he sort of seems in the peak of his career at the moment. He's just had such a good series so far.
Line balls, Archer prods forward unconvincingly, but there's no run.
And his wicket keeping is, I think, has been the main asset. Just standing up to Scott Boland just completely changes how England can bat, how Australia can set their fields. It's just a completely new tool for Australia to use.
Let me
Two balls
surprise
left
you
in
with
Lance
something.
over, he bowls and Archer defends. Yes, go on, Messi.
Carey is 34.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah. Where Cummings is 32.
Yeah, he's one of the youngest, isn't he, Cummins, in the team?
Well, the thing about Cummins is you've got to remember that he came onto the scene so early. Lyon bowls. This is driven by Archer. I think he made his debut when he was 17 or something, didn't he, Messi? I may be wrong. This is up the pitch, and they'll come through for a single. 213 for 8, end of the 66.
Yeah, interesting that the 8th and 9th wickets seems... Sorry, the 9th and 10th wicket seems to be the easiest places to bat.
Yeah.
Is this the last session for the day? This is Shining Night? Yes. Yes. Cricket Info does say close as of 5 o'clock Adelaide time, but there's an allowance for an additional half hour to try and fit in the overs schedule for the day. So it'll actually be 5:30 Adelaide time by the time it finishes, which will be in 7 minutes' time, because we still won't fit in the allotted overs for the day. We'll probably be about 7 short.
Cam Green is going to continue, so there'll be 2 overs left in the day. You'd think England have avoided batting again tonight, bowling again tonight, rather.
Is that a victory?
He will come into bowl, and Archer defends. There's no run. There's no slips in either, which is a bit of a surprise. Are they going to test Archer out with some short ball bowling, you think?
Well, I think there might just be the 1/3 slip or something like that. Yeah,
is
maybe
there
just
gully?
for a snorter directed into the rib cage. See if he can spoon one out there. Yeah, you'd think they'd be bowling short. But yeah, Jofra Archer, 30 from 43.
Well, this partnership's 45, so they've done well, Hector, haven't they? Cam Green comes in 1 for 22 so far, his figures. He bowls, it is a short ball. Archer ducks out of the way. Nice. England trail by 158.
Slightly concerned about Ben Stokes, who looks really uncomfortable at the non-striker's end. Every couple of balls or every time that he runs, he just looks to be rubbing his thigh. Bit of cramp there. He's been out there for a long time for 145 balls, and he's got a history with it. It'll be interesting to see going into tomorrow what the scan is, if he has any.
Yeah, I think it is just cramp, to be honest. But you're absolutely right, considering his injury concerns. Well, you get cramp if you bat for that length of time. Not that any England players would know. Archer faces up. This is short wide and cut. Good shot actually, but doesn't get rewarded. It's stopped by cover. Score remains 213 for 8.
At this stage, Archer's batting average in this series is 39.
Really?
It's got to be up there.
That's got to be higher than. I reckon that's top 3 almost.
Probably, yeah. So he and Stark are the standout performers of the bat.
Well, these two.
What is Stark? What is Stark's? Let's see. Green comes in once more, balls off the back foot. There's no. What do you reckon, Hector? Have a guess. What's Stark's? I'm gonna say it's 58.
Oh, I was going like 40, 45. I reckon.
Okay.
Yeah, I would expect around 40 something. Series averages Australia. Mitchell Stark is averaging 47.66.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay, well done.
So he's third highest after Carey and Smith.
Beers on me, Hector.
Yeah, jeez.
Partnership's ticked up to 45. Archer on 30. 4 dots from green so far. Balls, that's a nice defence by Dropper Archer. Archer's arguably got one of the best defensive techniques in the whole side.
Yeah, Archer's
which
second
is
highest
disappointing.
after Root for averages. Root is on 45, Archer's on 39.
Jesus.
Who's third?
That tells the story.
Stokes on 30.5.
Stokes is third. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
And Stokes is top of the bowling averages with Archer second.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's depressing, but I didn't ask you for the English ones messes. I didn't want to hear them.
Sorry.
You made me feel even worse. King Green bowler and Maiden will be his last over the day. It's his 8th. 1 for 22 he has so far. Archer ducks out of the way a bit nicely. And he remains on 30. Stokes 45. England 213 for 8 after 67 overs.
Mike Black asked a question which I suspect a lot of England fans are asking. 1, why the hell are we touring with bowlers who can't maintain line and length? And 2, not bowling at the stumps. It's like taking penalties and not aiming at the goal. There's a bit of that, certainly. Yeah. Two-headed Tasmanian says, obviously Stokes is injured because look at his scoring rate. Stokes can do that. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. And
I've always maintained my belief that in the last few years that Stokes should bat 3. He looks like a 3.
Yeah, I think he's got the technique for it, but just bowling-wise and injury-wise.
Yes, it's true for that. That's true for that standpoint. Lyon will come into him. Stokes defends. Look, I mean, this is going to be some English optimism coming here, which I know you'll all be really shocked by. But England are 158 behind. If they can get another, I don't know, let's say 60, get it below 100, that's not insurmountable.
No, it's true.
Lyon tosses up, bowls, Stokes defends again. I know we're all acting like it's a lost cause because we're 2-0 down, and the reality is it probably is a lost cause. But if
then Australia's saved by rain on the last day. Yeah.
If they're 90 behind, what would have been 60 behind if technology was working, or even more if Smith suggests that he hadn't nicked it. I'll be really interested to see at the close of play what comes out of that, actually, because you'd think he'll say to someone. But it looked like he was going to try and review it, Smith, when they'd sent it up, when the umpires had sent it upstairs anyway. So I'm thinking he thought he hadn't. Stokes on 45. Lyon tosses up to him. He's gone from over the wicket, and Stokes doesn't offer a shot. He inserts the dots.
I love that. I love that shot, just leaning in, offering
bit of padding up. Yeah.
I remember, I think it was like Wokes in Sri Lanka did it all the time, and I was just couldn't get enough of it a couple of years ago.
Yeah, change of tactic to end the day from Lyon. Stokes defends. He's opened up his body nicely there. 213 for 8, 2 balls left. In the day's play, can Stokes survive? I'm sure he'd like to get a single here and get up the other end.
This partnership is worth 45 off 82 deliveries. Stokes has made 14 of them and Archer 30. Archer's faced about 50% more deliveries than Stokes.
Change of field with 2 balls together. There's a slip in. Silly mid off. Short leg. Backward point. Cover. The time's ticked over to 5:30 PM in Adelaide, so this will be the last 2 deliveries of the day. Stokes faces up, defends. It was a slider from Lyon, didn't turn much. Right, 1 ball to go. Stokes on 45. Archer will come back tomorrow. He's on 30. England 213 for 8. They haven't been rash today, England, but they've been out-bowled and outclassed in every department, really. Stokes, can he survive? 1 more ball to go, and he can. It's defended up the pitch. Australia have been absolutely magnificent. England on the day, 230 for 8 after 68 overs. That is Stumps on day 2. They are 150 odd behind. It's just gone off the screen. Another absorbing day of Test cricket, if slightly depressing, Hector.
Yeah, good day of Test cricket, actually, for a neutral viewer, I reckon, watching that bowling performance. England, as you said, didn't really do anything rash. Ollie Pope, really disappointing. That was a pretty awful cricket shot, turning it into mid-wicket. Just picking out the one fielder that was there, close on the leg side. And other than that, I think England really didn't do much wrong with the bat. It was just that man there, Nathan Lyon. Pat Cummins was brilliant. Scott Boland. It's rare this series that Mitchell Stark's pretty quiet. So I guess that's a positive to take away from for England. But 213 for 8. As you say, if we can get another 40, 50 tomorrow, then I guess we've got a chance. But Australia's day, massively so.
Absolutely.
Messi, any thoughts?
I think, as we were saying earlier, the tribute is to Australia's bowlers, and it shows what a missed opportunity England had in the first 2 tests. To have Cummins back in with Stark, Boland bowling beautifully in support, Nathan Lyon not just holding up an end, but bowling really beautifully. And then Green bowling well is an attack that any team's going to find really hard to deal with. And I just think it shows what class they are, no matter what their age. The fact that I think Stark is bowling better now than ever in his life, and he didn't take a wicket.
I've never understood that age debate. That's the only point about the age debate, is it's one for the future. When they retire, then they're left with a gap. But it's not a skill issue.
No, definitely not. So it was an intriguing day from an Australian point of view. Obviously lovely, but there's that part of me that wants to go to Boxing Day test with the series still live. But I can't find it in me to want England to win any test matches at the same time, so it's really hard.
You surprised me. Well, they were hoping to be very high 90,000s and tick over into the 100,000 at the MCG, but if it's 3-0, you'd think some people will probably decide not to. People
go on Boxing Day because it's the Boxing Day test, and
so if it's 3-0, that won't affect.
It won't get to 100,000 though, because the attendance is, you just can't fit as many people in for cricket because of the sight screens. So if you get 95,000, that's basically a full house at the G, and I think you will. There's no tickets available. Unless it's pissing down with rain or it's 110 degrees, each of which is totally possible in Melbourne.
Yes, well, I can attest to that, having been there. So we'll run you down the card quickly. Crawley 9, Duckett 29, Pope 3. That was the only really poor shot of the top 3. Contributions really only from Stokes and Archer and Brook. Stark wicketless, none for 54 of his 12 overs. Cummins the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 54 of his 14, and he, Cummins, we've all agreed, was magnificent on his return. Lyon, though, was really the linchpin, 2 for 51 in 22 overs, offering so much control, and Boland also with a couple, Green with 1. So the match situation, England trail by a mammoth 158 runs. They are looking dead and buried in this Ashes series and all but ready to go 3-0 down, but we have seen some Stokes heroics before, and he's going to need to do that again tomorrow, Hector.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's kind of seen this whole series that at the end of every day, it's sort of, if anyone can do it, it's this England team. But if anyone can do it, it is Ben Stokes. And Stokes and Archer have been the 2 players that have sort of carried England on their backs throughout the series. And if they're out there, I guess, got a bit of a chance heading into day 3.
All right, there we go. Any messages before we sign off?
A number of people saying thank you for our services today. Thank you for being with us, and it's great to have so much activity on the YouTube channel. Just apologies that there's far too much to be able to read out, but we hope you felt involved with it as we went through. For those who are interested, I'll be recording the Guerrilla Roundup with William in the next half hour or so. So in about 90 minutes or so, it'll be uploaded on YouTube if you want to have a look at that.
Just having a quick look at that moment of controversy in the day, Jamie Smith going off shaking his head. There looks to me like there's a little bit of a gap between bat and ball, but it doesn't matter. He was given out. More Snicko. I think that sums up the day. Snicko not going in England's favour. England not probably actually putting their best batting performance in of the series, Hector, and still they're getting absolutely mullered.
Again, it just goes back down to what we were speaking about pretty much throughout this whole day. Australia have just been completely class today, outperformed, outplayed, and it just shows after all that build-up that Australia have been the better team, probably are the better team.
Yeah,
There we go. Well,
thank you all very much. We'll be back with you tomorrow.
Yeah, we will be.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and see you in a few hours.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us 'cause you know